Chapter 429. Great opportunity? I can give it to you now? Yi Qinghan's heart immediately surged like a storm on a calm sea surface. The so-called opportunity was definitely not some kind of treasure or artifact, and Yi Qinghan did not need it now. Since the enchantress was talking about a great opportunity, it must be an opportunity to double his strength. What he needed the most now was to improve his own strength, such as becoming a god. Enchantress, what is that? I don't know if this great opportunity can make me a god? Yi Qinghan took 2 deep breaths again and calmed himself down. However, he could not help but curl his lips and ask, Hee little man, you are anxious again. Sometimes, men should not be anxious. If you are too anxious, you will not be able to taste the most wonderful taste. The enchantress looked at Yi Qinghan, who was very excited but desperately trying to suppress it. She covered her mouth and teased him. The purple eyeshadow in her eyes flashed, and her every move caused her breasts to sway and the little red string on her slender waist to sway. Coupled with her flirtatious words, the palace began to ripple with a charming atmosphere, and the air became sticky. All right, Enchantress, you win. I'm afraid of you. Let's stop playing, okay? Yi Qinghan's eyes were burning. He felt that even the air he exhaled was scorching hot. His penis, which had just calmed down, began to stir again. He lowered his head helplessly, cupped his hands, and begged for mercy. He did not dare to look at the enchantress anymore. He was afraid that if he continued like this, he would be burned to death by the fire of desire. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had another definition of pain in his heart. The most painful thing in the world was to have a peerless, naked enchantress in front of you. You wanted to do it and you dared to do it, but you could not. Hee little man, at least you know what's good for you. I won't tease you anymore. As for this great opportunity, I'll introduce you to the Dream Palace first. When the enchantress saw Yi Qinghan like this, she laughed even more cheerfully. After a while, she felt that she had enough fun, so she began to talk about business. Her expression also returned to its incomparably pure and holy look. She glanced at the palace, and a trace of intoxication flashed in her eyes. She said, This illusory palace is actually a spatial divine tool, a divine tool that countless people in the divine world have coveted for a long time. It is also the famous work that Master used to establish his status as the Supreme Refiner. This is the #1 treasure below the God Emperor realm. Supreme Refiner? The #1 treasure? Yi Qinghan was a little surprised. This Supreme Refiner sounded very awesome, didn't it? Was the Soul Emperor becoming the God Emperor related to his status as the Sovereign of Refining? And this palace was actually a spatial divine tool like the Unfettered Pavilion? And it was the #1 treasure below God Emperor? If he could obtain this illusory palace, wouldn't he be rich? Thus, he said somewhat excitedly, Enchantress, now that I've entered the illusory palace, does that mean that I have the chance to obtain this spatial divine tool? Yi Qinghan thought that since he could enter this place and had already passed through 2 stages, if he continued to pass through the stages that the Soul Emperor had set up, wouldn't it be the same as obtaining Unfettered Pavilion at Fallen God Mountain? Hee little man, your ambition is so great. I can tell you clearly, don't even think about it. The enchantress shook her head slightly and rolled her eyes. She said, The reason you were transmitted here is because you fulfilled one of the 2 conditions to enter this place. And Master only set this opportunity once, which is before the illusory palace appears. Besides you, no one else can enter this place. Moreover, you can only stay in this illusory palace for 10 years. After 10 years, you will be automatically transmitted out. Of course, if you have great luck in the future and obtain this spatial divine tool, you can enter and exit the illusory palace at any time. 10 years? That long? Yi Qinghan was a little confused after the enchantress had said so much. But when he heard that he had to stay here for 10 years, he became a little anxious. If he didn't obtain anything from this place, then that would be a great loss. At least in Unfettered Pavilion, there was a painting of a beach in the rain that he could comprehend. Moreover, there hadn't been any news from him for 10 years. Who knew how anxious Yi Qingyu and the others would be? You still think it's too long? The enchantress was slightly startled when she heard this. Then, she said with some dissatisfaction, "Little man, do you know how many people in the God realm want to stay with you for a year, or even a month? In the past, someone gave a treasure that could be exchanged for a city to Master, and Master only allowed that person to stay for a year. You're just a lucky brat, and you actually think it's too long?" Yi Qinghan was completely shocked. Of course, he knew that the city that the enchantress mentioned was definitely not a city in the Flame Dragon continent. Elder Lu had said that a city in the God realm was comparable to the Flame Dragon continent. The Flame Dragon continent could only be exchanged for a year's time. Was this dream palace really that impressive? He blinked and asked, "What's so special about this palace? Why do even God realm experts want to come in?" "Hee, the number one treasure below the God Emperor realm. Isn't it an undeserved reputation?" Seeing that her words had finally subdued this silly boy, the enchantress was a little pleased with herself. However, she inadvertently revealed the demeanor of a little girl, which shocked Yi Qinghan again. After a slight pause, she said again, after a slight pause, she continued, "The Dream Palace has 3 ordinary functions. First, cultivating here for a year is equivalent to cultivating in the God realm for 5 years. Second, the speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth here is more than double that of the outside world. Of course, God Emperor experts are excluded. Third, the Dream Palace can simulate any battle between experts below the God Emperor realm. Martial artists can comprehend laws or attack by watching the battle. As for the more advanced functions, only the master of the Dream Palace is qualified to know." This time, Yi Qinghan was completely shocked. His eyes widened and he looked around in disbelief. His palms started to sweat, and his heart was in turmoil. The 3 most ordinary functions? Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating in the God realm for 5 years. It should be known that cultivating in the Carefree Pavilion was equivalent to cultivating in the Flame Dragon continent for 10 years because of the divine spiritual aura. Wouldn't cultivating here for a year be equivalent to cultivating in the Flame Dragon plane for 50 years? And he had 10 years. Wouldn't that be equivalent to cultivating in the Flame Dragon continent for 500 years? 500 years. To Yi Qinghan, who had only cultivated for 10 years, it was a very long time. Most importantly, the speed of comprehending the laws here was actually double. The speed of comprehending the laws could also be doubled. As for the third function, Yi Qinghan didn't understand. Simulating any martial artist's battle didn't seem to be very useful, right? Could one comprehend the laws of heaven and earth from other people's battles? Even if they were occasionally triggered, it didn't seem to be very useful. But just the first 2 functions were already very shocking. Moreover, there seemed to be more advanced functions. The speed of comprehending the laws can also be doubled. Also, battles between experts don't seem to be very beneficial, right? For example, if I were to watch a battle between God King experts, with their speed, I wouldn't be able to see their attacks clearly. Even if I were to see 100 battles, what use would it be? After a while, Yi Qinghan voiced out the doubts in his heart. Chapter 430. I won't explain the comprehension speed of the laws. Of course, you wouldn't understand even if I did. But I can tell you that it's absolutely true. And the third point is that you wouldn't be able to comprehend anything if you fought outside, but here, it's extremely beneficial. Because this place slows down the speed of both parties' battles. You can clearly feel the laws of heaven and earth that they use, as well as their attacks. I can honestly tell you that those who have watched the battles in this palace have more or less comprehended something. Some people even broke through from the first-tier Sky God realm to the Divine General realm in a year. The Yao Ji said proudly. Then, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Yi Qinghan with an amused expression. "You said that you want to watch 100 battles? Hee, are you daydreaming? I can tell you clearly that the great opportunity I'm giving you is just 1 battle. All he had to do was watch a battle and then cultivate here for 10 years, not a single battle more than that. Of course, you can choose to reject it. I can teleport you back now." "Go back? Oh no. I'm not a fool." Yi Qinghan hurriedly waved his hands. Although there were many things he didn't understand, the information revealed by the Yao Ji was enough to shock him. breaking through from the first-tier Sky God realm to the Divine General realm? Although he didn't know how to cultivate from the Sky God realm to the Divine General realm, it was already so difficult to cultivate to the Divine General realm. However, cultivating to the Heavenly God realm was already so difficult. Out of the millions of martial artists in the Fire Dragon continent, how many could become a god? Moreover, Elder Lu had been stuck in the Sky God realm for thousands of years and still hadn't stepped into the Divine General realm. Yet, someone had broken through in a year? How magical was this? No wonder countless people in the divine world wanted to come here. No wonder one could only stay here for a year if they had to exchange for a city's worth of treasures. Now he had 10 years. It was like a beggar suddenly being hit by a gold ingot that fell from the sky. If he still wanted to go back now, he would really be a fool. I forgot to tell you something. If you have a big breakthrough in these 10 years, I'll give you a reward. When the enchantress saw that Yi Qinghan's eyes were constantly flashing with a strange light, she knew that he understood the magic of the Dream Palace. She revealed a charming smile and mischievously winked at Yi Qinghan. What reward? For example, to obtain your body? Yi Qinghan secretly muttered a few times, "Vixen, vixen." Not to be outdone, he flirted back. Hee little man, if you can get the illusory palace in the future, the enchantress will be your slave. I guarantee that you will feel like dying every day and enjoy the wonderful taste that all the men in the divine realm want to enjoy. Now, I will also give you a chance. If you have a big breakthrough in your cultivation within 10 years, I will let you enjoy the unique and wonderful body of our enchantress clan in the divine realm. So, work hard, little man, I look forward to your favor. As Yao Ji spoke, her body began to wriggle unconsciously. The movement of her waist and body seemed to contain a mysterious rhythm, causing Yi Qinghan to be unable to not be shaken by her every movement. Especially that little red string, it simply made one have the urge to vomit blood. The moment the enchantress twisted her body, Yi Qinghan felt as if everything around him had disappeared, leaving behind an indescribably beautiful body that could melt one's soul with a single glance. However, the Yao Ji clan chuckled and stopped wriggling. Yi Qinghan woke up with a start and felt embarrassed. There was something sticky in his nose. Fortunately, it didn't flow out. He cursed inwardly. The Yao Ji clan? You're indeed a Yao Ji clan, a Yao Ji clan. What do you mean by the breakthrough? Yi Qinghan recalled the battle with the Yao Ji clan in his mind and suddenly thought of a problem. He was tricked by her previously. This time, he had to implement the benefits and make the conditions clear so that he wouldn't end up empty-handed again. You've become smarter, little man. You're at the first tier of the saint level now. How about this? You can cultivate to the second tier of the heavenly god level and I'll fulfill your wish. Of course, I'm talking about the comprehension of the laws. The Yao Ji squinted her eyes and formed a crescent shape. Coupled with her languid aura, she looked like a little kitten. Second tier of the heavenly god level. You're ruthless. Yi Qinghan looked at the Yao Ji clan who had suddenly turned into a cute girl and groaned inwardly. Becoming a god was still a distant dream, and she actually wanted to ask for the second tier of the heavenly god level? Yi Qinghan snorted heavily and pretended to be angry. If there's a chance, I'll definitely let you have a taste of our Yi family's invincible overlord spear. The Yao Ji clan is looking forward to it. You go ahead and cultivate. I'm tired and will take a nap. You can call me when you decide to watch the battle between experts. But let me give you a word of advice. Don't even think of sneaking into my bed. Don't blame me if you suffer and cry. The Yao Ji clan caressed her glossy black hair flirtatiously and smiled at Yi Qinghan. Then she turned around and left, leaving behind an incomparably curvy back view. She actually ignored Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was completely at his wits' end with this demonic-like woman. He swept a few glances at her back, which was not completely covered by the light veil. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he turned around and sat cross-legged. He began to digest the shocking secret revealed by the Yao Ji clan's words. He had endured inhuman pain for a year in exchange for a great opportunity. Although this demonic-like woman had tricked him and he couldn't personally enjoy her wonderful taste, It was worth it to be able to take a few glances at her and feel her charm. He knew he had hit the jackpot. To be able to cultivate in this place for 10 years and watch a battle between experts was indeed a great opportunity. Of course, whether or not he could grasp it and break through would depend on his luck. His mind spun quickly and he began to force himself not to think about that peerless thing behind him. What he needed to do now was to calm down and calm his mind. Only then would he be able to think clearly about more things and grasp this great opportunity. It was just that a man and a woman were alone in the same room. Moreover, it was a naked, peerless, demonic-like woman. Moreover, he had felt her peerless charm for a long time. Even a monk would have ripples of lust. Her coquettish voice was still echoing in his ears. His mind was trying its best not to think about her alluring body. However, the more he tried to suppress it, the more it bounced back. His mind was filled with that twisting body and that swaying red string. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to turn around and look. The evil fire in his body was getting more and more vigorous. His body was getting hotter and hotter, and his mood was getting more and more restless. Calm down, calm down. Yi Qinghan, if this goes on, you will be finished. Have you forgotten about Yi Ruoshui's self-detonation? Have you forgotten about all the sufferings you have suffered for so many years? Have you forgotten about Yu Qingqing and the others? Have you forgotten about that perverted Baldy? Yi Qinghan began to constantly question himself in his heart. He constantly reminded himself and began to think about the rainy night when his mother died from illness in the Yi family castle. The smear of red on the white wall of his small courtyard, the white hair of Yi Qingyu, and the fireworks that bloomed in the sky above the hidden city. Slowly, his mood gradually calmed down. He began to expel all distracting thoughts and sat cross-legged to cultivate. After a moment, his mind became empty and he had completely entered a meditative state. The demoness who was lying on the white jade bed let out a nasal sound in surprise. Then she opened her beautiful eyes and a trace of splendor flashed through them. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile of admiration. Then she closed her eyes and continued to sleep. Chapter 431. Cultivation knew no time. Yi Qinghan cultivated for a month straight away. The more he cultivated, the more shocked he became. This was because he discovered that as long as he ran his battle qi, the qi of heaven and earth around him would surge towards him like a surging tide. The qi of heaven and earth was so dense that it was like liquid battle qi. His dantian would be filled up in an instant. This speed was even faster than when he digested the energy from the battle beast space on the Netherworld Island. This energy was even purer than the energy from the dragon crystal. It was easily converted into solid battle qi and absorbed by the rapidly rotating core in his dantian. The core in his dantian had become the size of a soybean and was emitting a dark golden glow. After entering the Saint tier, the core no longer shrunk. Instead, it began to change color. It was gold at first, then black, and finally pure white. It had reached the pinnacle of the Saint tier. Yi Qinghan originally wanted to use the battle qi to stabilize his mental state. However, the speed of his cultivation was so fast that he decided to cultivate his battle qi to the second tier of the Saint realm first. He continued to convert and absorb the energy that was surging into his dantian. When he saw that the core in his dantian had turned completely black, he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. Breaking through to the second tier of the Saint realm in a month was a shocking speed. Although Yi Qinghan had only reached the first tier of the Saint realm, this was still a rocket-like speed. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and fell into deep thought. After a while, he did not wake the Yaoji up. Instead, he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the mysteries of space. He had seen the speed of battle qi cultivation. Now, he wanted to see if the speed of understanding the laws in here was really as the Yaoji had said. Was it really twice as fast as outside? The beautiful dream palace returned to its peaceful state. Although there was a man and a woman inside, they did not intend to disturb each other. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the carefree pavilion, Xiaohei was still in a deep sleep. However, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu opened their eyes at the same time. The moment they opened their eyes, a strange light flashed across their eyes. Elder Lu also sensed the condition of the two and opened his eyes. I feel like I've been cultivating for half a year after absorbing a tiny bit of the medicinal energy. My body feels a little different, but my cultivation level hasn't increased at all. What's going on, Grandpa Lu? After Yi Qingyu woke up, he started to check his own strength, but found that there was no increase at all, only a small increase in his divine power. Staying in the unfettered pavilion meant that he was constantly absorbing the deity energy in the divine pavilion. In other words, this seemingly powerful medial-grade god pill seemed to be completely useless? Yeah, me too. But I feel like my soul has become even more tranquil. This feeling is very good. Yu Qingsheng said after pondering for a bit. After half a year of cultivation, she seemed to have become even more ethereal. Her every frown and every smile inadvertently released a hint of holiness. I don't know the specifics either, but the energy and miraculousness of Zhongping Dan is definitely beyond your imagination. In the future, you will slowly feel the changes. At the very least, little Qingqing, even if you can't become a god, your lifespan will definitely be 1,000 years. Elder Lu stroked his beard and said with a smile, 1,000 years? Both of them were shocked. It should be known that the lifespan of an ordinary person in the continent was only close to 100 years. Even a martial sage could only live up to 200 years. Now, they could live up to 1,000 years after absorbing a tiny bit of the medicinal energy? Then, what kind of changes would happen to Xiaohei after he completely absorbed the divine elixir? Xiaohei? He will definitely complete his evolution within a few years, reach maturity, and become a real divine beast. Elder Lu chuckled and said confidently when he saw the two of them looking at Xiaohei in shock. Hee. If Xiaohei becomes a divine beast, will he be able to talk like that? Lord Jiu? Also, will he be very powerful? Yi Qingyu's eyes narrowed into slits when she heard that. She liked Xiaohei very much when he was summoned. It would be even more fun if he could talk. Talk? Of course he can. Once a divine beast enters the god tier, it will be able to talk. Furthermore, according to the level of a divine beast, he can also transform. Lord Jiu will only need one more breakthrough before he can transform into a human. However, Xiaohei is a very abnormal divine beast. It will take a long time for him to transform. Elder Lu seemed to be very familiar with Xiaohei. His tone was filled with love. He lowered his head to look at Xiaohei, who was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, his face was filled with fervor and respect. As for whether he will be powerful after he becomes a divine beast, I am not sure. After all, he is not an independent soul-devouring beast. He has become your brother's battle beast. However, there is one thing I am sure of. If he can awaken the innate ability of the soul-devouring beast, other than the Master God and Lord Devour, no other god-tier expert will be his match. He can even kill him easily. Including me. What? The two of them were completely shocked. Once he entered the god tier, he could kill any god tier expert with his innate ability? From what Elder Lu said, even if the Master God did not have the Lord's will, he could still kill him easily. He could even kill Elder Lu, who was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. What kind of innate ability was this? How could it be so abnormal? It is still too early to talk about this. Let's wait for Xiaohei to awaken his innate ability first. Elder Lu seemed unwilling to talk about Xiaohei. He did not explain further and said, "Let's go to Purple Island. Let Xiaohei refine this elixir." With the help of battle qi, Yi Qinghan finally stabilized his mental state. At this moment, his heart was calm as he immersed himself in cultivation. He knew that battle qi was insignificant after a martial artist reached the Emperor realm. A second-level Emperor realm martial artist who had comprehended the natural laws and created a powerful attack could easily defeat a peak Emperor realm martial artist. Thus, he stopped cultivating his battle qi and focused on comprehending the natural laws. He began to recall all the mysteries of heaven and earth. He began to recall the rainbow light and the terrifying purple lightning that had helped Yu Shishui become a god. He began to recall Lord Devour's giant hand outside Song City. He began to recall the painting of the beach in the rain. Slowly, in his mind, the sea that was calm at times and surging at times, the gentle breeze that blew at times, the raindrops that fell at times and stopped at times, and the sand pit that opened up and returned to its original state once again. As he was thinking, he suddenly opened his eyes. Then his pupils dilated rapidly. His face was filled with astonishment and shock. It seemed like a year and a half ago, he had looked at the painting of the beach in the rain. Other than that time when he could see and feel the painting clearly, he had no memory of the painting of the beach no matter how he thought about it after he was forced out of the painting. What happened now? Something was not right. It seemed like what he had seen before was a blurry scene. Why had it become so much clearer now? This place was too strange. It was too magical. Yi Qinghan did not dare to think too much. He was afraid that the memories in his mind would be erased. He immediately calmed his mind and tried to comprehend it again. As he tried to recall, a clear painting of the beach in the rain appeared in his mind. The sea surged and suddenly stopped. The wind blew and suddenly stopped. The rain fell and then disappeared. The sand pit opened and returned to its original state. Boom! Yi Qinghan looked at the incomparably clear painting in front of him. He looked at everything that had suddenly stopped. His mind suddenly sensed something. It was like a flash of lightning in the pitch-black night sky, flashing across the sky and illuminating the night. Stop. Space stop. Space stop. I understand now. Abruptly, Yi Qinghan laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with surprise and joy. His wanton laughter reverberated in the dream palace for a long time. You're so annoying. If you understand, then you understand. Is there a need to be so excited? You're making me unable to sleep peacefully. The sudden laughter woke the sleeping Yao Ji up. She pouted and muttered to herself before going back to sleep. However, the moment she opened her beautiful eyes, they were filled with admiration and amazement. Chapter 432. This place was truly mystical. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally understood why so many people wanted to stay here for a year or even a month. He had cultivated for a month, and his battle aura cultivation had increased greatly. Now, after comprehending for half a day, he had already comprehended one of the three major mysteries of space, the mystery of spatial stillness. Although he was only at the entry level and had only touched the door of the mystery, everything was difficult at the beginning. One was not afraid of the difficult path, but of not being able to find the path. Since he had already entered the entry level, all that was left was to continue deducing and verifying. Mastering the mystery of spatial stillness was a sure thing. Without wasting any more time, Yi Qinghan began to wholeheartedly deduce and verify. Every second in this place was incomparably precious. Inside the carefree pavilion, Xiaohei was still in a deep sleep, while Yi Qingwu had been refining the divine crystal. From the looks of it, she would not come out until she reached the Saint Realm. The Purple Island was very quiet. Elder Lu had brought Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingsheng to settle down on the Purple Island. Yi Qingyu had stepped into the god tier, but her progress was already very slow. The mysteries within the divine crystal were like the sea, while she had only comprehended a large river. Comprehending the god tier mysteries was the most important thing, so she did not enter the carefree pavilion to cultivate her divine power. Instead, she went into seclusion on the Purple Island. Other than playing the zither, Yu Qingsheng would stroll around the small valley by herself, feeling nature and the mystical rhythm of heaven and earth. Strangely, her position on the Purple Island had already surpassed Xiaohei's. The demonic beasts of the Purple Island regarded Xiaohei as a divine beast. However, they regarded Yu Qingsheng with affection. Every day, when she played the zither, almost all the high-level demonic beasts on the island would gather in the small valley and then slowly disperse. When they met Yu Qingsheng outside, they would also call out to her intimately to express their respect for her. The Fire Dragon continent was very quiet during this period. Other than some minor disturbances in the southeast of the demon race and the southwest of the House of Ares, there were no other major incidents. The Burning God Guards did not hesitate to expose a large number of soul slaves in the hidden city. They were constantly secretly capturing good-looking young men and women in two places. Although the House of Ares and the Demon God Estate had a large population, the disappearance of hundreds of people every few days still caused a commotion. In the beginning, this matter attracted the attention of Dragon City and Celestial Demon City. They sent a large number of experts to investigate, but once they investigated, it was easy to figure out the truth. However, not only did the House of Ares and the Demon God Estate not dare to cause trouble, they even took the initiative to help the Divine City suppress the matter. The Divine Lord Butcher had attacked the Yi family in the Hidden City without any scruples. Moreover, he had attacked Lord Devour's family. In the end, Yi Qinghan went missing, Yi Ruoshui self-destructed, and now she was brazenly trapping Tsang City. All the deity-level experts in the continent were scared out of their wits. They were worried that once they infuriated the deranged Divine Master, the First World Annihilation War would repeat itself. Although Dragon City and Celestial Demon City were secretly transferring good-looking young men and women, the sole slaves of the Divine City were everywhere. People were still disappearing every day, and the commotion continued. The deity-level experts of the House of Ares and the Demon God Estate were worried that if this continued, the entire House of Ares and the Demon God Estate would be in complete chaos. The people of Tsang City were also worried. The sky of Tsang City was still dark. It had been a few years, but there was still no light. The god-slaying guards had been living in the Tsang City Lord residence for a few years, but no one from the Yi family castle had come out. The sky of Tsang City no longer seemed to belong to the Yi family. However, tonight, a black shadow suddenly floated out of the Yi family castle. This black shadow was so fast that it did not attract the attention of the guards of the Yi family castle. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the streets and alleys of Tsang City. He left in the end. In the small pavilion behind the Yi family castle, Yi Baihu looked at Yi Qingyo, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. He exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with endless disappointment and loneliness. The clan leader is soft-hearted. If it were me, I would have killed this bastard long ago. What's the use of keeping such an ambitious person? Back then, he caused the death of little Yi Dao, and then tried to harm little Han several times. Now, the Yi family is in trouble, and he betrayed us. I'm so angry. The next time I see him, I'll definitely kill this bastard with my own hands. Yi Qingyo stood up with a thump. His eyes were frighteningly bulging, and his tears were cold. He was filled with killing intent as he paced back and forth in the room angrily. Sigh. Yi Jian is also a saint. If he wants to leave, we can't stop him. Alright. Brother Nyo, there's no need to be angry over this kind of traitor. Have you had a breakthrough recently? Do you think you have a chance to become a deity? Yi Baihu rubbed his temples. He had aged a lot in the past few years. Obviously, he was tired by the current situation of the Yi family and the trivial matters. Become a deity. After hearing this, Yi Qingyo stopped pacing. Instead, he turned around and looked through the door at the flat ground outside with the gentle moonlight. In fact, the back mountain of the Yi family couldn't even be considered a mountain anymore. The Divine Master's palm strike had almost flattened the back mountain, and the small pavilions were all built later. After a long while, Yi Qingyo let out a long sigh and said weakly, "That dragon became a deity 2 years ago, and the clan leader estimated that he'll become a deity in 5 years. As for me, I don't think there's any hope for me in this lifetime." Yi Baihu's eyes dimmed. He knew very well that at their age, their bodily functions were slowly declining. They were past their peak. Although the saint tier and the divine tier were only 1 tier apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. Saint tier cultivators belonged to the mortal tier. They were mortals who couldn't escape the shackles of heaven and earth and the cage of fate. On the other hand, the immortal tier had already changed their fate and obtained the recognition of heaven and earth. Their lifespan alone was 100,000 years, not to mention everything else. I wonder how little Han, little Wu, and the others are doing? Can little Han succeed? Yi Qingyo raised his gaze and looked into the distance through the faint shadow of the mountain. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and anticipation. Little Han. Yi Baihu's dim eyes suddenly lit up. His eyes were filled with anticipation and fervor. He knew very well that although most of the disciples of the Yi family were diligently cultivating, the Yi family wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being exterminated if they were to rely on themselves. So what if Yi Tianlong had become a deity? So what if both of them had become deities? Even if the Yi family castle had many geniuses, so what if a few dozen of them became deities every few decades? Who could defeat Master Divine Butcher? Who could save the Yi family? Yi Qinghan was the only one, because he had a divine beast and a freakish body fusion technique. They didn't know if Yi Qinghan could kill or defeat Master Divine Butcher with Xiao He and his body fusion technique after he became a deity. But apart from him, who else had hope? The Yi family castle was now a cage of death. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu had no other choice but to motivate the disciples of the Yi family to fight and cultivate diligently. If they didn't give them hope, a goal, and something to do, they were afraid that the disciples of the Yi family would either defect or go crazy before Yi Qinghan returned. I hope that little Han can really bring us a miracle. Otherwise, the Yi family will have no other choice but to be exterminated. Yi Baihu stood up and stood side by side with Yi Qingyo as they gazed at the eastern sky. Apart from helplessness, there was also hope in their eyes. The moonlight still shone like water, illuminating the entire land. However, the night in Song City didn't seem to be lacking in its beauty. Chapter 433. Yi Jian floated down the walls of the Yi family's castle and walked forward resolutely. There was no trace of nostalgia or regret in his footsteps. He knew that once he took the step, he would never be able to turn back. Although his surname was still Yi, he would never be a member of the Yi family, including his 3 sons. However, he still stepped forward resolutely. He was only 50 years old and had already cultivated to the sage realm. He was at the peak of his life. He did not want to spend the rest of his life in the damned condemnation cliff. He was used to being high and mighty. He was used to hugging his concubines and drinking morning tea. He was used to living a luxurious life. In front of the enchanted garden, Yi Dao's son had crippled his son and killed Yi Rong. Yi Tianlong was so angry that he imprisoned him in the condemnation cliff for 6 years. He tolerated it. With his stubborn attitude, he coincidentally broke through the sage realm and came out. However, not long after, he came back to this place again. This time, he might be imprisoned for the rest of his life. He was unwilling and extremely angry. However, he did not dare to run away. After all, he had to think for his 3 sons. Then, the Divine Master came and flattened the back mountain of the Yi family with one palm. He almost buried him alive and imprisoned the Yi family's castle. However, he did not run away. He did not know whether Yi Ruoshui was dead or alive. Therefore, he did not dare to run away. 4 years had passed and Yi Ruoshui still did not appear. However, he received a message from the god-slaying guards. Therefore, he did not hesitate and escaped without turning back. The night in Song City was very quiet. It was so quiet that it was a little depressing. The usually bustling streets were now empty. There was not even the sound of barking dogs. Yi Jian did not stop. He walked forward quickly and entered the governor's residence of Song City. The governor's residence was still the original governor's residence. It was still dignified and luxurious. However, he was not the master of this place. Yi Jian felt a little lonely as he looked at the familiar scenery and walked into the main hall of the mansion. There was someone in the main hall, but there was only one. A tall man stood with his hands behind his back facing the door. He seemed to be waiting for Yi Jian's arrival. "Greetings, god-slaying guard." Yi Jian hesitated for a moment. Finally, he bowed and cupped his hands respectfully. "Sit." The god-slaying guard turned his head over with a smile on his face. He pointed to the chair at the side and said indifferently. Although his expression seemed elegant, because of his bulbous nose bridge, which was like a garlic, when he spoke, it gave him an invisible, wild, and domineering aura. "My lord, where are my 3 useless sons? Did I do something stupid?" He actually had to trouble His Excellency to pass a message. "If it's serious, just help me teach him a lesson. There's no need to be polite." Yi Jian did not feel restrained at all and sat down very generously. The god-slaying guard had only sent him a voice transmission. "If you want to know about the situation of his 3 sons, come to the city lord's mansion for a chat." He knew very well that the divine city was using his son to recruit him, so he went straight to the point. Although he was asking about the safety of his 3 sons, his expression did not change in the slightest. His ambitious and ruthless temperament was unmistakable. Kiki, Brother Yi is too serious. Your 3 young masters are outstanding talents, and the massacre god guards admire them very much. I specially invited them to the divine city as guests and even gave them a big mansion, countless beauties, and elixirs. I value them very much. The god-slaying guard smiled faintly and did not say anything superfluous. He directly threw out an olive branch and said, "Of course, the divine city admires Brother Yi very much. I would like to invite Brother Yi to the divine city as a guest. I wonder if Brother Yi will give me face?" "Kiki, thank you for your kindness, my lords." Yi Jian let out a long laugh and cupped his hands. He had chased after power all his life, so he naturally understood the meaning behind the god-slaying guard's words. The god-slaying guard was clearly saying that his 3 sons were in his hands. If he went to the divine city, his 3 sons would be able to eat well, drink well, and have countless beauties and elixirs. If he did not go, humph, of course, Yi Jian was not forced by the god-slaying guard's secret threats. His expression was still calm as he said slowly, "Yi Jian has actually been longing for the divine city for a long time. I also have a lot of respect for the 4 lords and the divine master. It's just that with the Yi family's current situation, how could Yi Jian just ignore it? Moreover, Yi Jian's strength is slightly low. If he goes to the divine city, I'm afraid he will only make a fool of himself. Thank you for your hospitality." On the surface, Yi Jian's words seemed to be rejecting the god-slaying guard's invitation. However, when the god-slaying guard heard it, his smile became even wider. The corner of his mouth curled up, and his 2 big nostrils flared even more. He could hear the meaning behind Yi Jian's words. Yi Jian had been longing for the divine city for a long time, which meant that he wanted to join the divine city. By mentioning the Yi family situation, it was like being a prostitute and still wanting to maintain a chastity. It meant that he was very loyal and they could use him without worry. His strength was slightly low? Afraid of making a fool of himself? It was obvious that he wanted status and qualifications. Since he had a request, it would be easy. The god-slaying guard muttered to himself, but he did not continue Yi Jian's words. Instead, he brought up another matter. "My lords? Brother Yi might not know this, but there are actually only 3 guards in the divine city now. The god-slaying guard died in an accident some time ago. After that, the god-slaying guard chose a person, but the divine master was not very satisfied. Because of this, the 3 of us are very troubled. I wonder, Brother Yi, do you have a good candidate in mind? You only need to be a martial sage, but you must have a heart of respect for the divine city's divine master. You must be someone who dares to fight." The god-slaying guard's soul actually passed away? When Yi Jian heard this, his expression changed. Of course, it was not because of the god-slaying guard's death, but because of the divine city's generosity. The divine city was actually prepared to let him inherit the position of the god-slaying guard? One should know that for thousands of years, there were countless martial sages in the divine city. However, on the surface, there were only 4 guards of the divine city. Although the god-slaying guard was ranked last, his position was still incomparable to Gao Song. Even before he became a god, Gao Song would have to bow to him. Now, although he was not sure what the divine city's motive was, Yi Jian was prepared to seize this opportunity. His expression became calm again and he said with a hint of sorrow, "Lord God-slaying guard, Yi Jian was fortunate enough to see his heroic bearing once. I did not expect him to be a hero of his generation. Sigh, this is so heart-wrenching. As for the people that you mentioned, I know a few of them. I can recommend them to you. These few people dare to fight and they are also very respectful of the divine city. However, I do not know how to express their loyalty to the divine city." Bullfox. The god-slaying guard cursed in his heart. He had thrown out such a huge bait and Yi Jian was obviously very tempted. However, he was still so careful. He did not want to waste time and said directly, "The divine master values the 4 guards of the divine city very much. Brother Yi, I believe you know that the 4 guards of the divine city represent the divine city. Not only do they have to manage the divine city, but they also have to bring the Divine Master to patrol the world. Therefore, the Divine Master has stipulated that the God-slaying guards must plant a soul seed to express their loyalty. Soul seed? I'm afraid this will be a little difficult. Yi Jian's expression changed slightly. As expected, he did not guess wrongly. The Divine City indeed had a backup plan. He couldn't help but hesitate. After all, after planting the soul seed, he would be a soul slave for life, even though he would be a soul slave of a higher level. Brother Yi, don't be anxious. I haven't finished speaking. According to the rules set by the Divine Master, if you don't take up this position, you can remove the soul seed and obtain the position of an honorary elder of the Divine City. If the person that Brother Yi recommended doesn't want to take up this position, I can guarantee that he will be able to live in seclusion. His descendants will also be able to enjoy endless glory and splendor. The God-slaying guard looked at Yi Jian's gloomy eyes and gave him another dose of strong medicine. With such generous conditions, I think no one would reject it. I wonder if I have fulfilled the conditions of the Divine Master? Yi Jian thought for a moment and finally made up his mind. The current conditions had already far exceeded his requirements. Moreover, the moment he stepped out of the Yi family fort, he had already cut off his path of retreat. If he didn't know how to take advantage of the situation, he would really be a fool. The God-slaying guard laughed and stood up. He extended his hand to Yi Jian and said, of course, Brother Yi. Welcome to the Divine City. In the future, you will be the new God-slaying guard. I'm very honored. Yi Jian also stood up and held the God-slaying guard's hand. However, his eyes were drifting outside, towards the Yi family fort. The corner of his mouth revealed a cruel smile. Chapter 434. Ever since the Divine Master slapped the island a few years ago, it had been very peaceful. Moreover, because of the Divine Master's slap, tens of thousands of people died. He even ordered the island to participate in the prefecture battle. Countless people on the island began to feel that life was very fragile. They felt that they should enjoy every day. Therefore, the hidden island became even more chaotic. In the corners of the streets, on the beach, in the bushes, everywhere else, men could be seen twisting their bodies and women's moans could be heard. However, in the past few days, a major event happened on the hidden island. A major event that shocked the entire hidden island. The little princess of the hidden island, who was below tens of thousands of people, was slapped by the boorish man from the Yi family. He no longer messed around with innocent girls, and instead he directly disappeared. Just a few days ago, the emperor outside the hidden city sent news that their little princess, who had been in seclusion for 4 years, finally came out. Her realm had reached, the Sage Realm. This news shocked the entire hidden island. Many people even forgot about the women under them when they heard this news. They directly pulled out the dragon root and began to cheer and celebrate on the street naked. In 4 years, their little princess broke through from the second level of the Emperor Realm to the Sage Realm. How terrifying was this cultivation speed! Moreover, their little princess was not even 25 years old. Reaching the Sage Realm at 24 years old could be said to have broken the historical record. Of course, although they heard that the boorish man who slapped the little princess was also at the Sage Realm and seemed very young, they naturally excluded him. They began to cheer for the peerless genius that appeared on the hidden island. Countless people decided to barren for a year to celebrate the birth of a peerless genius on their hidden island. Island Lord, don't you want to see Ling? After Invakil received the news, he immediately rushed to the beach and told the Island Lord the news. However, he found that the Island Lord was still holding the fishing rod and continuing to fish. Thus, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's there to see? Didn't she mess around for so many years? She has already broken through the Sage Realm. Isn't this your fault?" The Island Lord said without turning his head. Then he said with slight anger, "If you accepted her back then, maybe the position of the #1 genius in the history of the Flame Dragon clan wouldn't have been given to that kid from the Yi family. However, it's all thanks to the Yi family kid slap. Otherwise, Ling would still be messing around." This. Invakil has watched her grow up and has always treated her as a younger sister. About that, It's not easy to make a move if we're too familiar with each other. Invakil said awkwardly with a slightly flushed face after being reprimanded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, Island Master, you said that if Linga were to cultivate seriously, she could even surpass Yi Qinghan? Yi Qinghan broke through to the martial saint level at the age of 21. His talent is too terrifying. It has nothing to do with talent. Have you forgotten how I picked up Ling 20 years ago? The island lord turned her head to look at Invakil, but her hand was still holding the fishing rod, without the slightest tremble. 20 years ago? Didn't you fish Ling back? Invakil asked with some doubt. The Hidden Islands island lord turned his head again and glared at him, angrily scolding, Idiot, is there anyone within 100 miles of here? A baby can float 100 miles in the sea? Yeah. Invakil slapped his forehead and looked even more embarrassed. He rolled his eyes and continued to ask, if it didn't come from the sea, could it have fallen from the sky? Pumph. You are asking too many questions. The Hidden Islands island lord gave him a meaningful look and turned her head to continue looking at the floats in the sea. Could it really be? Seeing the Hidden Islands island lord's eyes, Invakil was suddenly shocked and immediately covered his mouth with his hand. The Hidden Islands island lord's meaning was very clear. Yin Ling, had actually fallen from the sky. It was very obvious. Of course, no pregnant woman would go to the sky to give birth, so the only explanation was, after a long time, Invakil's mood calmed down, but he looked at the island in the east and said with some worry, Ling, has become so crazy in cultivating because of Yi Qinghan. If she continues to cultivate at this speed, I'm afraid that Yi Qinghan will be in trouble. Hee, that's their problem. Originally, before Yi Qinghan appeared, I had always placed my hopes on Ling. I hope that she can walk out of this dead well one day. Now it's even better. If any one of them can succeed, the Fire Dragon continent will be saved. However, I don't know if we can wait for that day. After the Hidden Island Lord finished speaking, he went completely silent. Invakil also secretly sighed and went completely silent. Time passed quietly in the Hidden City's men's heavy breathing and women's moans. The purple flower on the purple island had bloomed 3 times and withered 3 times. Hee, Sister Qingqing, Sister Qingyu, Sister Xiaowu have finally come out of seclusion. Hello, Grandpa Lu. In the small valley, a fiery red figure rushed out from the black light of the teleportation gate like a gust of wind. Her face carried a confident and excited smile. Her pure face and charming expression combined were full of unique charm. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu were extremely pleasantly surprised when they saw the light of the teleportation gate flashing. However, when they saw that it was Yi Qingwu, they were slightly disappointed. However, they still smiled and celebrated Yi Qingwu. Little girl, not bad. Being able to cultivate in seclusion for 4 years, at least your temperament is very mature. Continue to work hard and strive to become a god as soon as possible. The worry in Elder Lu's eyes also disappeared in a flash. He smiled and encouraged her. Yes, I will continue to work hard. Yi Qingwu looked at their expressions and vaguely guessed what was going on. Her mood suddenly became somewhat dull. She turned around and asked, Little Han, is there still no news? Sai, you must have seen that Xiao He is in a deep sleep and the training room has been sealed. It has been 4 years. I wonder how Qinghan is doing? Yu Qingqing sighed slightly and lowered her eyes. She looked a little downcast. Sister Xiao, I miss brother. How can brother be so cruel? He didn't even send me a message. Boo. Yi Qingyu, on the other hand, threw herself into Yi Qingwu's embrace and started bawling. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely be shocked. A deity-level expert's heart was actually so fragile. Little Han is really too much. At least he should have sent a message. Elder Lu also sighed deeply. There was a slight look of blame on his face. The small valley let out a deep sigh and fell silent again. Of course, it was not that Yi Qinghan did not want to send a message, but he could not. Half a year ago, he completely comprehended the profound mystery of stillness. This also shocked him once again. This place was really mysterious. In 3.5 years, he actually completely comprehended a profound mystery. Although this speed could not compare to the profound mystery of refining the godly skin, if the saint-tier cultivators of the continent knew about this, their eyeballs would definitely fall to the ground. In half a year, he once again began to comprehend the painting of raindrops on the beach. However, there was no progress. There were still two profound mysteries that he could not comprehend, and this made him slightly anxious. If he continued to comprehend without any progress, this precious opportunity would be wasted. Beauty Yao Ji, wake up. The sun is shining on your white buttocks. Your red string has fallen out. After comprehending for a few days, Yi Qinghan decided not to waste any more time. He prepared to watch a battle between experts and see if he could comprehend anything. If it really did not work, he would cultivate battle qi while comprehending the painting of raindrops on the beach. Thus, he decisively stood up and shouted at the beautiful body on the bed. Are you going to die? Annoying little man, are you trying to scare me to death? After a while, Yao Ji lazily straightened her body. Under the watchful gaze of Yi Qinghan, she stretched her waist, revealing her curves. However, the miraculous thing was that the light muslin seemed to have some kind of magic attached to her body and did not fall off. Moreover, that little red string did not slip out even after such a violent shaking. It was as if the string had grown roots underneath. I was having a battle with a strong man in my dream, but you woke me up. You're so annoying. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Yao Ji's beautiful eyes were half closed. Her infinite charm and seductive words completely stunned Yi Qinghan. Hee, what's the use of being strong? A man needs good marksmanship. I strongly recommend our Yi family's overlord spear to you. Yi Qinghan pressed his lower abdomen with one hand and pushed his buttocks forward as he smiled evilly. Then, he saw Yao Ji open her beautiful eyes and look at him playfully. He did not dare to play around anymore and hurriedly got down to business. I want to watch a battle. Of course, 2 is fine too. In your dreams. Tell me, what level is the battle? Yao Ji glanced at him and smiled. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a dazzling light. He said with slight excitement, I want to watch a battle between an expert who has comprehended the law of space and a peak fire heavenly god with willpower. Moreover, he must win. Chapter 435. A space law expert against a fire heavenly god with willpower? He wants to win? Yao Ji thought for a moment, then lifted her head and said, What you said is very general. There are many types of willpower, strong and weak. If you don't explain it clearly, it might affect your viewing experience. Strong and weak willpower? I'm not sure how strong they are. How do you differentiate them? Yi Qinghan was shocked and a little anxious. He had wanted to use this battle to study how he could kill Master God Butcher. If he could not completely imitate Master God Butcher's strength, he would have lost his original intention. You are talking about the willpower of a material plane, right? This depends on how big your material plane is. The bigger the material plane, the stronger the Lord's willpower. You can describe the size of your material plane, and I can estimate the strength of the willpower. Yao Ji's beautiful eyes were full of smiles, as if she could guess what Yi Qinghan was thinking. Right, my continent is about the size of a city in the immortal world, right? Of course it is a small city. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed, and he repeated Elder Lu's words. This material plane is considered a lower middle plane, and the strength of its willpower is only average. Basically, any divine champion would be able to defeat him. Are you ready? Do you want me to demonstrate it to you now? Yao Ji nodded, understanding. She looked at Yi Qinghan, as if waiting for his response. God General? Wait. Yi Qinghan was shocked to hear this. He waved his hand and said, Yao Ji, you are mistaken. I want to see a heavenly god, not a god general. This is very important. God General? Yi Qinghan had wanted to simulate his battle with Master God Butcher. He had not even reached the heavenly god level yet, so what was the point of watching a god general fight? Yao Ji suddenly laughed out loud, her entire body glowing. She said in a mocking tone, Heavenly god level? Hee little man, are you dreaming again? Even if you are an expert who has just reached the god general level, you cannot defeat a heavenly god with willpower, let alone a heavenly god. A heavenly god with willpower is invincible. You are so silly and adorable. What? Yi Qinghan was stunned. He was not in the mood to watch the enchantress's twisting body. His face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Invincible at the same level? Master God Butcher was invincible at the same level? Then what was the point of doing it? Could it be that he had to cultivate to the Divine General Realm to be able to kill him? The Divine General Realm. Elder Lu had said that it was basically impossible to break through to the Divine General Realm in the material plane. Could it be that he had to first cultivate to the Divine Realm, then think of a way to cultivate to the Divine General Realm, and then think of a way to return to the Fire Dragon continent? Let's not talk about whether he could succeed or not. Even if it was feasible, how long would it take? Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of a problem. He was also invincible at the same level. Body fusion was an invincible skill at the same level. Yi Qinghan was confused. Both of them were invincible at the same level, so who would be the one to kill who? Temptress, can you explain how this will attacks? This is very important to me. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and decided to ask this awesome woman in front of him. Hee little man, I'm not obligated to answer your questions, but who asked you to be so adorable? I'll explain it to you once, but don't do it again. The enchantress blinked her big eyes and laughed lightly. Actually, will is also a type of spatial law, but it cannot be comprehended. It can only be bestowed by heaven and earth. Once you become the lord of this material plane, you will receive the acknowledgement of this material plane and be able to use the spatial power of this material plane to attack. Ordinary mortal realm martialists would be turned into ashes under the pressure of the spatial power. Although divine realm martialists have divine realm martialists, they are too weak. Under the spatial power, self-preservation is a problem, let alone attack. Only martialists with the divine general realm can barely resist the will. Do you understand now? Although Yi Qinghan understood, he felt even more bitter in his heart. The enchantress' explanation was very clear. Under the will, divine realm martialists could not even move. So what if he had the body fusion skill? If he could not move, how could he attack? Not to mention the spatial lock and the spatial stillness that he had comprehended not long ago. The spatial lock and spatial stillness only used the nearby spatial power. However, if the Divine Master Butcher used his will, he would be using the spatial power of the entire Fire Dragon continent. This was equivalent to him using a small river to resist the Divine Master Butcher's sea. Elder Lu had said that martialists with the aura of the Fire Dragon dimension would have their strength reduced by half under the attack of the Divine Master Butcher's will. He finally understood now. That was because martialists from the Fire Dragon dimension were a part of the Fire Dragon dimension. Therefore, the Divine Master Butcher could easily use his will to suppress one's strength. There was no way out? Could he go to the Divine Realm only after he reached the Divine General Realm? The problem was, would the Yi family still exist when he reached the Divine General Realm? Yi Qinghan had always known that the Divine Master Butcher would definitely find trouble with the Yi family. However, he had always restrained himself from thinking about it. The reason he had come to Purple Island was to let the Divine Master Butcher know that he was still alive. He knew very well that as long as he was still alive and in the Fire Dragon continent, the Yi family would not be completely annihilated. However, what if the Divine Master Butcher was sure that he had gone to the Divine Realm? Don't be anxious, Yao Ji. Let me think about it. My mind is in a mess now. After a long time, Yi Qinghan felt that he had fallen into a dead end. His mind was in a mess. He could only smile bitterly and cup his fists at the Yao Ji. Then, he sat down on the floor in a desolate manner. He held his head with both hands and started to think. The Yao Ji only smiled faintly and did not say much. She closed her eyes slightly, as if she did not see the desolate expression on Yi Qinghan's face. She had no intention of meddling. If he did not reach the Divine General Realm, he would not be a match for the Divine Master Butcher. If he reached the Divine General Realm, he would have to go to the Divine Realm. If he went there, the Yi family castle would probably be barren. Then, what was the point of him cultivating? Yi Qinghan fell into a vicious cycle of thoughts. The Yao Ji's explanation made him completely lost. Originally, he thought that he was very powerful. He had the divine beasts, the body fusion skill, and could instantly kill any expert of the same level. He was invincible. He thought that as long as he broke through to the divine realm, he could easily kill all the heavenly gods of the Fire Dragon continent and kill the divine Master Butcher. Now that he thought about it, it was such a joke. It's useless. The members of the Yi family will die in the end. What's the point of me cultivating? I might as well die of old age on Purple Island. Soul-devouring beast? Soul confusion? Instant kill of the same level? What's the point? If I can't kill that Baldy, what's the point of using a few more divine beasts and divine skills? After thinking hard for a long time, Yi Qinghan still felt that he had walked into a dead end. He scratched his head and murmured absent-mindedly. His delicate face was filled with bitterness and confusion. He did not know what to do. He had completely lost his direction, soul-devouring beast. Yi Qinghan's soft murmur suddenly woke the Yao Ji from her sleep. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a fiery light bloomed in her beautiful eyes. She suddenly stood up and shouted nervously, "Little man, did you just say that you have the soul-devouring beast?" Chapter 436. Yao Ji's delicate cry woke Yi Qinghan from his stupor. His slightly dazed eyes swept over as he nodded and subconsciously said, "That's right, I do have the soul-devouring beast, but so what? It's still useless." "Are you sure you have the soul-devouring beast?" The light in Yao Ji's eyes grew even brighter. This time, she clearly used her divine power, causing Yi Qinghan's ears to ring. "That's right, what's wrong?" Yi Qinghan was startled. Only then did he completely wake up. He said with some astonishment. He was secretly puzzled. Could it be that this soul-devouring beast was famous in the God realm? To be able to shock this awesome woman to this extent? Yao Ji's expression became incomparably serious as she asked solemnly, "What does that soul-devouring beast look like? What's so special about it?" "It's very small. It's completely black and has a single horn on its head. It hasn't matured yet, but it's already at the level of a sacred beast. As for what's special about it? Oh right, it was able to communicate with me through the soul a long time ago. Also, we have the fusion skill, soul confusion. It can instantly kill someone of the same level." Yi Qinghan began to explain in detail. When he thought of Xiaohei, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Single horn? Soul confusion? Yao Ji's expression became more and more serious. She didn't wait for Yi Qinghan to finish and interrupted. "Tell me how you got the soul-devouring beast and what happened afterwards. Tell me everything. If you can satisfy me, I will do my best to help you with one thing, or make love with you once." There's such a good thing? Yi Qinghan's eyes widened when he heard this. When did this woman become so generous? However, he became vigilant. Why was Yao Ji so worried about Xiaohei? Could it be that she was plotting something? Thus, he began to ponder. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. Yao Ji was eagerly waiting for Yi Qinghan to speak. When he became silent, she glanced at him with hidden bitterness and said, "Little man, why are you hesitating? Do you think I would harm you? Since you were able to obtain the soul ring and enter the illusory palace, you are already considered to be related to my master. Besides, as long as the illusory palace doesn't appear, I won't be able to leave this place. What are you afraid of?" "This, all right." Yi Qinghan thought about it and agreed. No matter what, he was someone who possessed the divine sword soul ring and carefree pavilion. It could be said that he was closely related to the Soul Emperor. Moreover, wasn't the invincible Lord Devour protecting Xiaohei? What was there to be afraid of? First, he would get the benefits promised by the enchantress. Thus, he started to tell her about how he had gotten the soul ring and how he could summon Xiaohei because of the ring. He didn't even conceal Lord Devour. Of course, he wanted to use Lord Devour to suppress Yao Ji. Giggle. After Yao Ji finished listening, she did not speak for a long time. Then, she suddenly laughed out loud. A moment later, she lowered her head and lowered her eyebrows, crying silently. Her pitiful expression made Yi Qinghan's heart ache. "What's wrong? Yao Ji?" Yi Qinghan was stunned. He hurriedly stood up and asked in confusion. "Good, very good. Diawu, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You even saved her from purgatory. That's great. Giggle. A trace of joy flashed in Yao Ji's eyes. She mumbled softly, then stretched out a lily-white hand and gently wiped away her tears. After a moment, she turned her head and looked at Yi Qinghan. Her face was like a pear flower after a rain, and it was even more charming. She smiled charmingly. Little man, you're very good. You're very good. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it's within my capabilities, or as long as you want me, I can satisfy you. Gulp. This, Yi Qinghan was stunned again. This happiness seemed to have come a little too suddenly. He couldn't accept it. He could get her just like that? Could it be that the news he was about to tell her was so important? Yao Ji had said that she would only give him this chance if he cultivated to the second heaven god realm within 10 years. How could he get it so easily? Of course, he only felt a little excited in his heart, but he quickly gave up on that thought. Although he really wanted to have sex with this incomparably charming woman, was it more important than the lives of the several thousand members of the Yi family? As such, he asked excitedly, I want to kill the lord of our realm. Do you have any way you can help me? Kill the lord? That's a serious crime. Sigh, forget it. With her around, it should be fine. Yao Ji frowned slightly and murmured to herself. She then began to seriously consider this question. After a long time, she sighed. You said that he's a peak fire heavenly god, so strictly speaking, you have no chance of killing him. Even if the soul-devouring beast breaks through to the god realm and learns its innate abilities, it's still impossible unless you reach the divine general realm. Otherwise, you have no hope. No hope? Yi Qinghan's eyes dimmed when he heard that there was no hope again. He shook his head and said dejectedly, If I don't go to the god realm, can I reach the divine general realm? You can't. As expected, Yao Ji's answer was very straightforward. However, Yao Ji's next words jolted him awake. Of course, you still have one way. If you can succeed, it might be possible. What way? Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled as he hurriedly asked. Watch a battle and learn a profound mystery of the law of space. You might have a chance of beating him. Of course, this is not absolute. I estimate that you only have a 50% chance of winning. Moreover, you only have 7 years in the Dream Palace, so the chances of you learning this profound mystery are very low. Yao Ji said helplessly, So I advise you not to waste this opportunity. How about we change it to something else? For example, give you a divine weapon? Or maybe I can play with you. I guarantee that I can make you forget all your troubles. What profound mystery of space? Is it that hard to learn? Yi Qinghan didn't even look at Yao Ji as she began to twist her body again. He wasn't in the mood to think about such things. It's a profound mystery of space that I know can resist willpower. Absolute space domain, but it's a mid-grade profound mystery that requires the fusion of 3 fundamental mysteries of space. Little man, the more I think about it, the more I feel that it's impossible. Forget it, change it to something else. As Yao Ji spoke, she also felt that it was somewhat impossible. If Yi Qinghan could fuse 2 profound mysteries, he would be able to become a god. Now, he was being asked to fuse 3, absolute space? Yi Qinghan fell silent after hearing this. He pondered for a long time before he finally raised his head and asked seriously, Fuse 3? Yao Ji, can I fuse any 3 profound mysteries of space? That's true. The fusion mysteries of the supreme laws of space can be fused at will. Of course, it's much more difficult to fuse them than elemental laws of space. Little man, I still feel that you don't have to be so stubborn. When the time comes, you might just waste your time. Yao Ji sighed helplessly. I insist. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly burned with a raging fire. He decided to take the gamble. Whether he succeeded or failed, he would leave it to the heavens to decide. At least he still had a chance, so he naturally wouldn't give up. He looked at Yao Ji and said resolutely, I'll apply this request of yours to this battle simulation. Please activate it for me. But since you insist, I'll fulfill my promise. I'll let you have a good experience of this battle without going against Master's rules. Of course, What you can comprehend in the end will depend on your luck. Little man, I wish you good luck. Yao Ji let out a long laugh and suddenly waved her hand. A formless wave was generated, and the gentle light on the walls of the entire dream palace suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire palace in a snow-white light. Chapter 437. After a burst of strong light, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes, only to find that the surrounding scene had changed. The palace had disappeared, and he was standing in the air. Below him was a cliff, and in front of him was a vast and boundless sea. The cold wind was whistling, and the waves were turbulent, constantly beating against the rocks, splashing water everywhere, making a deafening sound. This, Yi Qinghan tried and found that he could fly freely in the air, and the scenery around him was completely real. When he landed on the edge of the cliff, it felt like he was really stepping on the ground, and when he approached the sea, the waves beat against his body, drenching him, as if he had really been sent to the seaside. Little man, don't be surprised no matter what happens. I can guarantee that you are absolutely safe here. You can feel at ease. Good luck. The enchantress's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and Yi Qinghan was slightly relieved. If this place was completely real, when he watched the battle, would he be killed by the two masters in seconds? Standing at the edge of the cliff, Yi Qinghan slightly closed his eyes. The biting cold and salty sea breeze blew against his long hair and robes, causing them to flutter. The sound of the waves crashing against the rocks rang in his ears, but Yi Qinghan acted as if he didn't feel or hear it. He began to adjust his mind to the best state, ready to watch an earth-shattering battle. Just as his mind gradually calmed down, a song came from afar. The song was a little old, and the voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard in the roar of the waves. You are like the clouds in the sky, I am like the birds in the clouds, accompanying and relying on each other, bathing in the wind, you are like the water in the lake. I am like the flowers in the water, I am in love with each other, playing with the moon's shadow, why meet and separate in the world, what are the joys and sorrows of the world, I hope to be with you for a long time, don't be short-lived. Yi Qinghan secretly thought that it was a good song, and opened his eyes to look. As far as the eye could see, a small boat was riding on the waves. There was someone on the boat. It was a black-robed old man. The old man held a green wooden stick in one hand and a pot of wine in the other. He stood on the boat in a very relaxed manner. The small boat quickly moved through the densely packed black reefs and white foam. It swayed up and down along with the huge waves. It moved through the countless piles of reefs in a very relaxed and fast manner. This person is very strong. He's a spatial expert. His spatial fluctuations can actually sense things that are still? Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed. He was secretly shocked. If it was an expert passing through the waves alone, an Emperor Realm expert would be able to do it. However, to control a small boat to travel through the waves so recklessly was something even he couldn't do. His battle chi circulated in his eyes as he locked onto the black-robed elder's figure and continued to follow him. The old man's expression was very relaxed. He held the wooden stick in his left hand and lightly slapped it against the small boat. From time to time, he would take a sip of wine with his right hand. The waves around him didn't touch him at all. It was as if there was an invisible force around him that caused the waves to automatically move past him. It's very strange. If he had activated his god's domain, the waves shouldn't have been able to hit him. But if he didn't activate his god's domain, how did he do it? Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with doubt. He had seen a God Realm expert activate their god's domain before. Even a peak God Realm expert couldn't move within their god's domain, let alone these waves. The waves outside the god's domain couldn't enter the god's domain at all. But now, this person was very mysterious. The waves could naturally drift past him, but they couldn't touch him at all. Moreover, he was like a fish swimming in the water. It was very natural and not forced at all. Yi Qinghan pondered as he locked onto this person. All of a sudden, the small boat that this person was on came to a stop. As his boat came to a stop, the waves nearby also stopped churning. The wind stopped blowing and the sound of the waves suddenly stopped as well. It was as if the surrounding space had come to a standstill. In the distance, there was an incessant whistling of the sea breeze, as well as a continuous surge of waves. However, the moment they came within several tens of li of the black-robed elder, they automatically came to a stop. Spatial stillness. Yi Qinghan could tell with a single glance that this was the usage of spatial stillness. He had spent 3.5 years to comprehend this not too long ago. However, it was definitely not as powerful as the black-robed elders, who could encompass an area of several tens of leagues. Just then, a person suddenly floated over from afar. This person was dressed in a long white robe, and there were raging flames beneath his feet. The area within several tens of li around him was illuminated in red light. It was as if he was standing on a flaming cloud, and his aura was extremely domineering. Wherever he passed, the seawater below him would be vaporized, and water vapor would rise up, making his monstrous aura even more powerful. The two of them did not waste any words. The white-robed elder's expression was gloomy as he waved his hand, and a red light flashed in front of him. The red light spread out like lightning, directly extending towards the black-robed elder. What was even more shocking was that wherever the red light passed, the frozen space of the black-clothed man shattered one after another. The cold wind continued to blow, and the waves in the air crashed down with a loud rumble, creating large splashes. Fire elemental mysteries? Yi Qinghan's eyes were wide open, and he stared at the two of them without blinking, afraid that he would miss a single thing. As the two of them moved, the world shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. The scene was extremely shocking. The red light quickly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it was several li in front of the black-robed elder. However, the black-robed elder's expression did not change. He pointed the white bamboo stick in his hand at the space in front of him, and a ripple-like fluctuation radiated out from the bamboo stick. The red light in front of him was swept by this ripple, and was once again fixed in midair. Under this fluctuation, the entire sea instantly returned to its calm state. This is spatial lock. Yi Qinghan's eyes shone brightly. He was very familiar with this spatial lock, and he was also very familiar with it. However, it was obvious that this person's spatial lock was much stronger than his. He had no way of locking onto the seawater of an entire sea. How much energy would be required to do that? The white-robed elder seemed to be really angry. With a cold snort, he suddenly closed his eyes and spread out his hands. At that moment, the flames under his feet surged even more fiercely, and the water vapor that rose up from below completely covered his figure. His surroundings were all white. Abruptly, a rainbow-colored cloud suddenly began to condense above his head. Then, this rainbow-colored cloud became bigger and bigger, and its color constantly changed, illuminating the surrounding 100 li in a colorful manner. At this moment, the sky suddenly became windy. This wind was extremely strong, and it came from a distance and from all directions. It was like thousands of galloping horses, and it gathered behind him. The wind was originally formless, but at this moment, the wind seemed to have a form and color. After the black-clothed man spread his hands, it was as if he had summoned thousands of soldiers and horses. The surrounding sky changed color in an instant, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Even Yi Qinghan felt a kind of oppressive and suffocating feeling. My will is irresistible. The white-robed elder opened his eyes and shouted. As he shouted, the rainbow-colored cloud above his head disintegrated, turning into particles of various colors of dust. Then, together with the strong wind behind the white-robed elder, they formed a terrifying rainbow-colored airflow, covering the sky and earth, and roaring forward. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if the whole world was pressing down on him. Anything in front of this rainbow-colored airflow would be like mud, and it would be directly annihilated, turning into particles of dust and smoke. As far as the eyes could see, wherever the rainbow-colored airflow passed, the entire space was left with a vacuum. There was nothing left. The monstrous waves disappeared, the huge reef disappeared, and everything between heaven and earth disappeared, leaving only a blank space. It was like a colorful picture had suddenly appeared with a touch of pure white. This feeling was very uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that it made people want to vomit blood. The power of the will is actually so terrifying. Yi Qinghan felt as if his heart was about to jump out, but he did not feel any discomfort in his body. He did not have time to sigh, and quickly locked his eyes on the black-robed elder on the small boat. He wanted to see how he was going to break the final strike of heaven and earth. However, as soon as he looked, his eyes suddenly brightened, and on his face, a hint of ecstasy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 438. On the boat, the black-clothed man faced the terrifying seven-colored air current. His expression didn't change at all. His eyes were cold, and his expression was arrogant. He was like a general in front of an army of thousands of men and horses, but also like he was in the middle of a violent storm, unmoving. The wind howled and the clouds surged in front of him, but the boat was as still as a boulder. It was very strange. The seven-colored air current rapidly swept past, and the white vacuum in the sky gradually expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the boat. The cruel smile on the white-clothed man's face became even more obvious. His eyes flashed, as if he was waiting for the boat and the black-clothed man to be swept by the air current and turned into dust, turning into the white in the sky. The black-clothed man finally moved. He stretched out a hand and gently lifted the white bamboo staff. His feet moved on the boat, lightly dancing. His movements were very gentle and elegant. He was like a beauty under the moon, dancing gracefully in front of the moonlight plum blossoms. This staff technique, this footwork. Xianxia's eyes emitted a cold, star-like light as he watched the black-clothed man use strange footwork and dance gracefully on the boat. Of course, Xianxia's face couldn't even be considered a beginner in the law of space. He hadn't even completely comprehended the 5 profound mysteries, let alone become an expert. However, he could vaguely feel that there was a trace of wonder contained within. In his eyes, every time the black-clothed man took a step, the space around him would tremble. Then a ripple would spread out. Every time the black-clothed man waved his staff, it would cause the space around him to tremble, leaving behind cracks that looked like white lines. And these ripples and cracks actually intertwined with each other, forming a strange pattern. This pattern was like the ripples on the roof of the free and unfettered pavilion. It was very awkward to look at. Furthermore, it was constantly moving and combining, as if it wanted to form something special. After the black-clothed man took 108 steps and swung his staff 108 times, his body suddenly stopped without any warning. From movement to stillness, it was so abrupt, as if he had never moved at all. As his body stopped, the ripples and white cracks in the air also stopped at that moment. Then, he suddenly smiled and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He softly said, "Absolute domain." Buzz. The ripples and white cracks in the air suddenly collapsed at that moment, turning into black dust particles that wandered in the nearby space. A moment later, a black light shield appeared out of thin air beside the black-clothed man. It was dark inside the light shield, as if it was shrouded by a black fog. Nothing could be seen clearly, but outside the light shield, a cold black light was emitted. The colorful airflow whizzed past, and the seawater and reefs in front of the black light shield disappeared one after another. Just as it was about to reach them, the black light barrier suddenly changed. The light barrier that was originally in the shape of a goose egg suddenly turned into a large sword. Instead of retreating, it advanced and silently charged towards the seven-colored air current that had a terrifying aura of destruction. The light in Xianxia's eyes shone even brighter, but he narrowed his eyes even tighter, leaving only a small gap. He stared at the black sword in front of him with an extremely nervous expression. The black sword and the colorful air current finally collided, but there was no super big explosion as expected. There was no strong shock wave, and even, there was not a trace of sound. As far as the eyes could see, the black sword twisted in a strange way, like a small fish swimming against the current. In the colorful air current, it constantly swayed its tail and shot forward. What shocked Xianxia and the white-clothed man was that when the seven-colored air current with a terrifying aura entered the black light shield, the black mist inside started to churn. It was as if a monster had opened its mouth and devoured the seven-colored air current. The seven-colored air current that entered the black light shield disappeared in an instant and turned into black mist in the end. The white-clothed man looked at the black sword that was shooting towards him silently and quickly. It was particularly prominent in the white sky, and there was no sound at all. It felt so strange. His expression finally changed. Without hesitation, he opened his hands again, and the colorful clouds began to gather above his head again. Behind him, endless cold wind began to gather. My will is irresistible. Go. This time, the white-clothed man condensed his will into a huge seven-colored sword. He faced the silent black sword in front of him, giving tit for tat. His momentum was majestic as he whizzed forward, wanting to smash the black sword into pieces. The two swords were hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters wide. One of them had a monstrous aura and emitted colorful divine light. The other one was silent, and it had a touch of pure black. They passed through the white paper like vacuum like lightning and collided head-on. The tips of the two swords quickly collided, but there was still no violent explosion, no rebounding, and no sound at all. Instead, the 200 giant swords actually intersected with each other. The seven-colored giant sword directly pierced into the black giant sword. The seven-colored divine light shone brightly in the black, while the black smoke dimmed at this moment, as if it had lost its momentum and was about to vanish into thin air. Ha! No one can resist my will. Seeing this, the white-clothed man laughed wildly. Raging flames appeared under his feet, and he looked insufferably arrogant. This, Yi Qinghan also frowned slightly, and he was a little confused. Didn't they say that the spatial expert would win? Why did this absolute domain seem to be useless? Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly shrank, and a ray of light burst out from his eyes again. He looked extremely excited. Although the black fog in the black sword in front of him seemed to be annihilated by the colorful divine light, it was like a centipede that died but did not fall down. It kept rolling as if it was struggling on its deathbed. However, as time passed, the black fog did not dissipate, and instead, it became more and more. The colorful divine light seemed to be constantly swallowed by the black fog and gradually decreased. In the end, it turned into pure black. The magnificent colorful divine sword disappeared, and a silent black sword stood alone in the sky. It stood there quietly, like a giant beast that could only devour souls. It opened its faint eyes and looked forward coldly. Absolute domain, in my domain, it is absolutely invincible. So what if you have willpower? A cold voice came from the huge black sword. Then, the huge sword slid across the sky like a bolt of lightning, silently swallowing the terrified man in white. Then, the huge black sword abruptly stopped, still standing horizontally in the sky. Absolute domain is actually so powerful? Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with shock. A super expert with will had been silently beheaded just like that. This absolute domain really had the ability to resist the will of a lord. Hum. The black sword finally let out a slight hum, and then it began to change shape, slowly turning into a light shield in the shape of a goose egg. The black fog in the light shield also slowly disappeared, and the figure of the black-clothed man slowly appeared. The white cracks and spatial ripples that were intertwined in the sky also appeared. The cracks and ripples began to twist, and then they began to slowly disintegrate, and finally disappeared completely. Ripples? Cracks? Intertwining? Fusion? Decomposition? Yi Qinghan did not care about the black-clothed man. He jumped down from the sky and continued to drive the boat forward. Instead, he stood on the cliff in a daze, his eyes confused, and his expression absent-minded. He kept muttering something as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 439. Buzz. The scenery around them suddenly began to disappear. The sea disappeared, the sky disappeared, and the cliffs disappeared. The scenery around them began to transform into the beautiful dream palace. I wonder if this little man will be able to comprehend something? Jia Wu is really too much. So many years have passed, but she is still so stubborn. Sigh, everything will depend on the will of the heavens. On the jade bed above the illusory palace, the enchantress looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing quietly in the hall with a perplexed look in his eyes. He seemed to be deep in thought. She let out a deep sigh, turned around, and fell into a deep sleep. As for Yi Qinghan, it was as if he was possessed. He stood quietly in the main hall. Sometimes he would remain silent, sometimes he would mutter a few words. Sometimes he would frown and sometimes he would smile. He just stood there as if he was thinking about something. Zhenjing. On the Purple Island, the sound of a zither once again rang out. This time, the sound of the zither was not as loud as before. Although the sound of the zither was not very loud, it resonated throughout the entire Purple Island and into the ears of every magical beast. At this moment, the magical beasts that were running suddenly stopped running, the magical beasts that were tearing at their prey stopped biting, and even the prey that was struggling and howling in pain stopped resisting. All of the magical beasts and living creatures stopped moving when the zither sounded, and closed their eyes to listen. As the rhythm of the zither became faster and faster, countless trees on the Purple Island actually began to gently sway. Perhaps it was normal for a single leaf to sway, but for an entire cluster of leaves, or even all of the leaves on the Purple Island, to sway in a rhythmic manner, that was very shocking. Sister Qingqing, after becoming a saint, the laws of divine sound have become so terrifying. I think that even if you were to face an army of thousands, with a zither in your hands, Sister Qingqing would be able to easily defeat them. As the song ended, everyone's eyes lit up, and Yi Qingyu cried out in surprise. Hee, Sister Qingqing, the laws of divine sound are too powerful. If you become a god, I'm afraid that even Xiao Yu and I would not be a match for you. Yi Qingwu went into seclusion again for a period of time. Just a few days after she came out, she discovered that Yu Qingqing had already broken through to the saint realm. Her cultivation speed was shocking, and her divine sound arts were incomparably mystical. This law is a special law related to the soul. Of course it's powerful. Little Qingqing, work hard in your cultivation. The attack power of this law is extremely strong, especially against the soul. This is comparable to Little Han's body fusion battle technique. Elder Lu stroked his beard and praised. However, he soon realized that he had said something wrong. Sure enough, when the three of them heard the three words Little Han, their expressions became downcast, and it was obvious that their moods had worsened. It's been 6 years, and there's still no news from my brother. Sob sob. Yi Qingyu's tears were the shallowest, but when she thought of this, she couldn't help but cry again. Xiao Yu, don't cry. It's okay, it's okay. Little Han is definitely cultivating. How could there be any danger in the carefree pavilion? Perhaps he's made up his mind and won't come out of seclusion until he reaches the immortal level. Yi Qingwu hurriedly consoled Yi Qingyu. However, as she spoke, even she herself couldn't believe it anymore. After all, no matter how much he cultivated, it was impossible for him to cultivate for 6 years without stopping. Now, he hadn't even sent a voice transmission, Zhengjing. Yu Qingqing didn't say anything. Instead, she started to talk about the zither again. However, it was obvious that her mind was in a mess. The sound of the zither was very unstable, and there was a burst of noise. Sigh, you guys? Elder Lu was embarrassed. He was just about to console her when his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed in surprise, 3 people have come to the island? They seem to be from your Yi family. People from the Yi clan? 3? The 3 of them looked at each other, and a trace of joy appeared on their faces. Yi Qingwu was the most excited. She jumped up and grabbed Elder Lu's robe. Grandfather Lu, is it my grandfather and the others who have come? When Yi Qinghan left the Yi family, he once said that Yi Qingyo and the others could come to the Purple Island to meet them in the future. So many years had passed, but she hadn't seen them. Yi Qingwu thought that something had happened to them, so she was a little restless during this period of cultivation. No, one of them seems to be Little Han's uncle. I'm not sure about the other 2. Elder Lu shook his head and said with a smile. Yi Jian? Let's go and have a look. Yi Qingwu was immediately disappointed. However, she was still a member of the Yi family, so she could ask about the situation of the Yi family. So she stood up and beckoned them to go out of the small courtyard. Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then followed. Elder Lu waited for a while before quietly following them. On the beach outside, Yi Jian, Yi Quan, and another elder of the Yi family, Yi Qiu, were pacing around the beach. They all knew that Yi Qinghan was inside, but they didn't dare to go in. After all, Yi Jian knew very well what kind of terrifying demonic beasts were inside. Swish. Just when Yi Jian was hesitating whether he should go in slowly or not, 3 figures appeared in the sky. It was Yi Qingyu and the others, but Elder Lu didn't show up. Xiao Wu, Xiao Yu, Qingqing, I finally found you. Yi Jian's face was filled with joy, but it immediately turned into a bitter expression. Greetings, first uncle, elders. Of course, the 3 of them didn't know that Yi Jian had become the new Godslayer guard. Although they were unhappy with Yi Qinghan because of Yi Jian, they didn't have a falling out with him. They could only bow slightly. First uncle, why didn't my grandfather and the clan leader come? Yi Qingwu asked anxiously after bowing. Sigh. They wanted to come, but they couldn't. Yi Jian's face was very gloomy. He let out a long sigh and looked around. He said anxiously, Qinghan, why didn't Qinghan come out to see me? If he doesn't come out, your grandfather, father, and elder White Tiger will be in danger. Not to mention them, the entire Yi family is in danger. What? Yi Qingwu felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body trembled and tears gushed out of her face. She quickly asked, what happened to my grandfather and the others? First uncle, tell me quickly. Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing's faces were also tense. They knew very well that Yi Qinghan cared about the Yi family and Yi Tianlong very much. If something happened to the Yi family, Yi Qinghan would definitely be very sad. It's all because Yi Qinghan stole the divine sword and caused the death of the elder ancestor. Now the Lord God has sealed Song City and the Godslayer guards are guarding it. There are fewer and fewer people in Song City now. It's going to become a dead city. The people in the castle are anxious. If this continues, the Yi family will be destroyed because of Yi Qinghan sooner or later. Yi Quan, who was standing next to Yi Jian, said. He looked slightly angry and unfriendly. I've received news that the Lord God's mood is becoming more and more unstable. I'm afraid that Qinghan will come out again. If we don't hand over the divine sword, he will attack the Yi family. I'm afraid that father and the 2 grand supreme elders will be the first to bear the brunt. Yi Jian said. He looked sad and worried. Hearing that, Yi Qingwu and the other 2 were a little anxious and panicked. They didn't know what to do. Seeing that, Yi Jian's face became serious and he shouted, Xiao Wu, why don't you ask Qinghan to come out? I know where the divine sword is. As your first uncle, can a divine sword be compared to the lives of father and the others? Can it be compared to the lives of thousands of members of the Yi family? The life and death of the Yi family are in his hands. Hurry up and ask him to come out. I'll talk to him. Chapter 440. Although Yi Qingwu was slightly relieved to hear that Yi Qingyo and the others were safe for the time being, she became anxious again when she heard that they were in danger. She looked at Yi Qingyu and the others, and finally gritted her teeth and said helplessly, Little Han, we can't find him, we can't see him. He hasn't contacted us for several years. What happened? Where did he go? I'll go find him. Yi Jian was dumbfounded when he heard this, and his expression became even more anxious as he said, If you don't find him, the Yi family will be in real danger. No one can find him, uncle. Don't worry, Yu Qingqing said. Although she looked worried, she wasn't as anxious as Yi Qingwu. Qinghan is in seclusion, and no one can enter that place. We can't send him a sound transmission either. If he doesn't come out, no one can find him. We haven't heard from him for 6 years. Is this true? Yi Jian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He could easily see that these people weren't lying, and the 3 of them nodded at the same time. He couldn't help but sigh and said, This matter is troublesome. You have to think of a way to inform him. If he comes out, tell him immediately. If he still cares about the kindness of the Yi family, tell him to go to the Plum Blossom Villa outside the hidden city. I will wait for him there. After saying this, Yi Jian sighed and left with a wave of his sleeves. The 2 elders next to him also snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu comforted Yi Qingwu a few times, and walked into the valley with Yi Qingwu, but Elder Lu didn't show up. My lord, why didn't you capture those 3 girls just now? As long as we capture them, we can quickly leave the island, and Yi Qinghan will definitely be lured out. Outside the Purple Island, Yi Jian and the others were flying quickly towards the hidden island when Yi Quan suddenly asked. Idiot! Yi Jian, however, turned his head and cursed. Then he said slowly, first, Yi Qinghan might really be in closed-door training. 90% of what the three girls said is true. Secondly, the two of you have low cultivation bases, and the three of them have sealed their meridians. However, I can sense that Yi Qingyu has definitely become a deity. Do you have the confidence to take down a deity? So many people from the Divine City have died on the Purple Island. I reckon that if we make a move, there will be no survivors. Then what should we do? Wouldn't it be hard to answer to the massacre god guards if I return like this? Another elder of the Yi family said worriedly. After Yi Jian became the new Godslayer guard, he secretly pulled out the two most loyal elders of the Yi family, Yi Quan and Yi Qiu. Of course, both of them were implanted with soul seeds and served the Divine City. Yi Jian smiled coldly and continued, it is impossible for Yi Qinghan to stay in closed-door training forever. As long as he hears the news, he will find a way to come to the hidden city or contact me. As long as he leaves the Purple Island, our mission will be completed, and the Yi family will be saved. This little bastard has caused so much harm to the Yi family. Even if he dies 10,000 times, he will not be able to atone for his sins. The three of them stopped talking and continued flying towards the hidden island in the distance. Grandpa Lu, did you hear it just now? You said that my grandpa. Is what Yi Jian said true? Will my grandpa and the others be in danger? As soon as they entered the small valley, Yi Qingwu saw Elder Lu sitting quietly inside. She felt as if she had found her pillar of support, so she quickly walked over and asked. Qingcheng and the others also followed in, looking at Elder Lu nervously. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. If little Han doesn't come out, it's useless for you to be anxious. What you need to do is to work hard and improve your strength. When the time comes, you will be able to help little Han resolve this crisis. Of course, Elder Lu had heard the conversation just now and understood that it was probably true. However, he did not express his opinion. Instead, he encouraged the three of them. Yes. Yi Qingwu understood what Elder Lu meant, but she still sat on the wooden chair beside him with a dazed look on her face. She seemed to be in a mess. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingyu sat down in disappointment. Although they understood that Elder Lu was right, they still could not calm down for a while. Sigh. Although Elder Lu did not care about this matter, he also felt a little melancholic after interacting with them for so long. Hello, three beautiful ladies. Old dear, when your face turns black, it's too ugly. At this moment, a sudden voice suddenly sounded in the small courtyard, startling the few of them. Elder Lu's expression changed immediately. Just as he was about to pull out his metal rod, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed, and he stood up with a smile. He looked at the transportation portal in the corner of the small courtyard. Yu Qingcheng and the others were also stunned. They stood up in a panic and followed Elder Lu's gaze. The golden transportation portal of the unfettered pavilion suddenly flashed with a golden light. From the black hole in the middle, a black small beast with smiling eyes walked out on its hind legs. It stood upright with its head held high and its chest puffed out. Xiaohei. Yi Qingyu was overjoyed when she saw it. She quickly ran over to hug it. However, Xiaohei grinned and jumped away. He said, "Beautiful lady, don't touch me. I am a male. Don't you know that men and women should not touch each other? I used to be young, but now that I have grown up, you can't hug me. I will be embarrassed." Yi Qingyu was startled, but Yi Qingwu and the others beside her burst into laughter. Yi Qingwu was amused by Xiaohei's mischievous behavior. She temporarily forgot her worries and exclaimed, "Xiaohei, you have finally become a divine beast." Xiaohei is right. We can't treat him as a beast anymore. He can speak human language, but he is even more adorable. Please don't use adorable to describe me, the great Xiaohei. You can say that I am very handsome or have a very charming temperament. Although I have not yet transformed, I have already entered the mature stage. I can be considered a little handsome guy. Xiaohei stopped moving and walked a few steps on the square table with his chest puffed out. He had a serious expression on his face. Xiao Hei's words and expression caused everyone present to be amused, and they burst out into laughter. Xiao Hei's ascension to God and his mischievous words made the others feel better. A burst of laughter and playful laughter floated in the little valley. Little Black, has your innate mystical ability awakened? Elder Lu suddenly asked with an expectant look on his face after they had been fooling around for a while. That's right, Grandpa Lu said that your innate magical power is very powerful. Xiao Hei, tell us about it. How powerful? Yi Qingyu looked lovingly at Xiao Hei and asked at the same time. I, Lord Xiao Hei, am a powerful soul-devouring beast. Of course my innate magical power is powerful. It can even be described as shocking. I am afraid that I will scare you if I tell you. However, I have not finished comprehending it. Furthermore, I have just become a god, so I need some time to stabilize. I will tell you when I am done comprehending it. Xiao Hei raised his head proudly. After a moment, he grinned and said mysteriously with his head lowered, just you wait. When boss comes out of seclusion, I will definitely give him a big surprise. You have to work hard too. When boss comes out, we will give him a surprise. A trace of anticipation flashed in the eyes of the three of them at the same time. They secretly made up their minds to cultivate hard and give Yi Qinghan a surprise when he came out. No. This spatial fluctuation, spatial lockdown, and spatial stillness can't be fused, right? These are three different kinds of profound mysteries. Or, no interweaving? Combination? In the dream palace, Yi Qinghan was still standing there foolishly. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were glazed over. He kept muttering to himself. He had been standing there foolishly for 2 years, thinking about the absolute domain that the black-robed man had used. He kept thinking about it in his mind, but he could not fuse the three profound mysteries together. It seemed like he would never be able to take a step into this door. This little man is really persistent. It has been 2 years, and he still hasn't crossed the threshold. Sigh, this precious time has been wasted. Yao Ji, who was lying on the jade bed, would occasionally open her eyes and release her divine sense to check on Yi Qinghan's condition. However, she would return disappointed every time. She would sigh helplessly and go back to sleep. Chapter 441. Ripples and fissures interweaving? Fishing net? Still not right? Yi Qinghan stood in the main hall for 2 years, but he didn't feel anything at all. He still thought that he was still standing on that cliff. He was completely immersed in his comprehension, forgetting time and forgetting everything else. He knew that this was his only chance. Success or failure depended on this. Whether or not the thousands of members of the Yi family could be saved depended on this comprehension. The black-robed man's absolute domain was very clear. Every step was very complete and very slow. Moreover, after the battle, it was even broken down once. Most importantly, he could clearly see that the black-robed man's absolute domain was formed from the fusion of the three major profound mysteries of space that he had comprehended. He knew that the Yao Ji had fulfilled her promise and allowed him to comprehend the fusion of profound mysteries to the fullest. It was just that 2 years had passed, and he had been constantly simulating the black-robed man, constantly deducing and experimenting. However, he hadn't fused a single strand of the three major profound mysteries. He hadn't even crossed the threshold of profound mysteries fusion. Just like comprehending spatial stillness, the fusion of profound mysteries was tens of thousands of times more difficult. However, as long as he could fuse a single strand, as long as he could cross the threshold, he would eventually succeed. If those ripples represented spatial fluctuations, and the fissures represented spatial locking, then what does spatial stillness represent? What function does it have? How can the ripples and the fissures fuse? Yi Qinghan deduced step by step, constantly calculating and simulating in his mind as if he were in a frenzy. 1 year later, his blurry eyes suddenly brightened, and the scene in front of him returned to the illusory palace. Clearly, he had awakened from his comprehension. I still can't. I'm the #1 genius in the history of the continent. What kind of *T genius am I? With such heaven-defying opportunities and such good conditions, I can't even cross the threshold of a mere fusion of profound mysteries. I'm the F** king #1 trash of the continent. Yi Qinghan sat down powerlessly, a self-deprecating smile on his face. He held his head in his hands, his expression incomparably bitter. 3 years had consumed a lot of his energy. Most importantly, he hadn't made any progress in fusing the profound mysteries. This made his heart feel very tired and powerless. "Ha, little man, you look like you've suffered a blow?" Yi Qinghan's strange state startled the Yao Sala who was on the jade bed. She opened her eyes and looked at Yi Qinghan who was sitting on the floor, his face filled with bitterness and depression. A trace of pity flashed in her eyes, but she smiled and consoled him. "Don't be discouraged. This absolute space domain is a middle-level profound mystery. You haven't even completely comprehended the basic profound mysteries, much less the elementary profound mysteries. Asking you to comprehend this mid-rank profound mystery is actually forcing you to do it. Let alone you, even many divine generals can't fuse with this mid-rank profound mystery. So, it's not shameful that you can't fuse with it. It doesn't matter if it's embarrassing or not. As long as I can protect my family and kill the divine master butcher, I will not hesitate to kill him. I'm willing to embarrass myself 10,000 times. Enchantress, thank you for your help. You're a good person. I only hate myself for being so stupid. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint many people." Yi Qinghan raised his head and looked at Yao Ji's bewitching face and incomparably enchanting body. However, he didn't have the slightest trace of the burning desire that he had before. He wasn't in the mood. When he thought about how he would be transported out of the illusory palace a few years later, facing the expectant gazes of Yu Qingqing and the others, his heart became extremely heavy. "Good person? Only you would say that I'm a good person. To think that we, the bewitching and dancing concubines, were famous for being venomous beauties in the divine world. Tens of thousands of divine realm experts died in our hands. Little man, you actually said that I'm a good person?" The Yao Sala looked at the increasingly depressed Yi Qinghan, but she didn't console him. A trace of craftiness flashed in her beautiful eyes. She giggled, and her soft, boneless body also began to sway along with her coquettish laughter. The 2 towering peaks on her chest trembled continuously, and the movement of her body formed a wonderful melody. Especially the red rope on her small waist. It was like a red snake, constantly wriggling on her snow-white waist and the green grass below. It brought an astonishing visual pleasure and a fatal aura of temptation. It was obvious that the Yao Sala saw that Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood, so she intentionally changed the topic. She even used her fatal weapon to help Yi Qinghan walk out of his depressed state of mind. As expected, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up as the Yao Sala's body twisted. The depression and bitterness in his eyes disappeared, and in its place were 2 dazzling rays of light. However, his eyes were fixed on the red rope wriggling on the grass, and he kept muttering, "Red rope? Wriggling? Little man, do you like this red rope of mine very much? Actually, let me tell you a secret. This red rope of mine is not an ornament, but a unique and wonderful item of our demon race. Of course, if you want to know what's so wonderful about it, you may only know when you get me, The Yao Sala saw that Yi Qinghan was staring at her red rope, and her expression was incomparably excited. She could not help but wriggle even more happily, and even proudly introduced her red rope. However, to her embarrassment, after a moment, she found that Yi Qinghan did not seem to hear her words, and only stared foolishly at the red rope. I understand, wrong, all wrong. Just when the enchantress was feeling a little puzzled, Yi Qinghan suddenly stood up with a thump. Then he laughed out loud in ecstasy. His eyes rippled with a strange splendor and a bright light shone. Ignoring the baffled enchantress, he said in a carefree voice, "Red string tie. The stillness of space is the link. The ripple and the crack must have a link. Yes, that's it, After saying that, Yi Qinghan did not care about anything else, and sat down alone. Just like that, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. This little man. The Yao Sala laughed awkwardly, but her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Qinghan's handsome face with some hidden bitterness. Originally, she had thought that Yi Qinghan had been seduced by her charm, and had even been showing off for a long time. However, she now realized that this was not the case. Yi Qinghan was not listening to her show-off at all. How could she endure this, however? In the next moment, her star-like eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and anticipation. From the looks of it, this little man seemed to have gained some sort of enlightenment. Who knew if he would give her a pleasant surprise in the end? Diawu, although I don't understand what you're trying to do, I hope you're right. This little man is indeed top-notch in all aspects, but I don't know if he'll be able to. Man proposes, God disposes. We can only leave everything up to fate. The seductive expression on the Yao Sala's face had long since disappeared and was replaced by a desolate expression. She lazily turned around and rested her head on her jade-like arms as she continued to sleep. That's right, that's right. The stillness of space acts as a link, connecting and interweaving with each other. Only then can one truly fuse, the absolute domain. I've finally fused a bit and have finally stepped through the door. Slaughter. Just you wait, I'll use that big bald head of yours as a chamber pot one day. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan once again opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He softly muttered a few words, then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Chapter 442. The continent, which had been peaceful for several years, started to become restless again. Divine Master Tu's perverted hobby became more and more serious. The burning god guards had no choice but to mobilize soul slaves. They started to capture young men and women from the House of Ares and the demon god residents. The decisions made by the House of Ares and the demon god residents had some effect in the beginning. However, as more and more people went missing, more and more direct descendants of large families went missing. This matter could no longer be hidden, and the two residences started to become chaotic. The House of Ares and the demon god residents were the first to erupt. The first place to erupt was Linwu City, a small city southwest of the House of Ares. During a secret capture operation, the soul slaves here accidentally captured the daughter of the city lord. The city lord was enraged and sent a large number of experts to intercept the Divine City's team outside the city. However, the Divine City's team was too strong, so they didn't take action immediately. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Countless small families and ordinary people in Linwu City were enraged. Seeing the city lord who had been suppressing his anger, they immediately found their backbone. A large number of martial artists and ordinary people surrounded the Divine City's team outside Linwu City. The leader of the team was a Peak Emperor Realm emissary. Facing the curses of countless people and flying rotten eggs and stones, he finally made a stupid decision. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a stupid decision. Kill them all. A Peak Emperor Realm expert led a dozen or so Emperor Realm experts and pounced at nearly 1,000 people like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. Amidst the flashes of swords and blades, the city lord of Linwu City and several other Emperor Realm experts were instantly killed. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Then a tragedy started. Under the powerful martial force, ordinary martial artists and ordinary people couldn't resist at all. The cruel massacre began. Outside Linwu City, corpses were everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Nearly 1,000 people were killed in half an hour. The Divine City emissary's eyes were bloodshot. He actually wanted to kill everyone in Linwu City to prevent the news from leaking. Therefore, under the leadership of more than a dozen Emperor Realm experts, nearly 100 emissaries rushed into Linwu City and began an inhumane massacre. Fortunately, a Sage Realm expert happened to pass by and angrily intervened, saving tens of thousands of people in the city. Then the entire city erupted. Several thousand people began to head towards Dragon City, demanding for Dragon City to give them an explanation and give them justice. Chaos swept through like a plague. In just a few days, the number of people heading towards Dragon City increased from a few thousand to tens of thousands, and then to hundreds of thousands. Not only that, this commotion even spread to the eastern side of the Demon God Manor, instantly engulfing the entire Demon God Manor. Countless demons roared as they gathered in the Heaven Demon City, requesting to see the demon god to investigate the whereabouts of their missing children. Within half a month, the entire House of Ares and the demon god residents were in chaos. Countless evil citizens began to smash and loot. The two residences were in a state of chaos. Faced with the massive chaos, Sky Fae City and Dragon City could only try their best to appease them. As for the 5 families of the House of Ares, they maintained their silence. However, countless families of all sizes participated. A month later, several 100,000 people gathered outside Dragon City. All of their expressions were impassioned, and a great riot could break out at any moment. Dragon Bastard had no choice but to personally come forward. However, he was unable to give a reasonable explanation and was unable to suppress the crazed crowd. In the end, he could only announce the truth and point the finger at God City. He even brought out sufficient evidence. This caused an even greater commotion. The sacred land of the continent, the God City in the hearts of countless people, was actually secretly abducting their children? However, with countless evidence and the support of countless large families, the majority of the troops began to head towards God City. Furthermore, more and more people arrived. Many experts from the common people also joined in, and they began to conquer God City. A few Moon Queen, high up on the God Mountain, that majestic God City was surrounded by countless demons and humans. Curses, cries, and shouts resounded non-stop outside God City. Countless people shouted for the God Lord to come out, for him to give a reasonable explanation, for him to kill the true culprit and give them justice. The God Massacre Guards were anxious, the God Burning Guards were anxious, and the tens of thousands of envoys of God City were anxious. This was because a riot had started in God City. Outside the Immortal Massacre Pavilion, Immortal Burning Pavilion, and Master God Pavilion, the citizens of God City had surrounded them. Although the God Massacring Guards had immediately closed the gates of the Divine City and sent countless guards to guard the city walls, outside the Immortal Massacring Pavilion and outside the Divine Master Pavilion, they didn't dare to make a move. Under such circumstances, once a spark was ignited, a great riot would be triggered, and God City might be reduced to ruins. Millions of demons and humans, as well as hundreds of thousands of citizens of the Divine City, would all be killed in an instant. Most importantly, the Divine City would be reduced to ruins, and the prestige of the Holy Land that had existed for thousands of years would be reduced to nothing. Just as the God Massacre Guards were about to enter the Master God Pavilion with the Burning God Guards to seek instructions from the God Lord, a shrill laughter rang out in the entire God City. A shrill laughter rang out across the entire God City. Then, a man wearing a red robe and a shiny bald head suddenly appeared in the sky above the God City. He was none other than Divine Master 2. The citizens of God City saw their God again, and all of them quietened down. The millions of demons and humans outside the city also saw the God Lord, who had brought them peace and stability, and they also quietened down. More than 1,000,000 pairs of eyes locked onto the tall man in the sky, waiting for him to speak and explain. However, 2 didn't say a word. He just stood proudly in the sky, and his black and red eyes scanned the ant-like crowd below him coldly. He laughed maniacally, and his sharp voice reverberated across the sky. The millions of people below him felt their eardrums hurt, and their bodies trembled. Then he suddenly made a strange move. He closed his eyes and extended his hands. As he extended his hands, the sky above God City suddenly changed color. A rainbow-colored cloud appeared above his head, and the wind suddenly started to blow on the God Mountain. Countless black clouds and fog started to float in from all directions, gathering above God Lord 2's head rapidly. A huge pressure enveloped the entire God City, and a boundless chill started to spread throughout the God City. Many of the millions of people below began to feel fear, but many of them blinked and looked strangely at the bald man in the sky. They didn't understand why God Lord 2 didn't explain, and instead created a miracle. Could it be that he still wanted to rely on tricks to make them continue to strengthen their faith in him? Stop pursuing this matter? But in the next second, they realized that they were wrong. Kiki, those who defy my will, die. As God Lord 2 laughed maniacally, the rainbow-colored cloud and the black cloud in the sky disappeared. In their place was a huge golden palm that was dozens of kilometers long. The palm shone with golden light, white lightning, and a suffocating pressure. The golden palm brought with it an aura that could destroy everything. It slammed down like lightning towards the dense crowd outside the city, towards the millions of demons and humans. Boom! At that moment, the entire God Mountain started to shake. The tall, majestic city walls started to collapse, and the wide, flat glory plaza in front of the city became a bottomless pit. A huge cloud of dust rose into the air, covering the sky, the sun, and the pale faces of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city. God Lord II had used one palm to give the people of the Fire Dragon continent an explanation. He had used millions of lives to give them a bloody explanation. Chapter 443. Saber Emperor, Spear Emperor, Xue Shiwen, and Yu Shishui are here to see you, Lord. After the giant golden palm landed on the divine city, a few uninvited guests came to the dark forest. They teleported to the dark forest from all over the residence of gods of war and knelt down outside the dark castle. Their faces were filled with pain, and their expressions were getting colder. Swoosh! After a while, the space behind the five rippled, and four figures appeared out of nowhere. Two of the four were tall and muscular, with a big king character on their foreheads. The other person had a slightly ferocious appearance, revealing a few eerie fangs in his mouth, making him look extremely terrifying. The other person was a woman. She had a charming appearance, but there were fine hairs on her jade-like hands. The four demonic gods of the demonic god mansion are here to see you, Lord. The four looked at Dragon and the others. They didn't say much, kneeling in unison and shouting. The six barbarian god elders are here to see you, Lord. The hidden turtle is here to see Lord Devour. After a while, the six barbarians of the barbarian god mansion and the island owner of the hidden island had teleported. The seven of them didn't say much, kneeling in front of the dark castle. Then, they kept silent and waited in silence. Divine Master Tu's palm strike had completely frightened and shattered the hearts of the god-level experts on the continent. It had also caused them to be completely bitterly disappointed. 1 million people, 1 million lives. He had slapped them down without hesitation. He had killed them all in just a blink of an eye. God Lord II was crazy. The first thought that came to the 15 people's minds was that God Lord II had lost his mind. They began to feel fear. If God Lord II dared to kill 1 million people, he would kill 10 million people, even billions of people on the continent. Endless fear and despair caused their souls to tremble. They felt a chill that came from the depths of 9 hells purgatory. Eventually, they thought of one person, the one who could save them, the one who could save billions of people on the continent. The king of the dark forest, the king of the flame dragon continent, Lord Devour. However, half a day had passed, and the dark castle was still quiet. The castle's gate was still closed, as if there was no one inside. Or, they couldn't hear their shivering voices or their screams from their souls. 1 day had passed, and the castle's gate was still closed. 15 people were still kneeling outside the castle with dark faces. 3 days had passed. 5 days. The castle gates finally opened, and Lord Jiu leisurely walked out in a gray suit. Lord Jiu. The 15 people present became spirited at the same time. They cupped their hands in greeting and called out excitedly. Madame Jiu didn't have her usual elegance. Instead, she said indifferently, "Everyone, get up. Sir said that you don't have to kneel." "Ninth mistress, what did mistress say?" The corner of Saber Emperor's eyes twitched. It seemed as if he had a bad premonition. So, he asked in a trembling voice. "Sigh." Madame Jiu sighed deeply. Of course, she knew why these people had come to kneel. She said in a low voice, "Madame has said that it is useless even if you kneel until you die. She has asked you to disperse. Who will definitely not make a move. Who would absolutely not make a move." These words echoed in the ears of the 15 people. Their faces sank at the same time, and the bitterness in their eyes became even stronger. The Saber Emperor's mouth squirmed a few times as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he couldn't say anything. Although they had already expected this result, they still found it hard to accept. Divine Lord II's insanity and Lord Devour's indifference had made their hearts sink in pain. At this moment, they felt like they were sitting on a small boat in a storm, swaying with the wind. They were so helpless that they could die at any minute. Sigh, the real calamity of the fire dragon continent is coming. The demon god with some fangs in his mouth from the demon god mansion heaved a long sigh. He stood up and didn't say anything, directly teleporting away. The other 3 Yao gods exchanged glances, shook their heads, and teleported away. Ancient barbarian god, please give us your oracle to guide your people on how to get through this extermination crisis. The 6 barbarian gods who looked like 6 super gorillas crouched on the ground, praying sincerely. Then, with a dark face, they teleported away. Island Master, is it the end of the continent? The withered spear emperor turned his head to look at the hidden island lord. His wrinkled face twitched continuously as he looked at the hidden island lord, who was wearing a straw raincoat, with the last trace of hope in his eyes. Yu Shishue and the others also fixed their eyes on the hidden island master. The sword emperor was dead, and the hidden island master was the one who was closest to the peak of the heavenly god realm. Even though they knew that if Lord Devour didn't do anything, the continent would fall under Divine Lord 2's demonic claws. If Divine Lord 2 continued his madness, it wouldn't be long before the fire dragon continent was completely annihilated. Perhaps, but what can we do? We can only wait. The hidden island master raised his bamboo hat, an indescribable look in his eyes. The 5 of them looked at the hidden island master suspiciously, not understanding what he meant. We can only wait for one person to become a god. If he can't do it, then we can all prepare to die together. The hidden island master looked to the east and said indifferently, a trace of hope in his eyes. Yi Qinghan. Yu Shishue and the Saber Emperor looked at each other and called out simultaneously. A trace of hope ignited in their hearts. Even though they didn't think that it was very likely, at least, there was hope. Milord, are you really not going to care? On the rooftop, the 9th lady stood behind Lord Devour. After a long silence, she finally asked. She was also a member of the Fire Dragon continent. Even though she was a magical beast, she had become a god 1,000 years ago and had human emotions. She felt terrible seeing the continent in trouble. Why do I have to care? Lord Devour was still as cold as ever. His voice was completely emotionless as he lay on the bench. Tens of millions of people die in the god realm every day. Do I have to care? Do you really think I'm a savior? This world is one where the weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are respected. If a person wants to survive, they can only become stronger themselves, not rely on others. I can save them once, but can I care for them forever? Agio, do you still not understand? I understand. The 9th lady answered bitterly. She understood the reason, but how could she let go of her feelings? After a while of silence, she asked again, Milord, when are you going to the god realm? How long will you be gone? There are still 3 years until the Palace Master Challenge that happens every 1,000 years. After 3 months, I'll go to the god realm to see my old friends. I guess I'll be back after 3 years. Lord Devour looked at the sky, speaking emotionally. You'll leave in 3 months? So soon? The 9th lady was a little surprised. She thought that Lord Devour would leave after 3 years. She didn't expect that he would leave after 3 months, and he would leave for 3 years. Her face changed several times as she said nervously, Milord, do you have anything to leave for Milord Xiaohe and Little Han? Xiaohe, didn't I give him the thing? You don't need to tell him that I'm leaving. Moreover, it's safe for him to stay in the Fire Dragon Plain. When Lord Devour heard Xiaohe's name, he was a little bewildered. Then, he said coldly, as for Yi Qinghan, you tell him not to leave the Purple Island. As the Snow Deer tribe is here, his life won't be in danger. If he were to leave, he would be seeking his own death, and he can't blame anyone else. Sigh, I got it. The 9th lady grimaced. She thought that Lord Devour would leave something for Yi Qinghan to save his life before he left for the god realm. She didn't expect that it would be just one sentence. She and Yi Qinghan had met a few times, so she had a vague understanding of his temperament. If the Yi family fort were to suffer a calamity, would Yi Qinghan cowardly hide in Zidao and not come out? If he got out and Lord Devour wasn't here, who could protect him? Chapter 444. After that palm strike, the continent fell completely silent, as still as a pool of stagnant water. It was frighteningly still. The entire continent fell silent, retreated, and lowered their heads. Only the golden-robed envoys could be seen everywhere, and the increasing number of disciples of Brother Chun continued to laugh and clamor in every city and every inch of land on the continent. No one dared to cause trouble, no one dared to curse openly, and no one dared to cause trouble. The deep pit on the divine mountain, the surging envoys of the divine city, and the people who were constantly being slaughtered. It made them realize one fact: sometimes it was better to live lowly, numbly, and fearfully than to die. At least, there was hope if they lived, but there was nothing if they died. The citizens of the divine city stopped running. Was there any meaning in running or not running? Ever since the Lord God had struck the continent, the envoys and soul slaves of the divine city had brazenly taken control of all the cities in the 3 prefectures and 1 island. The continent was completely enveloped by the Lord God's fiery red robe, and there was not a single pure land left. Faced with the large number of envoys and more soul slaves traversing the continent, the 5 great clans fell silent, Dragon City fell silent, Hidden Island fell silent, Demon God Mountain fell silent, Barbarian Valley fell silent. Countless people began to flee. They fled from the city, fled from the crowd, ran towards the savage mountain range, towards the misty valley, towards the deep mountains, towards the desert, and towards countless secret places. Since there was no pure land, they decided to create a pure land, to create a paradise that belonged to them. Countless people began to mutilate themselves, and they began to make their children mutilate themselves. In order to avoid being captured by the divine city, in order to survive, they began to scratch their handsome faces and skin that they were so proud of. They began to break their small hands and legs, and they began to make themselves look like beggars. They were extremely ugly and smelly. The sky of the entire continent had become extremely dark. In their murky eyes, the sun hanging high in the sky was no longer as hot, warm, and radiant as it used to be. In the back mountain of the Yi family, Patriarch Yi Qingmiu's and Yi Baihu's turbid eyes blazed after Yi Tianlong's figure suddenly appeared. A 7-colored cloud had already gathered in the sky above the mountain behind the Yi family a month ago, and a bolt of purple lightning had also descended. It was only today that Yi Tianlong came out of seclusion. After 8 years, Yi Tianlong had finally become a god. Green Ox, White Tiger, thank you for your hard work. Yi Tianlong, on the other hand, didn't show much joy on his face. Instead, he smiled a little shamefully at the 2 before walking to the main seat and sitting down. He waved his hand at the 2 and said, "How's the situation with the clan right now?" "The situation is very bad." Yi Qingmiu's eyes darkened and he did not speak, but Yi Baihu laughed bitterly and said, "Yi Jian has defected and become a god-slaying guard of the God City. 1/3 of the clan has defected with him." God-slayer guards? Hee, I didn't expect this beast to be so capable. Yi Tianlong wasn't overly surprised when he heard this. He was silent for a long time before he sighed and said, "Pass down my orders. All defectors are to be banished from the Yi family forever. Also, remove the lockdown. If anyone still wants to escape, let them go. Don't stop them." "Clan leader!" Yi Qingmiu cried out involuntarily in shock, but after a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only stomp his foot and turn around. "Alright." Yi Baihu naturally understood what Yi Tianlong meant. Their hearts were no longer with them, so there was no point in keeping them alive. Besides, if some of them escaped, they would at least leave some descendants of the Yi family. Although they could no longer be considered pure descendants of the Yi family, they at least still had the blood of the Yi family flowing in their veins. "Green Ox, don't be angry. I have news of Xiao Han and Xiao Wu. They're fine and safe." Yi Tianlong paused for a moment, then looked at Yi Qingmiu and said with a slightly excited expression. Yi Qingmiu and Yi Baihu's eyes lit up when they heard this. Yi Qingmiu turned around and said nervously, "Really? Where are they? How are they now?" "Z Island." Yi Tianlong pointed to the east and suddenly set up a god realm. "They're all fine. Xiao Yu has become a god, Xiao Wu has broken through to the Saint Realm, Qingqing has also broken through to the Saint Realm, and that soul-devouring beast has become a god not long ago. As for Xiao Han, he's also fine. He's currently cultivating in seclusion. What? The two of them were shocked at the same time. They hadn't seen each other for 8 years, but they'd both made such huge breakthroughs. Yi Qingwu refining godhoods to break through to the saint realm and Yi Qingyu becoming a god were within their expectations, but they didn't expect Xiao He to become a divine beast. And Yu Qingqing had broken through to the saint realm? This cultivation speed, could it be because she refined divine crystals as well? Clan leader, how do you know all this? Yi Baihu thought of a crucial problem. Yi Tianlong had only become a god a month ago, so he couldn't possibly know so clearly. Heh, it's not just about them. I also know that the original Godslayer guard was killed by Xiao He, and Divine Master 2 even went to Z Island and escaped in a sorry state. Even though I'm in seclusion, I basically know everything that's going on in the continent. Yi Tianlong once again revealed 2 pieces of shocking news. He began to explain, Shishui sends me voice transmissions every once in a while, and after I became a god, I received a voice transmission from a deity from Z Island. He told me everything. I'm sure you can't guess who it is. It's not Xiaoyu? Could it be Xiao He? Yi Qingyu's interest was piqued. Of course not. He said his name was Elder Lu, and he was a peak heavenly god. He was the protector of fallen god mountain. Yi Tianlong didn't continue to keep them in suspense. He began to explain, he actually didn't go to the immortal realm. Instead, he was guarding Xiao Han. Xiao Han obtained a spatial divine tool from fallen god mountain, so he disappeared from the hidden city. Afterwards, after listening to Yi Tianlong's words, the two of them resolved many of their doubts and understood many of Yi Qinghan's secrets. Then did he say when Xiao Han would come out of seclusion? His current cultivation level is. Yi Baihu pondered for a moment, then asked a question that both of them were looking forward to hearing. I don't know. When we were talking about Xiao Han, he suddenly entered Z Island, and the voice transmission was cut off. Afterwards, I felt a powerful divine sense sweep over, so I retreated, Yi Tianlong said somewhat regretfully. I don't know if the Yi clan can wait for the moment when little Han becomes a god. I also don't know if after little Han becomes a god, will he be able to die. A heavy sigh was heard in the pavilion, and the room fell silent. Your Excellency, are you going to the immortal realm? On the rooftop of the dark castle, Lord Jiu looked at the soft figure in the red robe. His eyes sparkled as he clasped his hands in front of his chest. Yeah, I'm not here. You should be careful. You'd better go to Z Island. Also, congratulate Xiao He for me. Wait for me. Lord Devour turned around, his beautiful face still cold. Your Excellency, take care. Jiu is waiting for you. Lord Jiu was a little touched, but he was a little worried. Don't worry about me. Although the dancing butterfly war god hasn't appeared in the immortal realm for 1,000 years, she's not someone that can be underestimated. Lord Devour snorted. He suddenly extended his hands, grabbing something in the sky. Just like pulling open a curtain, he easily tore the sky apart, revealing a dark void. Then, she turned around to look at Lord Jiu, then got in, disappearing into the dark void. The sky then slowly closed, returning to its original state. This, Lord Jiu gawked and dropped her jaw. She thought that Lord Devour would use the teleportation talisman to go back like the last time. She didn't expect that he would tear the void and leave. How strong was he to do that? Pondering for a while, Lord Jiu suddenly disappeared, teleporting to Z Island. Chapter 445. Divine City, Immortal Massacre Pavilion. Recently, the Massacre God Guard was in a good mood and was in high spirits. For so many years, the Divine City had always been the strongest power in the continent. However, they never expected that they could command the world and no one dared to disobey them. As the Divine Lord didn't care about worldly affairs, the Massacre God Guard naturally became the monarch-like figure of the continent. That bastard, Yi Qinghan, is still in seclusion? The Massacre God Guard sat on the main seat high above and looked down at the trio in front of him as he questioned loudly with an unfriendly expression. My lord, I have brought men over 3 times over the past few years, but I didn't receive any definite news. Yi Qinghan should still be in seclusion. Yi Jian bowed down and replied respectfully. The massacre god guard snorted and questioned, "Are you sure that he isn't pretending to be in seclusion?" "I'm sure about this. Yi Qinghan has deep feelings for the Yi family. Among his 3 women, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu are not shrewd people. If they are lying, I will be able to tell," Yi Jian said with absolute certainty. He did not dare to guarantee Yi Qingqing's words, but Yi Qingwu's temperament was very impatient, and Yi Qingyu was even more pure. They were definitely not people who were good at disguising. You guys continue to wait for news in the hidden city. Remember to report back immediately if there is any news." The massacre god guard waved his hand impatiently. Yi Jian bowed and led the 2 of them out quickly. Then he flew directly towards the hidden city. After Yi Jian and the other 2 left, the burning god guard walked out from the side hall and asked anxiously, "My lord, what should we do now?" "What else can we do? Even the Purple Island Divine Lord doesn't dare to enter. No matter how many people we send, they will die. Can we only wait?" The massacre god guard sighed and said. The burning god guard was confused. "Wait for 3 years. Didn't the Divine Lord say that the Divine World will be holding the Manor Head Challenge competition in 10 years? That woman will definitely return to the Divine World. There are still 3 years. 3 years later, even if Yi Qinghan is a tortoise, he will still crawl out." The massacre god guard revealed a ruthless expression as he gritted his teeth and said, "When the time comes, I will let him die without a burial ground. Qianjun, just you wait. 3 years later, I will let the entire Yi family accompany you in death." When the burning god guard saw the distorted face of the massacre god guard, he sighed in disappointment. Fatigue appeared on his face as he slowly retreated. "This absolute domain is too complicated. I've only managed to fuse half of it after so many years. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to succeed even after 10 years. In the dream palace, Yi Qinghan stood up and twisted his body. He had been fusing for several years, but he had only fused a small part of it. Now, there were only 3 years left. Once the 10 years were up and he was teleported out, the speed of his deduction would be halved. Most importantly, he didn't know if his deduction speed would be half as fast after he was teleported out. He didn't know how many years it would take to complete the deduction. Should I cultivate my battle chi to the peak of the sage tier first? He thought of another problem. The cultivation speed here was 5 times faster than in the Carefree Pavilion. If he was teleported out, just cultivating his battle chi alone would take a long time. Little man, why are you wandering around here? Why aren't you continuing to comprehend the laws? Are you complaining that time is passing too slowly? Why don't you accompany me for a year or 2? Yi Qinghan's hesitation made the enchantress roll her eyes. She turned around and scolded, "Let me tell you. Actually, the speed of comprehending the laws here is at least 5 times, 10 times, or even 100 times faster than outside. Do you really think it's easy to fuse the profound mysteries? Do you think it's easy for you to fuse half of it in just a few years? To put it bluntly, if you were to go outside, you would need decades to fuse half of it. Perhaps you wouldn't be able to fuse so much even after tens of thousands of years." "What? Why is the difference so huge? Didn't you say it's twice as fast?" Yi Qinghan was stunned. He had been comprehending the laws for the past few years. Although it was complicated, he didn't find it particularly difficult. He thought that he would definitely succeed as long as he had time. Bottleneck. The enchantress was both amused and angry. "Do you know about bottlenecks? Haven't you realized that there are no bottlenecks here? As long as you keep deducing and comprehending, you can fuse them? The reason why the Dream Palace is the #1 divine tool below the God Emperor is that there are almost no bottlenecks in comprehending the laws here. As long as you have a basic understanding of a law, you can continue to cultivate until you reach the great accomplishment stage. This is one of the high-level functions of the Dream Palace. Do you understand, little man? That's right. Bottleneck. Cultivating here was too smooth. It was even smoother than when he entered the soul stillness state. Everything was logical and natural. Originally, he was still a little puzzled. Now, he realized that it was because of the Dream Palace. Yi Qinghan immediately came to a realization. He didn't dare to let his imagination run wild. He bowed to the enchantress and cupped his hands. So that's how it is. I understand now. Thank you, Enchantress, for the reminder. With that said, Yi Qinghan quickly sat up. He calmed his heart and focused, beginning to comprehend. Hee, silly little man. The enchantress smiled. She placed her hands behind her head. Her breasts were even more erect because of the spread of her hands. Her long legs were curled up. She gently bit her delicate lips, and her beautiful eyes moved quickly. After pondering for a moment, she sighed and murmured, "Forget it, little man. I'll help you this once. Being able to enter this place can be considered fate with master. Also, who told you to make me like you so much?" the enchantress muttered in a low voice. She stretched out her ivory-like hand and gently licked her lips. Then one of her fingers slowly slid down. It slid across her swan-like neck, climbed over her soft breasts, and finally stopped at the little red string on her slender waist. She stretched out 2 fingers and grabbed the end of the string and began to gently tug. As she continued to tug, the red string on the green grass shook violently. It was like a small snake that had its tail caught, struggling with all its might. "Little man, I'll give you a drop of seductive honey. Consider it as me getting to know you. Whether it can help you or not will depend on your luck." Tito. The enchantress's face suddenly flushed red. Her beautiful face became incomparably captivating at that moment. The 2 white, scallion fingers on her waist suddenly moved. The red string on the grass suddenly let out a soft whistle. Then, it actually bounced up and shook the veil. A crystal-clear drop of water floated out of thin air and silently floated towards Yi Qinghan. Finally, it landed on Yi Qinghan's forehead and disappeared. This drop of water emitted an intoxicating fragrance. In an instant, the entire dream palace was immersed in this fragrance. As the drop of water flew out, the enchantress's entire body trembled violently. Her snow-white skin began to turn crimson. It was very alluring. After a long time, she let out 2 soft moans. Her entire body seemed to have lost all of its strength. Then she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. As soon as the drop of liquid touched Yi Qinghan's forehead, Yi Qinghan's face suddenly became hot. The heat spread rapidly. His body suddenly felt like it was on fire. His lower abdomen began to emit a nefarious fire. Smelling the intoxicating fragrance, the commotion became even greater. His mind, however, was completely blank. Then, in a trance, he began to hallucinate. He felt like he was having a wet dream. In the dream, he had intercourse with Yu Qingqing, intercourse with Yi Qingyu, intercourse with Yi Qinggu, intercourse with Yi Qingyue, and in the end, he started a great battle with the demoness. Following Yi Qinghan's wet dream, wind suddenly rose in the dream palace. The sharp wind caused the veil on the jade bed to flutter. The dense qi of heaven and earth in the dream palace actually began to gather above Yi Qinghan's head. Yi Qinghan unknowingly entered a deep state of soul silence for the second time. Chapter 446. Madame Jiao, why are you here? Greetings, Madame Jiao. Inside the small valley on the Purple Island, Elder Lu politely brought Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu out to welcome her. Hee, I am here to congratulate Xianxia on behalf of Madame Jiao. There is also a small matter. Madame Jiao cupped her hands and smiled. She looked around curiously and asked, "Why don't I see Xianxia?" "Xianxia is sleeping in the unfettered pavilion." Yi Qingyu answered first. She smiled and looked at Madame Jiao. Although they had met twice, she was still very curious about her. Xianxia is comprehending her innate ability. Elder Lu led Madame Jiao into the courtyard and asked Yu Qingqing to serve her a cup of tea. Innate ability? I wonder what Xianxia's innate ability is? The innate ability of a super divine beast must be extremely powerful. Madame Jiao nodded to Yu Qingqing and asked curiously, "You don't know the innate ability of a soul-devouring beast?" Elder Lu said in surprise. Then he thought of something and slapped his forehead. He smiled and said, "Yes. Lord Devour doesn't have the innate ability of a soul-devouring beast, but she doesn't need to use her innate ability in this realm. It's not surprising that you don't know." She doesn't have the innate ability of a soul-devouring beast? Isn't Lord Devour a soul-devouring beast like Xianxia? Their conversation caused Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing to be puzzled. Yi Qingyu frowned and asked, "Who told you that Lord Devour is a soul-devouring beast? Although Lord Devour is a powerful divine beast, she is definitely not a soul-devouring beast." Elder Lu asked in return. Lord Jiao nodded in agreement with Elder Lu's words. Yi Qingyu stroked her silver hair and said shyly, "My brother said that Lord Devour is Xiao Hei's aunt, and she is called Lord Devour. I thought she was also a soul-devouring beast." Grandpa Lu, from what you said, it seems like the divine beast that Lord Devour's true body has isn't as strong as the soul-devouring beast? Yu Qingqing could hear the hidden meaning in the conversation between Elder Lu and Lord Jiao. She couldn't help but ask in bewilderment. Lord Jiao, who was at the side, suddenly laughed and explained, "Although divine beasts can all become gods after they mature, they are also divided into grades. For example, me and that civet divine beast from the Savage Mountain range belong to low-grade divine beasts because our innate divine abilities are relatively low-grade. According to the strength of their innate divine abilities, divine beasts were also divided into middle-grade, high-grade, and the most tyrannical super-divine beasts. Lord Devour's real body was a Kunpeng divine beast, a high-grade divine beast, while Xiao Hei was one of the rare super-divine beasts in the entire god world and hundreds of millions of worlds. Of course, Xiao Hei has not fully matured yet. Once he cultivates to God Emperor, even if he comprehended the worst law, he can still rely on his innate divine ability to become a very powerful God Emperor. Wow, Xiao Hei is so powerful. Yi Qingyu dropped her jaw, sighing in disbelief. She didn't expect that the stupid Xiao Hei would have such a powerful background. Yu Qingqing was also a little bit excited. She exclaimed, "Super divine beast, so strong." Of course, Xiao Hei's father had fought against hundreds of god emperors and almost 10,000 god kings. Eventually, he won all of them. You guys tell me if the soul-devouring beast is strong or not. Elder Lu smiled, his eyes sparkling. He sighed emotionally, then shook his head. "There are some things that Lord Devour told me not to tell you. Today I've revealed too much. You guys shouldn't ask about it. As for Xiao Hei's innate divine ability, you guys should ask him after he finishes comprehending it." The others nodded. They understood that Elder Lu knew a lot of things, but he didn't want to tell them. Now, it seemed that Lord Devour had told them something. "Where's Yi Qinghan? Is he still cultivating? My lord went to the divine world and he asked me to tell him something." Lord Jiao didn't ask further. Instead, she turned to ask Yi Qinghan. Elder Lu was bewildered. He turned to look at Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing. As expected, their faces darkened, and they said awkwardly, "Little Han has been cultivating in seclusion for 8 years. He has sealed the Carefree Pavilion's training room. Moreover, his soul connection with Xiao Hei has been sealed. He hasn't received any news for 8 years." Yi Qinghan had used his divine consciousness to comprehend the phantom left by the Yao Ji through the pair of eyes in the Carefree Pavilion. He had spent 1 year and suffered for 1 year. Then, he was transported to the Illusory Palace for 7 years. After 8 years, he hadn't received any news. Even Elder Lu was worried. After all, Yi Qinghan wasn't an old monster who had cultivated for several thousand years like him. Yi Qinghan had only cultivated for a few years. How old was he when he started cultivating? It wasn't normal for him to cultivate for so long this time. 8 years? If I cultivate for another 3 years, it will be easier for my lord when he comes back. Lord Jiao's eyes flashed with joy, and she murmured softly. Because of her relationship with Xiao Hei, she was very worried about Yi Qinghan. Now, it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. Lord Devour had said that if Yi Qinghan didn't go out, he would be absolutely safe. Seeing Elder Lu and the other two looking at her with doubt, Lord Jiao smiled and said, "Then I will wait here. When Yi Qinghan comes out, I will return to the Dark Castle. However, I don't know if you welcome me." "Hee, Lord Jiao, you are too polite. It is an honor for you to stay in this small place." Elder Lu had vaguely heard Lord Jiao's words, but he didn't ask much. Instead, he laughed and said enthusiastically. Lord Jiao began to stay in the small valley and waited with the 3 of them for Xiao Hei and Yi Qinghan to come out of seclusion. However, they stayed for 2 years. Not only did Yi Qinghan not come out, but even Xiao Hei was in a deep sleep. Even Yi Qingwu stayed in seclusion to comprehend the occult mysteries patiently. That woman isn't in the dark castle? That nine-tailed celestial fox disappeared too? In the study room of the Lord God Pavilion, a surprised voice was heard. There was only 1 year left until the Mansion Master Challenge in the Divine Realm. Lord God too had been gone for a long time, but he didn't see any movement in the dark forest. Finally, he couldn't sit still anymore. He started to sweep his divine senses over the dark forest carefully. However, he found that there was no one in the dark castle. Could they have gone to the Divine Realm? Why isn't there any movement of teleportation? Lord God two's eyes flickered continuously as he checked again. After a while, he shouted to the outside, "God-slaying guards, get in here." The God-slaying guards were enjoying a massage from a few maidservants in the Immortal Slaying Pavilion. When they heard Lord God two's angry voice, they quickly scrambled and flew towards the Lord God Pavilion. "Greetings to Lord God. What instructions does Lord God have for me?" Tu Weiwei knelt outside the study room nervously and said respectfully, "Buzz." The Lord God suddenly teleported out and set up a god territory with a wave of his hand. He stared at the god-slaying guards and said, "Arrange for people from the 3 mansions to check out the Dark Castle. I reckon that old woman has gone to the Divine Realm. Remember, don't expose that it was arranged by the Divine City. Otherwise, you can kill yourself." Gone to the Divine Realm? The god-slaying guards' eyes lit up when they heard that, and they were elated. After waiting for 9 years, the opportunity was finally here. They quickly kowtowed and replied, "Yes, Lord God. If that woman is really gone, are we going to follow the original plan?" "Of course. I must get this divine sword." Hee. The Lord God lifted his head and laughed maniacally. His fiery eyes lit up with demonic radiance. "All right, I'll take my leave and go make the arrangements now." The god-slaying guards didn't say anything else and immediately retreated. They were like bulls in heat as they rushed towards the Immortal Slaying Pavilion excitedly. Chapter 447. Yi Jian had just flown to Dragon City when he was summoned back by a messenger pigeon. The Yi family had a good relationship with Lord Devour, so the God Massacre Guards decided to send the Yi family to investigate. Yi Jian felt bitter after hearing it, but he didn't dare to disobey. He could only fly to Tsang City and gather 2 Yi family elders who had just escaped and sent them to the dark forest to investigate. It was a series of earnest and well-intentioned persuasion, a series of righteous words. Yi Jian sent them to the dark forest to seek help, and the 2 elders foolishly believed him. They left Tsang City secretly, changed their appearances, and headed straight for the dark forest. The 2 of them didn't go to the dark castle, so they barged into the dark forest recklessly. Unfortunately, as Lord Jio wasn't around, the magical beasts in the dark forest didn't receive any orders. Thus, the 2 of them wandered around the dark forest and angered the 8th-level magical beast, Dragon Lion. They were chased all the way and finally escaped. The God Massacre Guards were infuriated when the news reached the Divine City. He ordered the God-slaying guards to kill the 2 of them. Then he personally took charge and sent 2 secret Hua family soul slaves and a few elites from the Shadow Leopard clan to the Dark Castle with the map. In the end, the Hua family soul slaves successfully reached the Dark Castle with their stealth secret skills. Just as they wanted to enter and investigate, they were all killed by the guardian sacred beast of the castle. The Shadow Leopard clan's experts didn't even reach the Darkness Castle before they were killed by a holy beast in the forest. As the scouts carried the message talisman, all the information along the way was sent back to the Divine City. However, when they entered the Dark Castle, they didn't receive any useful information. No one knew how the Hua family members died. The death of the 2 Hua family experts frightened the God Massacre Guards, and they didn't dare to send more people. If the 2 Hua family members were killed by Lord Devour, then sending more people would be courting death. God-burning guards, what do you think we should do? In the Immortal Massacre Pavilion, the God Massacre Guards were very anxious. As long as they found out that Lord Devour had gone to the Divine Realm, they could carry out their plan and take revenge for Tu Qianjun. What he didn't expect was that he couldn't find out the specific situation, and the plan couldn't proceed as planned. "Sir, this matter is very troublesome. You can go and ask the Divine Master. The burning god guard was obviously unwilling to get involved. He blinked his eyes and said, "Ask for instructions, my ass." The massacre god guard said with vexation, "There is no information at all. If I go and ask for instructions, I will definitely be bedridden for a few months. It is not like you do not know the temper of the Divine Master. Quickly think of a solution." The burning god guard pondered for a while and then analyzed. Apparently, Lord Devour killed the 2 warriors of the Hua family, or the demonic beasts guarding here killed them. The God Lord said that Lord Devour and Lord Jiao aren't in the Dark Castle. It's possible that they are the guardian beasts of the Dark Castle. I suggest that you send a Sacred Realm expert to check. Saint-level expert. The God-slaying guard was even more distressed now. He sighed and said, "It's not like you don't know that the Divine City controls all the sacred experts with soul seeds. If Lord Devour is really in the castle, he will definitely be exposed. If I'm exposed, the Divine Master told me to kill myself. This, I also have no choice." The burning god guard said with a sigh. "No choice, I can only take the risk." The god-slaying guard gritted his teeth and made a decision. He said fiercely, "Let's wait for another 2 months. By then, there is only half a year until the Palace Master Challenge. I don't believe that Lord Devour won't return. At that time, let Yi Jian go and check. If it really doesn't work, we can only sacrifice him." Teehee, this little man can actually enter the soul quietude space at such a young age? No wonder Jiao Wu didn't separate the young master from the Dream Palace. With this secret technique in the Dream Palace, it will be easy for him to cultivate to the God Emperor realm. And this little man has a godly sword and a soul ring. There is a high chance that he will obtain the Dream Palace in the future. Jiao Wu, you are still so far-sighted. The Yao Ji slept for more than 2 years. When she woke up, she realized that there was wind in the Dream Palace. This shocked her. The Dream Palace didn't even have a door. It was just a closed iron cage. How could there be wind? When she turned her head to look, her eyes lit up. The soul quietude space. It wasn't that no one in the godly realm had comprehended this state. However, the experts who had comprehended this state, as long as they didn't die and were lucky enough to control this state, would eventually become a powerful figure. In the end, they all became great figures who dominated a region. Moreover, they were the kind of people who had extremely strong soul attacks and defenses. This state was indescribable. No one knew how to comprehend it. They just entered it without knowing why. Of course, if these geniuses were discovered by a large faction, they would either be subdued or killed. Furthermore, the Yao Ji saw that Yi Qinghan had only entered the second state. If he wanted to completely control this state and be able to enter it at any time, Yi Qinghan had to comprehend it to the 5th state. It seems like I didn't waste 100 years of my pure Yin energy and a drop of bewitching charm honey. Little man, your luck is so good that I'm envious. The Yao Ji lazily curled up her body. She looked like a sexy little wild cat as she laid there weakly. She blinked her eyes and sighed with anticipation. There's only a few months left. I hope you can take the last step. By then, the first person in the history of the godly realm to comprehend the laws, a genius who directly broke through from the sage level to the immortal general level, will be born in my hands. Little man, hurry up and break through. I'm waiting for your favor. It's been thousands of years since I've tasted a man. I really miss it. The Yao Ji looked at Yi Qinghan's handsome, angular face and his seemingly weak but muscular body. A hint of hunger appeared in her eyes. She stuck out her pink tongue and slowly licked her sexy red lips. Her hands couldn't help but slide under the light muslin. She looked as seductive as she could be. She was extremely enchanting and captivating. Yi Jian was flying at a low altitude in the dark forest with trepidation. His face was as black as charcoal ash. It was so gloomy that it was scary. He felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Godslayer guards? T. On the surface, he had become one of the 4 guards of the Divine City. However, he realized that he didn't have any authority or status as a Divine Guard. The Divine City didn't send him any subordinates and didn't give him the honor he deserved. Although he was the Master God's sole slave, he had never met the Master God. Instead, he felt that he had become a Godslayer guard's sole slave and was doing odd jobs. Furthermore, he realized a shocking and despairing fact. Once the soul seed was planted, it couldn't be removed unless the Master God died. Furthermore, the Master God could destroy the soul slave's soul with a single thought and kill him. Yi Qinghuang was planted with a soul seed. Subsequently, Yi Qingxian and Yi Qingfeng were captured by the Divine City and planted with a soul seed. Now, he had voluntarily become a soul slave. He also found out that Yi Qinghuang and the rest's sons would be planted with a soul seed at birth. In other words, his children and grandchildren would forever be the Master God's slaves. This was a tragic fact. However, it was a fact that couldn't be changed or reversed. Yi Jian used to be very angry and almost went crazy. However, things had already turned out this way. If he didn't want to die, he could only listen to the Divine City's arrangements. However, the Godslayer guards had given him the order to investigate the Dark Castle. Wasn't this clearly asking him to die? Bullsh *T. Godslayer guards, one day I will kill you and replace you. Yi Jian said with hatred. His flying body became even more cautious. He used the tall trees as a cover and headed towards the castle in the middle of the forest. Chapter 448. Along the way, he carefully avoided a few powerful magical beasts with his holy level soul sense, and slowly approached the castle in the middle. The little magical beasts didn't dare to get too close to the holy level. After 2 hours, he arrived at the dark castle without a hitch. Greetings, Lord Devour. Yi Jian is here to see you. Of course, Yi Jian wasn't an idiot. He knelt down respectfully and waited for the reply in the castle. However, the castle was quiet, and the gate was tightly shut. Yi Jian didn't dare to make a sound and continued to kneel. 3 days later, he called out again and continued to wait. 10 days later, he couldn't wait anymore. He stood up and released his sacred level. Then, he carefully flew toward the rooftop. The scenery on the rooftop was beautiful. There were flower pots everywhere, filled with colorful flowers. There was also a huge grape trellis, filled with lush green grapes. There was also a beautiful rabbit on the grape trellis, looking at him with a pair of red crystal eyes. Yi Jian has something important to ask Lord Devour. Yi Jian didn't dare to be careless. He knelt down on one knee and shouted again. Swish! Yi Jian's heart suddenly palpitated. This was a premonition of danger. Alarmed, he hurriedly opened up his saint domain and hastily retreated. But from the corner of his eyes, he saw 2 red rays of light shooting towards him at lightning speed. It was so fast that Yi Jian couldn't dodge. He had to take it head-on. He turned all his battle aura into a huge shield in front of him. Bang! Yi Jian felt a strong force hit him. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body flew backward. While flying backward, Yi Jian saw that the one who attacked him was the seemingly harmless white rabbit under the grape trellis. Rabbit? Not Lord Devour. Yi Jian wiped his mouth and was secretly happy. This rabbit must be a sacred beast. Otherwise, it couldn't hurt his internal organs with one attack. However, if it wasn't Lord Devour and the 9-tailed fox, he would have a chance to survive. He ran his battle chi a few times and slightly healed his wounds. Yi Jian flew to the rooftop again. Xiao! Sure enough, the rabbit's 2 red eyes once again burst forth with 2 red rays of light, shooting towards him. This time, Yi Jian was prepared. He dodged the attack and shouted, Don't attack me! I'm here to see Lord Devour. Xiao! Another 2 streaks of red light appeared. As soon as Yi Jian flew onto the rooftop, the rabbit immediately attacked. It didn't listen to any explanation from Yi Jian. After a few tests, Yi Jian grinned and flew out. His mission had been accomplished, and he could get through this crisis. Lord Devour and Lord Jiao weren't here. 2 days later, the news reached the Divine City. The Massacre God Guards had wild joy on their faces as they sprinted to the Divine Master Pavilion and reported Yi Jian's findings to the Divine Master. Tu didn't say anything. Instead, he released his divine senses again and carefully checked the Dark Castle a few times. After that, he swept his divine senses across the continent in a domineering manner. He then laughed heartily and said to the Massacre God Guards, Act according to the plan. Under the Divine Master's command, the entire Divine City was stirred. Half a day later, the Massacre God Guards brought hundreds of experts and soared into the sky from the Divine City. They flew towards the east with great momentum. At the same time, messages were sent to every city in the continent like snowflakes. 3 days later, the Divine City sent out a notice that was pasted on all the cities in the continent. The Divine City officially announced that they would temporarily take over all the cities in the continent. Anyone who didn't comply would be killed without mercy. This notice caused an uproar in the entire continent. Countless families in the House of Aries protested and resisted when they saw that the cities that they had ruled over hundreds or thousands of years were going to be taken over in a single night. However, as this order was given, the hidden forces in the Divine City were all exposed within a day. A massive number of dark guards and soul slaves appeared. Countless people tore off their luxurious long robes and wore golden long robes. They drew their swords and sabers and walked on the streets. Countless families announced that they would obey the Divine City's decree at the same time. Countless elders and experts of the families betrayed the Divine City. In a single night, the House of Aries was filled with the figures of golden-robed envoys. The Divine Master too had been operating in the Fire Dragon continent for thousands of years and had hidden countless soul slaves. At this moment, all of them tore off their disguises and became the Divine City's envoys. Meanwhile, the 5 god-rank experts and countless martial saints in the House of Aries fell silent at this moment. The Feng family, Shui family, Hua family, Yu family, and Long family didn't express their stance and didn't make any comments. However, they collectively gave up the 5 main cities. They chose a small city nearby as their temporary residence. At the same time, they recalled all the disciples of the family. It was obvious that they chose to lower their heads and submit. As for the Yi family, there was no need to talk about it. The god-slaying guards had already moved into the Tsang City Lord's residence many years ago. Tsang City had already fallen and the Yi family's castle had been imprisoned. The barbarian god residence was very direct. Mangon's father, the current barbarian god, directly gave an order. All the barbarians were incomparably angry and sullen. No one resisted. All the barbarian cities changed hands in a day. After a few brutal massacres in the demon god residence, the demon god of the mountain of demon god issued an order. All the barbarians decisively surrendered. The island lord of the hidden island was even more direct. After the Divine City made the announcement, he immediately announced that he would give up his authority over the hidden island. Yi Jian, who was stationed on the hidden island, moved into the hidden city lord's residence. In a month, the entire continent had fallen. Under the absolute threat of military force, facing the crazy Divine Master too, no one dared to provoke him. No one dared to challenge him. The millions of corpses in the deep pit in the glory square of the Divine City had yet to completely rot. They could only choose to avoid, submit, or hide. From then on, the continent no longer had 3 palaces and 1 island. There was only one city, the Divine City. Although the Divine City's announcement said that they were temporarily taking over the continent, many people understood that the Divine City had always been ruling over them. The Divine Master II's hand had always been in control of the lives of billions of people on the continent. As long as the Divine Master was willing, he could crush their necks at any time and slaughter them all. The Divine Master's will could not be resisted. What is Tu trying to do? The Saber Emperor frowned as he looked at the withered Spear Emperor. Yu Shishue was also standing on Tranquil Lake Island, staring at the beautiful Tranquil Lake in disappointment. The Shui clan's ancestor, the Island Lord of the Hidden Island, the 4 Yao gods, and the 6 barbarian gods were also pondering this question. It wasn't just them. The various clan leaders and elders were also pondering this question. During the First Apocalyptic War, Tu had already established his unparalleled position on the continent. No one dared to disobey his orders. However, he didn't unify the continent. Instead, he chose to control it from the shadows. Later on, all the experts of the continent understood that Tu was secretly keeping the people of the Flame Dragon continent in captivity. He wanted them to live a peaceful and stable life, allowing the population of the continent to continuously increase in peace and quiet. Then he set the rules of the prefecture battles and harvested souls in batches. This continuous cycle would never run out of souls, maximizing the benefits. But now he was openly ruling over the continent, causing the people of the continent to live in fear, numbness, and anxiety. If this continued, the people of the continent would not see any hope. There would be no hope for their lives. They would constantly riot and fight. They would be tortured to death under the blades and whips of the divine city's emissaries. The population would continuously decrease, and it was very likely that the population would continue to dwindle until the three races were completely wiped out. This was the exact opposite of Tu's captivity plan. When the Flame Dragon continent was wiped out, what meaning would there be in Tu's Flame Dragon Overlord? How would he harvest souls? How would he refine soul origin pills? Master, this plan of yours is very likely to wipe out the three races of the continent. When that time comes, Divine City, Divine Master Pavilion. The Burning God Guard looked worried and helpless. He asked the question that all the experts on the continent wanted to ask. These few days, Tu didn't continue to play his favorite game of chrysanthemum in his study. Instead, he stood in the courtyard and kept an eye on the situation on the continent. When he heard the Burning God Guard's question, his eyes lit up with blood-red radiance. He laughed viciously. What do I want? I don't want anything. I just want to get that godly sword and that spatial artifact successfully. Now that I have the godly sword and the spatial artifact, so what if the Flame Dragon dimension is wiped out? I can buy dozens of dimensions with one spatial artifact. Little B****, if you still don't come out, don't blame me for turning the Flame Dragon dimension into hell on earth. I have to get the godly sword. You forced me to do this. Chapter 449. The Massacre God Guards naturally knew what the God Master was thinking. In order to obtain the divine sword and spatial artifact in Yi Qinghan's hands, the God Master would not hesitate to destroy the entire Fire Dragon continent. However, he was determined to carry out the Divine Master's plan. The lives of his entire clan were in the hands of the Divine Master, so he had to do whatever the Divine Master asked him to do. Moreover, the Divine Master had once told him that as long as he got what he wanted, the Fire Dragon continent would be fine with him. Although he wasn't sure if the position of the Plain Lord could be transferred or if the God Master would give it to him, he didn't care. However, he still decided to go all out to help the Divine Master obtain the two artifacts. Yi Qinghan had been holed up in the Purple Island for 10 years. Because of the existence of Elder Lu and the horde of magical beasts, the entire Divine City couldn't do anything to him. Even the Divine Master almost died after going there. The Divine Master was very worried. He was worried that Yi Qinghan would cultivate to the God Realm and then use the soul-devouring beast's body fusion combat skill to charge through the Purple Island 10 islands and ascend to the God Realm. At that time, the divine artifact would be completely useless. And because of Lord Devour's existence, the God Lord hadn't dared to take action for so many years. He was afraid that if he enraged Devour, he would be killed before he could get the divine weapon. Now, the opportunity had come. Now that Lord Devour had gone to the God World, God Lord too didn't have any scruples. He wanted to force Yi Qinghan to show up at any cost. Then, he would take the divine sword and the spatial divine treasure. Half a month later, hundreds of large ships sailed out of the hidden city. They were imposing and covered the sky as they sailed towards the Purple Island. Boo-hoo, it's been almost 11 years. Why hasn't my brother come out yet? Sister Xiaowu, I'm so worried. In a small valley on the Purple Island, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. Lord Jiao had been living on the Purple Island for almost 3 years, but there was still no news of Yi Qinghan. Moreover, Xiao He was also in a deep sleep. Don't cry, Xiaoyu. Little Han will be fine. Nothing will happen to him. Yi Qingwu had stopped her seclusion a year ago because she was worried about the Yi family and Yi Qinghan. His mind was very restless and he no longer had the heart to cultivate. He simply stayed in the small valley with everyone and waited for Yi Qinghan to come out of seclusion. Looking at Yi Qingyu, who was crying in a daze, Yi Qingwu tried to comfort her. However, as she spoke, she also started sobbing. Don't be sad. We have to believe in him. Qinghan is a man who can create miracles. Maybe he'll give us a surprise. For example, if he had already broken through to the divine level when he came out of seclusion. Yu Qingqing played the zither alone. Her expression was very calm. She thought of how she waited bitterly under the broken blade edge, how she waited bitterly by the tranquil lake island, and the pig-slaughtering knife dripping with blood outside Song City. Every time they waited, Yi Qinghan would appear in a domineering manner, bringing them and the continent one miracle after another. The more she thought about it, the calmer her heart became. Not only was she not worried, but she also began to look forward to it. 10 years to sharpen a sword. Her man had been in seclusion for 11 years. What kind of surprise would he bring them this time? Don't cry. Something has happened. Elder Lu's expression suddenly turned solemn. His small eyes were filled with solemnity as he shouted in a deep voice. He then nodded to Mistress Jiu beside him and left a few words before he dashed out. Something strange has happened on the Purple Island. Mistress Jiu, look after them. I'll go and check it out. Something happened? Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu were slightly startled. They stopped sobbing at the same time and looked at Mistress Jiu blankly. Yu Qingqing was also slightly startled and stopped playing the zither. A lot of people have come to the Purple Island. There are at least 10,000 of them. Moreover, most of them are ordinary people. Mistress Jiu's expression also tightened. She immediately thought of something and sighed. Master God Butcher has finally made his move. 10,000 people? The three ladies looked at each other and exclaimed. They didn't understand why Master God Butcher would drive 10,000 people to the Purple Island. Moreover, they were all ordinary people. What was his purpose? Swish. Elder Lu's speed was extremely fast. He returned in a moment. Before he entered the small courtyard, he shouted, Mistress Jiu, quickly send a voice transmission to the demonic beasts on the island. Ask them not to hurt these ordinary people. Gather them near the small valley. All right. Mistress Jiu didn't say much. She had been a divine beast for 1,000 years and was about to transform into a human. She still had a lot of feelings for humans. Of course, she didn't want these 10,000 people to become the food of the demonic beasts on the Purple Island. She quickly spread her divine sense out and covered the entire island. All the demonic beasts gathered here. Roar! Chi! After a while, countless air-piercing sounds came from outside the small valley. Then, countless demonic beasts began to gather in the valley. Two-headed silver dragon, single-horned black python, three-eyed white tiger, wind wolf, mad rhinoceros. Under the might of Mistress Jiu, all the demonic beasts obediently and orderly lay down around the small valley. They surrounded the small courtyard in countless circles. It was as if the entire small valley had become a nest of thousands of demonic beasts. Elder Lu and Mistress Jiu stood in front of the small courtyard with solemn expressions. They constantly used their divine sense to probe the surrounding situation. Yi Qingyu and the other two stood together nervously. They leaned against each other and waited in fear for what was about to happen. Half a day later, intermittent and indistinct sobbing sounds came from outside the valley. Then, the sobbing sounds became louder and louder. It was extremely miserable and frightening. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but be curious. She carefully released her divine sense to probe the surroundings. However, she was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale and her body started to tremble. There are so many people. There are old people, women and children. They are all from the House of Aries. There are so many of them that I can't see the end of them. There are people dressed in golden robes chasing them away with weapons. Those who are too slow have been killed. There are so many corpses. So many people have died. Yi Qingyu struggled to stand up with the help of the other two. Her pretty face was pale with fright. She pointed a trembling finger in front of her and said, "Both of you go into the carefree pavilion. We will handle the matters here." Elder Lu obviously knew that Yi Qingyu had probed the area. He turned around and said with a bitter expression, "Sister Yi Qingyu, bring little Yu in. I will stay here and observe the situation." Yu Qingqing shook her head and asked Yi Qingwu to bring Yi Qingyu in. Yi Qingwu didn't insist. She supported the frightened Yi Qingyu and walked into the carefree pavilion. What is the meaning of this? The Purple Island doesn't welcome people from the Divine City. All of you, get out. Otherwise, I will kill you. Elder Lu carried his iron rod and leaped onto a high ground beside the valley. He looked at the tens of thousands of people who were crying and cursing with fear and despair in their eyes. He looked at the golden-robed messenger behind the crowd and shouted, "Ayo! Woo! Roar!" Elder Lu's shout caused a large number of demonic beasts in the valley to roar as well, shocking the tens of thousands of people who were crying outside the valley. Everyone stopped crying, praying, and cursing as they looked at the golden-robed man and Elder Lu in horror. Kill them? Ha! The Divine Master said that these people are for you to kill. We are all here to die. Kill them. One of the golden-robed messengers laughed. His laughter was filled with despair and sorrow. He shouted, "The Divine Master has ordered that if Yi Qinghan doesn't come out, he will kill 10,000 people every 10 days. A month later, all members of the Yi family will be executed outside the Purple Island. If they don't come out in 3 months, the entire House of Aries will be executed. If they don't come out in 5 months, the entire Fire Dragon continent will be executed. Messengers of the Divine City, listen up. For the sake of your loved ones, the Divine Master orders all of you to die." After saying that, the golden-robed man threw his blood-stained long saber into the valley and rushed into the crowd alone. Following that, hundreds of golden-robed messengers threw their long sabers into the valley and rushed into the crowd at the same time. Boom! 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 Countless earth-shattering explosions sounded, accompanied by countless screams. Hundreds of fireworks bloomed on the Purple Island. Following that, the purple barrier above the Purple Island flickered. Countless thick, dazzling white lightning struck down on the crowd below. At that moment, the entire Purple Island shook. Even those who were far away on the hidden island could feel the strong tremors. The huge shockwave sent thousands of demonic beasts outside the valley flying. The earth-shattering smoke and dust billowed into the air, dyeing the purple light barrier above the Purple Island into a patch of gray. Chapter 450. Wah! Yu Qingcheng looked at the broken limbs, internal organs, and blood fluttering in the sky. Her face was ashen, but she didn't faint. When the golden-robed emissary charged into the crowd, Elder Lu had already retreated. However, he was still battered and exhausted by the explosion. He looked at the overwhelming smoke and dust. He and Lord Jiu fell silent at the same time, but the gleam in their slightly narrowed eyes betrayed their shock. Tu was too ruthless. To show his determination, he used 10,000 lives to prove it. 10,000 lives that were alive a moment ago were gone in a blink of an eye, completely vanishing from this world. If Yi Qinghan doesn't come out, he will kill 10,000 people every 10 days. 1 month later, all members of the Yi family will be executed outside the Purple Island. If they don't come out in 3 months, the entire House of Aries will be executed. If they don't come out in 5 months, all members of the Fire Dragon continent will be executed. 10,000 deaths in 10 days. Tens of thousands of members of the Moon Queen's Yi family would be executed. 10 billion people of the Fire Dragon plane would be buried with Yi Qinghan in 5 months. What kind of earth-shaking method was this? What kind of ruthlessness was this? This was a devil from the 9 serenities who regarded human lives as worthless, and a completely insane devil at that. Killing 1 person was a sin. Killing 10,000 was a hero. Killing 9 million was a hero among heroes. But killing 10 billion? That wasn't a human or a god. Only a devil from the 9 serenities of purgatory would do such a crazy thing. Tu was too sinister. Lord Jiu's face was no longer elegant. The Divine Realm Challenge would start in 5 months, and Tu was sure that Lord Devour wouldn't come back. Hence, he didn't hesitate to use the lives of 10 billion people of the Fire Dragon continent to threaten Yi Qinghan. He didn't hesitate to get the Divine Sword. Moreover, Tu's notice wasn't for Yi Qinghan to hand over the Divine Sword and Divine Weapon, but for him to go out. This clearly wanted him dead. The earth-shaking Purple Island could be felt from the far-away hidden island. Of course, it couldn't be hidden from the God Realm experts of the continent and the scouts from the big families. At the start, they didn't know why the Massacre God Guards had sent out hundreds of ships and escorted tens of thousands of people to Zidao. Now, they knew and guessed what Divine Master Tu wanted to do. Tu was going to start killing. there was a beautiful little town next to Dragon City. Its name was very pleasant to hear, First Sight City. If life is only like the first time we met, why is the autumn wind sad painting fan? This was originally a city where young men and women met, but now it had become a place for the Long family to take refuge. The 5 divine level experts from the House of Aries were gathered in a small pavilion. Of course, there were 2 or more divine level experts from the Yi clan, but they could not participate in this gathering. It was because they would die the moment they appeared. As the wind blows, the world is desolate. After Rong Hua withers, he descends upon the world. He ascends the 9-tiered pagoda and watches the night as the meteors soar. Yu Shishui stood gracefully, leaning against the railing and gazing off into the distance. As she gazed at the majestic dragon city in the distance, she let out a disappointed sigh. Little sister Shishui, do you still have the heart to compose poems at a time like this? Why aren't we discussing what to do? If Yi Qinghan still doesn't come out, the House of Aries will be finished. The Shui clan's ancestor raised a jug of strong alcohol. He had not drunk in 1,000 years, but today he wanted to get drunk. What else can we do? Back then, Ruoshui and I shamelessly begged Yi Qinghan to go to the God realm and think of a way to save the continent. Now we can only shamelessly beg him to come out. Saber Emperor's face twitched, his countenance was filled with desolation. As the protector of the battle god manor, he was powerless to protect his people at this moment. That series of explosions on the Violet Island, as well as the announcement from the Divine City, caused him to live in torment every moment. The Shui clan's ancestor slammed the jug of alcohol onto the table and nodded. Let's go beg Yi Qinghan to come out and have him hand over the divine sword to appease the divine master's anger. This calamity can be averted. Let's do that. We can only sacrifice Yi Qinghan alone to save the billions of people in the House of Aries. If you want to go, then go. Yu Shishui turned around and swept her gaze over them coldly. Back then, when we saw that he had a chance of passing the 10 stages of Violet Island and going to the God realm, we went to beg him to save the continent. Now, we can't even wait for him to go to the God realm, and Butcher has already made his move. Are we going to beg him to die? How old is he? What right do we have to beg him to come out and die? Don't you understand what the Divine Master is trying to say? He doesn't want Yi Qinghan to hand over the divine sword. He wants him to come out. He wants him to die. What right do we have to beg him to come out and die? Yu Shishui's words caused everyone to feel ashamed. After a long time, the Saber Emperor sighed. Let's wait and see what happens first. If we really can't handle it, the ancestor and I will put down our pride and go. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Everything is fate and we can't force it. Yu Shishui sighed pitifully before teleporting away. After the Spear Emperor sent Yu Shishui away, his wrinkled face trembled as he sighed. Actually, it doesn't matter if we beg him or not. If Yi Qinghan still doesn't come out in a month, the Divine Master is going to slaughter everyone in the Yi family. If Yi Qinghan doesn't come out by then, what's the point of begging him? If he doesn't even care about the Yi family, how will he care about the rest of the world? The Saber Emperor closed his eyes and sighed bitterly. Then let's wait for a month. Soul Emperor, oh Soul Emperor, it seems like you're giving the Flame Dragon continent a chance by establishing the Fallen God Mountain, but in the end, you're still harming the entire continent. Although the 6 barbarian gods of the Valley of Barbarians, the 4 demonic gods of the Demon God Mountain, and the Island Master of Hidden Island were also very anxious, they weren't as anxious as the deity experts of the House of Aries. After all, Divine Master Butcher had announced that the Yi family and the House of Aries would be the first to suffer. They had all decided to quietly wait for a month to see if Yi Qinghan would show up when the Yi family was executed. If Yi Qinghan didn't show up by then things would get very serious. What? In the mountains behind the Yi family, Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyou's faces turned ashen as they listened to Yi Tianlong's recount. Yi Qingyou was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and he began to pace back and forth in his room. Even though Yi Tianlong didn't go out, Yu Shishui would communicate with him with her divine sense every other day, updating him on the latest developments. Patriarch, Did Butcher really say that he's going to execute all the members of the Yi family in a month? Yi Baihu's hands trembled slightly as he spoke with some uncertainty. Yi Qingyo turned around and said angrily, Baihu, do you even need to ask? It's definitely true. Butcher sealed off the Yi family's castle for so many years just for this day. Do you still not understand? Yi Tianlong's face was completely expressionless as he numbly said, It's absolutely true. Apart from a few hidden seeds, the rest of the Yi family have been captured and are currently being escorted to Hidden Island. It seems like the Yi family's time has come. Yi Baihu's expression returned to normal after a moment. Since the outcome was already decided, what was the point of being excited? After a moment, he said, Patriarch, why don't you have Patriarch you go to Purple Island and keep little Han from coming out? Even if he comes out, he won't be able to change the fate of the Yi family. Rather than perishing together with him, it's better to let him endure this humiliation and take revenge for us one day. As long as little Han is alive, even if the Yi family collapses now, they can rise again at any time. I've already sent people over in secret, and Shishui will also go and try to persuade them. Yi Tianlong laughed bitterly and shook his head. He gazed off into the distance and sighed. But, given little Han's temper, do you think he won't come out if he finds out? Yi Qingyo was startled. He exchanged a glance with Yi Baihu, both of them seeing a trace of helplessness and despair in each other's eyes. Chapter 451. The continent was engulfed in the flames of war. Flames of war billowed in the sky. Overnight, the country changed hands. Several loud noises were heard on Purple Island. Tens of thousands of people turned into white bones. Countless people were so anxious that they cried their hearts out. However, it was quiet inside the Dream Palace. There was only the constant blowing of the cold wind. It lifted the curtains and messed up the veil. The beautiful body occasionally flashed a hint of seductive spring. Sigh. A sigh came from inside the palace. It was Yao Ji, who was curled up like a lazy kitten. She looked at Yi Qinghan, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed. She revealed a look of pity. She pouted her little mouth and murmured like a naughty girl, There are only 10 days left. It seems that I have to stay alone in this empty palace for another 1,000 years. Little Red String, you can only continue to accompany me through these lonely years. Little man, why are you so disappointing? I was hoping that you could successfully comprehend it so that I could accompany you for a night of ecstasy. I was too greedy. Even with the Dream Palace and the bewitching honey, as well as your miraculous soul-silent state, I don't think I can successfully fuse the absolute domain in a few years. After all, this is a middle-grade profound mystery. As the enchantress spoke, she began to laugh self-deprecatingly. She realized that she had been asking for too much. Middle-grade profound mystery. Even the geniuses of the god realm needed at least 100 years to comprehend it. Although Yi Qinghan was in the illusory palace and had coincidentally entered a state of soul stillness, and she had even given him a drop of the incomparably precious bewitching charm honey, it was still impossible for him to break through within a few years. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know that the peerless beauty outside was lamenting that she didn't have the chance to be intimate with him. Of course, if he knew, he might stop cultivating and fight first. At this moment, he felt that he was standing on a small boat. He had transformed into that black-clothed man and was dancing in the raging waves with strange footsteps. He felt that the fusion of the laws was almost complete. However, he couldn't take the last step. It was as if he had drawn a lifelike dragon on a piece of white paper, but he was missing the last stroke, the finishing touch. The dragon still couldn't come to life, couldn't turn into a silent giant sword that could cut through the void. A fishing net was woven, but the last knot could not be tied. This fishing net still could not be used to catch fish in the long river or the sea. If it was hit by a big wave, it would fall apart and easily disintegrate. Yi Qinghan didn't know how long he had been in the deep state of soul stillness, but he knew that he didn't have much time left. If he was forcefully teleported out of this place, it would be very difficult for him to break through this bottleneck and tie this dead knot. He stopped dancing and stood on the boat, quietly standing there. The sea breeze blew gently, blowing his hair. The mist mixed with the wind wet his face, but it could not hide his pair of sad eyes. Another wave of screams and cries came from the Purple Island. Under the command of several hundred golden-robed envoys, 10,000 people walked into the small valley in a daze. 10 days ago, 10,000 people walked in and never came out again. After that, a violent explosion resounded inside. They could clearly see from the big ship outside that the purple light barrier above the Purple Island sent down countless world-destroying lightning. They were very clear that as long as they came in, the result would be death. But if they didn't come in, they would die immediately. They're here again, they're here again. Boo-hoo, Sister Yiqingwu, I'm so scared, what should I do? Yi Qingyu couldn't bear to watch. She buried her head in Yi Qingwu's chest and hugged her tightly. Her trembling body showed her helplessness and fear. I told you not to come out, but you insisted on coming out? What should I do? How would I know what to do? Yi Qingwu looked strange and bold, but her heart was actually very fragile. Seeing Yi Qingyu like this, she panicked and sobbed again. Clang clang. Yu Qingqing knitted her brows and closed her beautiful eyes. Her face was as cold as frost. She sat alone in the courtyard and started playing the zither. The sound of the zither wasn't as melodious as before. It was filled with endless bleakness and loneliness. As she was playing, one of the zither strings suddenly snapped, and the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end. Then, 2 drops of tears dripped down and sprinkled 2 plum blossoms on the black zither. Facing such a situation without their man, the 3 of them felt a deep sense of emptiness and powerlessness. Their hearts were filled with confusion, helplessness, and fear. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know what would happen tomorrow. They didn't know if there was still hope in this world. Let your leader come out and speak. Elder Lu stood on a high hill with a cold expression. The black iron rod in his hand emitted a cold, killing intent. Lord Jiao stood beside him. She was wearing a straight gray robe, but at this moment, she didn't have the elegance of the past. I am. What do you want to say? One of the golden-robed messengers stepped forward. He held a red longbow in his hand and spoke in a cold and lifeless tone. Yi Qinghan is in seclusion now. No one can inform him. Even if you kill all the people on the continent, he won't know and won't come out. Send a message to Tu, ask him to wait for a year. 1 year later, Yi Qinghan will definitely come out of seclusion. Elder Lu waved his iron rod and said in a deep voice. The golden-robed man shook his head. His golden robes fluttered, reflecting the mottled sunlight. I'm sorry. The Divine Master said that there are no conditions to negotiate. This is the second batch of gifts, please accept them. Messengers of the Divine City, listen up. Wait. Elder Lu's eyebrows and beard stood up in anger. It wasn't that he hadn't seen people being killed before. In the Divine Realm, it was normal for tens of thousands of Divine Realm experts to die. However, he couldn't bear to see ordinary mortals being killed in front of him. He shouted angrily again, ask the Divine Master too, to come and see me. I'll talk to him, or ask the Bulsh *T Divine City's 4 guards to come and see me. I'll talk to them. I'm sorry, we don't have the authority. The Divine Master and the Divine Master won't come in. If they want to see you, go out and see them. The golden-robed messenger said after a moment of silence. Elder Lu snorted and didn't know how to reply. However, Lord Jiao suddenly said, all right, wait here. I'll go out and talk to them. All right, we'll wait for you for 2 hours. The eyes of the golden-robed messenger lit up. Since he didn't have to die, he didn't want to die either. He said expectantly, Elder Lu, you stay here. I'll go out and talk to them. Lord Jiao couldn't stand it anymore. He nodded at Elder Lu, leaped into the air and rushed out. Lord Jiao's identity was unique. He didn't have to fear the Divine Master. If Elder Lu went out to talk to them, he might be killed by the Divine Master immediately. Which Divine Guard of the Divine City is here? Come out and have a chat. Lord Jiao said calmly. He left the Purple Island and appeared above the densely packed ships in the Divine City. Swish. Countless people in the hundreds of ships were alarmed. Hundreds of figures rose into the sky at the same time. They were wearing Dao armors and looked at Lord Jiao with hostility. God-slaying guards greet Lord Jiao. The god-slaying guards and Yi Jian were on the ship. When they saw Lord Jiao, they quickly asked all the experts in the divine city to leave. Then, they cupped their fists and greeted politely. Call back those 10,000 people. Yi Qinghan is in seclusion. Even if you kill tens of thousands of people every day, he won't know. It's useless even if you kill them, Lord Jiao said coldly. Excuse me, Lord. Is this your idea, or Lord Devour's idea? The god-slaying guards rolled their eyes and cupped their fists again. What about my idea? What about Lord Jiao's idea? Lord Jiao's face turned cold and was slightly angry. Very simple. If it's Lord Devour's idea, ask him to send a voice transmission to the Divine Master. The Divine Master will send a message to me. If it's your idea, then I'm sorry. I'm just following orders. Please don't interfere in the Divine City's matters. Otherwise, the Divine Master's fury. I'm afraid Lord Jiao won't be able to bear it. The god-slaying guards looked very respectful, but their words revealed a trace of arrogance and mockery. It was clear that if it wasn't for Lord Devour, Lord Jiao would be nothing and wouldn't have the right to criticize them. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? When Lord Jiao heard that, the cold glint in his eyes intensified. The divine beast's 9 tails spread out quietly. It was clear that he was truly enraged. Chapter 452. Lord 9 wants to kill me. Of course, I don't dare to resist. The god-slaying guard cupped his hands and bowed respectfully, but his face was full of mockery. He believed that Lord 9 wouldn't dare to attack without Lord Devour's presence. Hee. At this moment, a shrill laughter reverberated in the sky. The voice pierced through the sky, bringing with it the cold air of the 9 underworlds, and it shrouded the entire place. 9-tailed fox, you've got guts. You want to touch my people? Lord 9's face changed. He retracted his 9 fluttering tails, and his fox-like face was uncertain. After a while, he snorted and said, 2, call your people back. When Yi Qinghan comes out of seclusion, I'll ask him to hand over the divine sword to you. How about that? Your promise is useless. If that little bastard doesn't come out, I'll bury the entire fire dragon continent with him. 2 continued to laugh and then sent a cold message. The chill in his words made tens of thousands of people on the hundreds of ships below feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Lord 9 shivered in anger. He said angrily, if you do this, you'll destroy the fire dragon continent sooner or later. By that time, there won't be anyone left on the fire dragon continent. Will you still be useful as its lord? I spent millions of divine stones to buy the fire dragon plane. I can play with it however I want and destroy it whenever I want. Moreover, so what if it's all destroyed? In tens of thousands of years, this plane will reproduce hundreds of millions of people. So, it's not a loss to me. Lord God 2's casual message shocked Lord 9, the countless people present, and the God realm experts of the continent who were paying attention to this place. Hence, they could only feel 2 emotions at once, grief and anger. As the lord of a plane, he could control the life and death of everyone in the plane. Even if he destroyed a civilization, he could wait for tens of thousands of years for the birth of another civilization. He was the god of the fire dragon plane. Everyone in the fire dragon plane, including the god realm experts, was a nonentity. Nonentities that couldn't control their own fate were the slaves of the god master. You're so perverse. Sooner or later, the divine emperor will punish you. Moreover, when Lord Devour comes back, he won't let you off. The corners of Lord Jiao's mouth twitched in grief as he said indignantly. Hearing her, Divine Master 2 laughed crazily again. Lord Devour? She doesn't dare to kill me. As for the reason, you can ask her when she comes back. 9-tailed fox has no time to waste with you. Don't force me to attack you. Massacre God guards, what are you still standing there for? What are you waiting for? The Massacre God guard hurriedly made a hand signal, and a martial sage immediately flew towards the Purple Island. Lord Jiao knew that the situation was irreversible. He smiled bitterly and flew towards the Purple Island. Looking at Sir Jiao's bitter face, Old Lu knew that the negotiation had failed. Since Lord Devour wasn't here, no one could stop the divine Lord Butcher, who had a split personality. Xiao. Behind Lord Jiao, a golden-robed emissary walked over. Lu Shi and Lord Jiao couldn't help but close their eyes. They turned and ran towards the valley. Obviously, they couldn't bear to see another tragedy. In the valley, Yu Qingqing and the other two ladies turned around when they saw Lu Shi and Lord Jiao. They were afraid that they would see the horrifying scene of flesh and blood flying. The massacre god guards have ordered us to carry out the plan. The martial sage golden-robed emissary dashed over. He didn't waste any time and shouted at the leader of the group. The leader revealed a cruel smile. He raised the longbow in his hand and was about to throw it into the valley. Then he gave the order to self-detonate. Wait! Old Lu, who was sprinting in the valley, suddenly stopped. He revealed a surprised expression as he turned around and ran out. At the same time he shouted, "Old thing, what trick are you trying to play?" The leader was about to shout when he swallowed his words. He said angrily and awkwardly, "Wait a little longer. Give me a quarter of an hour. If I can't give you a reasonable explanation, it won't be too late for you to die." Elder Lu said in a serious manner. Then he closed his eyes without a care in the world. The hundreds of golden-robed emissaries looked at old Lu in confusion. Then, they turned to look at the martial sage behind him, waiting for his decision. The tens of thousands of people stopped crying and cursing. They looked at old Lu and the emissary, hoping for a miracle. Lord Jiao, Yu Qingqing, and the other two ladies also looked at old Lu in surprise. They didn't understand what was going on. Give him 15 minutes and carry out the plan immediately. It will be carried out in half an hour. That saint-level emissary was silent for a moment, and actually agreed to this strange request. Drip, drip. Time passed as everyone's hearts raced. The battlefield was extremely quiet, and even a fart could scare a lot of people to death. The atmosphere was extremely stifling, and even the wind stopped blowing. The magical beasts gathered in the surroundings were also quietly hiding in the bushes and branches, staring at the battlefield without blinking. Time passed quickly, and it was almost time. When the tens of thousands of people in front of the valley saw that old Lu still had his eyes closed, many of them started to close their eyes in despair. Many of them started to tremble uncontrollably, and some of them even had yellow liquid flowing out of their pants. All of a sudden, a gust of wind rose, and old Lu suddenly opened his eyes. Everyone was shocked. The martial sage's eyes also lit up as he stared at old Lu. Lord Jiao, Yu Qingqing, and the others looked at old Lu expectantly and listened attentively. But old Lu didn't say anything. Instead, a young voice sounded in the air. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it sounded in everyone's ears. "I am Yi Qinghan. Emissaries of the Divine City, go out and send a message to that damned Baldy of yours. If he dares to kill again, I will immediately lead my men to the immortal realm, and he will never get the divine sword. In half a month, I will leave the Purple Island and give him an explanation." Yi Qinghan. The hundreds of emissaries and the tens of thousands of mortals from the Divine City were stunned for a moment. Then, they revealed a trace of wild joy, and their eyes shone with passion. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had finally come out. They might not have to die. They could be saved. The martial sage was also slightly stunned. He immediately gestured to the golden-robed leader, turned around, and rushed out at lightning speed. "Brother! Little Han! Qinghan!" When the familiar voice that they hadn't heard for 11 years arose again, Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qingyu screamed at the same time. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes started to tear silently. Then, they wiped their divine beasts, lifted their palace skirts, and dashed toward the carefree pavilion. Little Han? Lord Jiao's face was bitter. Yi Qinghan had come out of his seclusion earlier than expected. He didn't wait for Lord Devour's return. Was it a blessing or a curse? However, when she looked at old Lu worriedly, she found that old Lu's face was also solemn and bitter. 1 hour later, the martial sage of the Divine City returned in front of the valley. Under the longing gazes of tens of thousands of people, he brought them a piece of news that made them so excited. "The God Lord has ordered us to bring these 10,000 people back. At the same time, tell Yi Qinghan that after half a month, the Yi family will be executed outside the Purple Island. If Yi Qinghan dares to break his promise, he will not only kill the Yi family, but also the 5 great families of the House of Aries. They will be buried together with you. Chapter 453. Brother. Yi Qingyu was the fastest. She shouted as she rushed into the free and unfettered pavilion. She looked around but didn't see the familiar figure of Yi Qinghan. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu also rushed in happily, looking for Yi Qinghan. Xiao Yu Qingqing Xiao, don't rush. Time is of the essence. I still need to cultivate in seclusion for half a month to break through the final bottleneck. Wait for me. Just as the 3 of them were rushing towards the training room, Yi Qinghan's voice suddenly rang out, causing them to stop in their tracks. What's going on? Where is little Han? Elder Lu and Madame Jiao, who had followed them in, asked hurriedly when they saw the 3 of them stunned. He said he still needs to cultivate in seclusion for half a month to break through the final bottleneck. Yi Qingwu said resentfully, wiping away the tears on her face in annoyance. Bottleneck? Madame Jiao and Elder Lu were both stunned, and then a hint of joy and astonishment appeared on their faces. The fact that Yi Qinghan could transmit his voice through the free and unfettered pavilion just now meant that his soul was extremely powerful, at least at the 2nd or 3rd tier of the divine level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to transmit his voice. But now he was talking about a bottleneck? Could it be that he was going to break through to the divine general tier? This was a little too much. A 1st tier saint, and after 11 years of seclusion, he was going to break through to the divine general tier? This speed was frightening. The 2 of them were even more delighted when they thought of Yi Qinghan's message just now. He would leave the Purple Island in half a month to give the Divine Master an explanation? The 2 of them were even more certain that Yi Qinghan was about to break through to the Divine General tier. How would he dare to leave before he reached the Divine General tier? Elder Lu, do you think it's possible? Madame Jiao controlled herself so that she could maintain her composure and elegance, but the moment she spoke, she found that she was stuttering. I'm not sure, but it's possible. In the Divine Grace mainland, there was a genius who spent 100 years to break through to the Divine King tier from the Divine Heaven tier. But, in a material plane, and in a mere 11 years, this is too. Elder Lu swallowed and tried to convince himself, but the more he spoke, the less convinced he was. Their conversation attracted Yu Qingqing's attention. She listened for a moment and asked thoughtfully, Grandpa Lu, are you saying that Qinghan is trying to break through to the Divine General Realm? Divine General Realm? Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu were shocked at the same time. They looked at Elder Lu and Lord Jiao in disbelief. Elder Lu shook his head and said uncertainly, I can't say for sure. After all, the news is too shocking. Maybe our guesses are wrong. It's impossible to say anything now. Stop guessing. Just wait, the results will be revealed in 15 days. Hey, why hasn't Black finished comprehending? If he had finished comprehending it, he would have had a greater chance of obtaining it by relying on his innate ability. Lord Jiao turned to look at little Black, who was sleeping soundly in the garden pavilion on the left, and sighed regretfully. Everyone fell silent and waited with apprehension. For them, every second was so difficult to pass. It felt like they were being tortured in a pot of boiling oil. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not breaking through to the Divine General tier. Time was too short. Yi Qinghan was not able to tie the knot. Just when he felt that he was standing on the boat, he was woken up by Yao Ji. 10 years had passed. Hee, little man, although you have given me a great awakening, like you very much. But I'm sorry, you don't have time to enjoy the unique skills of the bewitching tribe. 10 years have passed. Of course, you still have a chance. As long as you go to the Divine Realm, to the Star Sea, the Divine Sword in your hand will guide you to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If you are lucky enough to enter the Dream Palace again, I will let you experience it for 10 days and 10 nights. I will let you enjoy the unique effects of my little red string. Goodbye, cute little man. I look forward to meeting you again. He thought of Yao Ji's affectionate gaze after she woke up, her intoxicating words, and her sudden kiss before he was teleported. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He felt a little regretful that he did not have the chance to spend a night with this peerless beauty. But what made him even more regretful was that he did not break through the final step of the absolute domain fusion. At that time, he felt that he was about to break through, but Yao Ji woke him up, so he did not reach the consummate stage. Moreover, when he was teleported out, he immediately checked the condition of his body. Although the strength of his soul cultivation was increasing rapidly in the state of spiritual silence, it was not inferior to a second or third level celestial god. However, his battle energy hadn't reached the peak of sacred realm yet. The core in his dantian hadn't turned pure white yet. There was still a black mark on it. He couldn't do anything about it. In the state of spiritual silence, his soul rose the fastest. Moreover, he had been fusing with the principles, so he didn't have time to cultivate his battle energy. It was lucky that he could break through to this realm. His comprehensive competence had improved a lot compared to 11 years ago. Due to the enhancement of his soul realm, he could kill an ordinary divine realm expert instantly with his body fusion technique. However, it was far from enough to deal with Divine Master 2. As soon as he got out, he opened the restriction of the cultivation room. His soul consciousness checked and found only Xiao He sleeping. He hurried to send his soul consciousness to check the Purple Island. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. The two of them communicated using their spiritual senses for a while, and Elder Lu quickly told him about the recent happenings in the continent. Yi Qinghan did not expect that the situation had developed to this point. Begrudgingly, he decided to calm the God Lord down first. It seemed the God Lord too had gone completely crazy, and Lord Devour had returned to the God world. In the entire continent, only Shi Yan had the hope to deal with Tuesday. However, to deal with Tu, Shi Yan had to protect himself from his will attack. He had to cultivate the absolute domain to the complete realm. Moreover, his battle energy had to break through to the divine realm. When the battle energy in his body had become the god power, he could release the absolute domain to protect himself. Then, he could use the body fusion technique to kill the God Lord. Half a month. I must comprehend it in half a month. I will succeed. Yi Qinghan sorted out his thoughts. He knew he didn't have much time. If Tu had killed 10,000 people, and he didn't say anything, it would be another 10,000 lives. If he didn't get out after half a month, he didn't know how many people would die. He had no way out. He could ignore the billions of people in the continent and the billions in the House of Aries. But how could he ignore the 10,000 members of the Yi family, the Yu, the Feng, the Hua, and the Long families? So many people had to die for him while he hid in the Purple Island? Watch so many people die for him? He couldn't do it. If he did, it wouldn't be Yi Qinghan. Forget it. Half a moon queen, if I don't succeed. I'll die for a righteous cause. Sigh, this spiritual skin is going to be wasted. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a trace of madness. He decided to become half a moon queen. Either he would break through and fight with Tu, or he would die. He touched the unfettered ring, and a pink spiritual skin with a faint glow appeared in his hand. This was one of the 2 spiritual skins he got from the Li Xiang mythical beast in the barbaric mountains. He had refined one last time and obtained the profound mystery of space lock. Time was running out. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to cultivate his battle energy. He could only waste a precious spiritual skin to obtain the pure energy to break through to the divine realm. The spiritual skin began to emit a faint pink glow and disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body. Qinghan also closed her eyes and began to break through the final bottleneck. Chapter 454. Song City Yi Family Castle, Back Mountain. It's over. Yi Tianlong's stubborn and inflexible face was completely dark as he slumped weakly into a chair. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu grew anxious and asked, "What's wrong?" "Little Han has appeared. He even said that he'll come out in 15 days. Divine Master Butcher replied that he will execute all the members of the Yi family in 15 days. He'll probably be here in a few days. Yi Tianlong said in a daze. Yi Qingyo's eyes suddenly bulged as he cursed angrily, "Little Han, you stupid pig. Patriarch, why aren't you sending a voice transmission to Yu Shishui? Why are you trying to be a hero now? Pig idiot. Do I need you to tell me? Yu Shishui has already gone, and I've already had the clan's hidden guards carry my orders to Purple Island." Yi Tianlong glared angrily at Yi Qingniu as he roared. Then, he shook his head helplessly. But, do you think it'll be of any use? Little Han's temper. It's over. The Yi family is going to be finished. AI. Yi Baihu sighed deeply and didn't say anything else. His eyes became cloudy as he stared blankly out the window. No one knew what he was thinking. The Patriarch, what should we do? Damn it. Why don't we fight it out with Divine City? Killing one is worth it, killing two is worth it. Yi Qingniu roared angrily as he paced back and forth in the pavilion, killing intent radiating from his body. There's no rush, there's no rush. Let's go take a look outside Purple Island. If it doesn't work out, then we'll fight to the death. Yi Tianlong muttered to himself for a moment. Then, his eyes shone with determination as he turned to Yi Baihu and said, Baihu, go and make arrangements. Tell the clansmen not to resist and to listen to my orders. Patriarch of the Yi family, get your ass out here. At this moment, a shrill laughter sounded in the sky again. A bald man wearing a red robe appeared in the sky above the Yi family castle. The entire Yi family castle was shaken. Countless disciples who were in seclusion all came out and looked angrily at the bald man in the sky. So fast. White Tiger, hurry up and suppress your clansmen. Don't cause any trouble. Yi Tianlong smiled bitterly. He stood up and walked out. He stood outside the loft and looked at Divine Master Tu, not bothering to be courteous. He shouted, Yianlong is here. Divine Master, what's the matter? God Lord Tu glanced at Yi Tianlong contemptuously, then spread his divine consciousness and enveloped the entire Yi family castle. He knew that Yi Tianlong had refined the divine crystal to become a god, but he didn't put it in his eyes. To him, as long as Lord Devour wasn't here, no one in the Flame Dragon continent could resist even one strike from him. The God Realm experts weren't different from ordinary people. 3,620 people. After a while, God Lord Tu retrieved his soul consciousness. He turned around and said coldly, You're in charge of bringing these 3,620 people to the deserted island in the north of Purple Island within 10 days. Remember, if you miss one person, I'll kill 1,000 members of the Yi family. Don't doubt my words. Kiki. Then, Tu laughed and left immediately. Son of a bitch. You've crossed the line. Patriarch, let's go to the Divine City. Let's die a quick death. It's too suffocating. Yi Qingniu stormed over, looking at the sky resentfully as he cursed. God Lord Tu had used the lives of the Yi family members to threaten Yi Tianlong to escort the Yi family members to their deaths. Seeing God Lord Tu leave with only one sentence, Yi Baihu didn't go to the Yi family castle to stop him. He said through his gritted teeth, we'll die sooner or later. Patriarch, should we go all out? Yi Tianlong turned around and glared at the two of them. White Tiger, why are you talking nonsense like Azurox? If it were just the three of us, we would have fought to the death already. Right now, the lives of nearly 10,000 members of the Yi family are at stake. We can't give up until the very last moment. Pass down the order, gather and head to Purple Island. Half a month from now, we'll let the people of the continent see if the descendants of the Yi family are cowards. Yi Qinghan had finally appeared. Even though he didn't show himself, he announced that he would leave Purple Island in half a month. This news immediately spread throughout the continent, reaching the ears of every expert and descendant of the great clans. The Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, and the Shui family ancestors sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Yu Shishui immediately teleported to Purple Island. The Barbarian God Manor and the Demon God Manor were overjoyed. As long as Yi Qinghan appeared, the Yao and Barbarian race would no longer have to bear the wrath of the Divine Master. Every deity on the continent knew what Divine Master Tu was planning to do when he appeared in the Yi family's castle. Even though they felt a bit sad, there were still some who secretly rejoiced, such as the Shui family ancestor and the 6 barbarian gods. However, they didn't rejoice for too long. The next day, Divine Master Tu sent them a message that made them stomp their feet in anger. 10 days from now, all experts above the arch level must gather outside Purple Island. If anyone dares to linger, kill 10,000 of their own. All the Yao and barbarian experts cursed in their hearts. What did this have to do with them? Why did they have to go? They weren't in the mood to watch the show, and they didn't want to get involved. However, no one dared to disobey Divine Master Tu's orders. They all looked like their fathers had just died. They all flew toward Purple Island with mournful expressions. 10 days later, the dozens of deserted islands to the north of Purple Island were filled with experts from the 3 clans. The Yi family was the most special. Close to 10,000 of them occupied one island. Furthermore, no one dared to go to the 2 or 3 deserted islands nearby for fear of being implicated. Almost all the experts from the 3 residences and one island gathered outside Purple Island. They had complicated feelings as they waited for the massacre in 5 days. On the contrary, the members of the Yi family were calm. They knew that the outcome would be death in 5 days, but they didn't have any qualms. From time to time, there would be people glaring angrily at the hundreds of ships outside the island. From time to time, there would be people cursing at Yi Jian and the other traders of the Yi clan. From time to time, there would be people laughing out loud, as if they were enjoying their last few days of reckless life. The God Massacre Guards were the most prestigious. They made use of the Divine Master Massacre's influence to command the divine-level experts in high spirits, as if they were dealing with prisoners. They split the experts from the 3 residences and one island into groups and placed them on the deserted islands. The God Massacre Guards were here. The God Burning Guards were here. Of course, Yi Jian was here too. All the experts in the Divine City were here. They were waiting in anticipation for Divine Master Tu's shocking move. Is there still hope in this world? Feng Zi stroked her hair. She didn't look sad. Instead, she looked as though she was in pain. Hua Hua's face was still beautiful, and her eyes were still mesmerizing. However, her charming smile was extremely bitter now. There is hope, but the hope is in the F*King fields. Feng Zi and Hua Hua were unlucky. It had been more than 10 years. Both of them had stepped into the imperial realm. Of course, they were unfortunate enough to be here together. Fortunately, both of them had their own families. They had many sons and daughters. Even if they died, they would have descendants. At this moment I feel like I've returned to the foot of Duanren Peak. However, I don't know if the bewitching purple light from back then can still be lit up. Time was like a butcher's knife. It didn't leave too many marks on Long Seinen's body. However, there was no longer any heroic spirit on her face. There was only incomparable desolation. Despicable man. I've cultivated hard for more than 10 years. I wanted to make you kneel down and lick my toes one day. Now, it seems like you have no hope of tasting my exquisite toes. On a deserted island to the side, Yin Ling, who was standing next to the Hidden Island's island lord, had a chest that could scare 2 cows to death. Her beautiful eyes were looking at the magnificent light barrier on the purple island as she spoke hatefully. Her exquisite face was filled with disappointment and pity. Chapter 455. Patriarch. In a small valley on Violet Island, Yu Qingcheng stared at the familiar figure she hadn't seen for more than 10 years. The tears that she had been holding in for so many days poured out like a broken dam. She threw herself into Yu Shishui's arms and began to sob. Little Qingcheng, you're already so old. Why you still acting like a child? Yu Shishui lovingly stroked Qingcheng's hair and patted her back to comfort her. Greetings, Senior Yu. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu stared in surprise at Yu Shishui, who had suddenly appeared on the island, and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Madame Jiao. This must be the protector of Fallen God Mountain, right? Yu Shishui patted Qingqing's shoulder again and handed her over to Yi Qingwu and the others, then bowed to Madame Jiao and Elder Lu. Haha, just call me Elder Lu. Yu Shishui wasn't familiar with Elder Lu, but Elder Lu knew who she was. Because of her relationship with Qingqing, Elder Lu nodded kindly. Shishui, what's the situation outside? Madame Jiao asked seriously. Yu Qingqing and the others didn't dare cause any more trouble when they saw that they were talking about serious matters. They did their best to control their emotions and listened intently. It's very messy, very serious, very bad. Yu Shishui's expression turned bitter. Where's Yi Qinghan? Why don't I see him? Tell him not to go out no matter what. Sky Dragon told me to tell him to take Qingqing and the others to the God realm and think of a way to come back when he's strong enough. Otherwise, he will never acknowledge this grandson of his. Everyone's expressions became complicated as they fell silent. Yi Tianlong's words were a bit harsh, but they all knew Yi Qinghan's temper very well. Once Yi Qinghan's temper flared up, not to mention Yi Tianlong's words, even if Yi Tianlong told him in person, it might not be effective. However, they didn't know how to reply, so they all chose to remain silent. Clan leader, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Qinghan might be able to kill a divine master after coming out of seclusion. Didn't Elder Lu and the others say that Qinghan is trying to break through to the divine general realm? Yu Qingcheng pondered for a moment and broke the silence. A look of expectation flashed across her eyes as she sighed. Kill? Impossible. Yu Shixue laughed self-deprecatingly. She was just about to mention how powerful the divine master butcher was when her eyes suddenly widened and she cried out, "Wait a minute. The divine general realm? You said divine general realm? Yi Qinghan is breaking through to the divine general realm? Actually, we can't be sure. This is just Elder Lu's and my guess. As for the specifics, we'll have to wait for Yi Qinghan to come out." The ninth elder pursed his lips when he saw Yu Shishue's suspicious gaze lock onto him. How is this possible? How long had he been cultivating? Divine general realm? Sirs, are you sure this is possible? You're not fooling me, are you? Yu Shishue blinked, her body trembling slightly as she asked nervously. Elder Lu sighed softly and explained the situation. To be honest, our guess is correct. Little Han's soul isn't any weaker than a third-layer heaven god's, and before he went into seclusion again, he mentioned that he was going to break through the bottleneck. According to Little Han's usual style, if he wasn't confident that he could kill two, he wouldn't have made things so complicated, and he wouldn't have said that. Thus, we're guessing that he's trying to break through to the divine general realm. Of course, we'll have to wait for him to come out before we know the specifics. That's right. Elder Lu's words immediately boosted everyone's confidence, and their faces lit up with joy. Yi Qinghan had always been a seasoned veteran. If he wasn't confident, he definitely wouldn't have gone into seclusion for half a month. After all, half a month would pass in the blink of an eye. If he wasn't trying to break through to the divine general realm, then even half a year or even a year of seclusion would be useless. So you're saying that there's still hope? Yu Shishue suddenly couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. Then she suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed drastically. Crap, will Sky Dragon and the others do something stupid? No, I have to go out and take a look. You guys have to remember, if Yi Qinghan comes out of seclusion, tell him not to go out unless he's confident. He has to work hard and cultivate until he reaches the immortal realm. After saying this, Yu Shishue immediately turned around and ran out. She was afraid that Yi Tianlong and the others had already given up hope and started fighting with the Divine City. If they were killed by the Divine Master, then it would be over for them. Big Sister Qingqing, it's already been 14 days. Why hasn't my brother come out yet? Within the unfettered pavilion, Yi Qingyu looked around anxiously, a worried expression on her face. After a while, she asked, Big Sister Qingqing, Big Sister Xiao Wu, do you think my brother will succeed? We have to believe in him. Qinghan has always been a man who can create miracles. Isn't that right? Yu Qingcheng actually felt the same way as Yi Qingyu, but she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she smiled warmly, a strange light flickering in her black pearl-like eyes. That's right, we have to believe in Little Han. He will always bring us hope at the last moment. Little Yu, think about it. In front of the infatuated garden, under Duan Runfeng, and in the fallen God Mountain, when did he not surprise us at the last moment? Yi Qingwu's confidence was greatly boosted by Yu Qingqing's words. Her face was filled with anticipation and excitement. Of course I believe in Big Brother. Big Brother will always. But why is there wind? Before Yi Qingyu could finish speaking, she suddenly felt as if something strange had happened in the unfettered pavilion. She hurriedly looked around, her expression instantly becoming one of ecstasy. Auspicious clouds? Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu were both shocked. They looked up at the sky above the unfettered pavilion and cried out in surprise, He broke through. Suddenly, a fierce wind started to blow in the sky above the unfettered pavilion. Then, a huge auspicious cloud quickly formed. It seemed like this auspicious cloud was even larger than the one Yu Shishue had seen when she had become a god, and it was many times larger than the one Yi Qingyu had seen when she had become a god. The ninth elder and Elder Lu, who were sitting cross-legged at the side, immediately opened their eyes and looked at the auspicious cloud in the sky. The two of them exchanged a glance, but there was no joy on their faces or in their eyes. Instead, they were extremely gloomy. The ninth elder muttered to himself in a daze, "The bottleneck is actually the bottleneck of the god tier? He just broke through to the heaven god tier? He wants to use his heaven god tier cultivation to fight against a divine master?" Auspicious clouds and purple lightning are only produced when one breaks through to the god tier. Heaven god tier? That's not right. Ninth elder, look, there's something strange about this auspicious cloud. It's not a 7-colored auspicious cloud, but a 9-colored auspicious cloud. Also look, there are actually 2 bolts of purple lightning? 2 bolts, what's going on? Elder Lu didn't pay attention to the ninth elder's words. Instead, he was staring in shock at the huge auspicious cloud in the sky. It was actually shining with 9 different colors, and then 2 thick bolts of purple lightning fell from it. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as him had never seen or heard of such a thing in the god realm. He couldn't help but open his mouth in shock, unable to speak for a long time. That's right. Something strange. The ninth elder also blinked, unsure of what was going on. Yu Qingcheng and the others looked at each other in confusion. "Hello everyone, it's been a long time. Really missed you all." 2 hours later, as everyone waited anxiously, the space above the plaza suddenly rippled, and a familiar voice rang out. Then, a black figure appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. He had a delicate face, a frail body, and a gentle smile. Everything about him was no different from how he had been 11 years ago. The only difference was that after Yi Qinghan had become a god, his aura had become even more elegant, and he had the aura of a god. "Brother! Little Han! Qinghan!" 3 sobbing voices rang out at the same time, and then 3 soft, fragrant bodies rushed towards Yi Qinghan like a gust of wind. Silent tears flowed down their cheeks, drenching Yi Qinghan's clothes. 6 soft, jade-like arms hugged Yi Qinghan tightly, as if they were afraid that he would disappear again. Heavenly God stage? However, Madame Jiao immediately used her divine sense to probe the area. Her beautiful fox face turned even uglier than a weasel's when she did so. Why is he still at the Heavenly God stage? Little Han, the Elder Lu staggered and exclaimed in a daze. He had checked that Yi Qinghan had indeed just become a god, and his divine crystal had just been condensed. Yi Qinghan hugged the 3 girls and kissed their foreheads gently. He turned around with a smile, looked at Elder Lu and the 9th elder, and said confidently, "What's wrong, Elder Lu, 9th elder? So what if I'm a heavenly god? Even if I'm a heavenly god, I can still chop off that bald head. I'm a heavenly god, not an ordinary heavenly god." Chapter 456. What? Little Han, how confident are you? Elder Lu and Lord Jiao looked at each other and turned to ask. When they thought of the strange phenomenon of Yi Qinghan becoming a god, they started to look forward to it. "I only have a 50% chance of killing too." Yi Qinghan glanced at Lord Jiao. He didn't understand why Lord Jiao could enter the carefree pavilion. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He said confidently, "But I have an 80% chance of protecting myself." 50%? 80%? Elder Lu and Lord Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Qinghan wouldn't joke about serious matters. However, Elder Lu suddenly thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and asked seriously, "Little Han, how much do you know about the Lord's will?" "Elder Lu, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, I know what to do." Yi Qinghan grinned and gave them a knowing look. Then she lowered her head to look at the 3 tear-stained faces and gently said, "3 beautiful flowers, don't cry. If you continue to cry, you won't be pretty anymore. Alright, I still need to familiarize myself with the use of the divinity crystal. Trust me, everything will be fine after tomorrow. But Yu Qingcheng was the first to calm down. She wiped her tears with one hand while her other hand was still tightly holding onto Yi Qinghan's hand. Yi Qingwu, on the other hand, smiled through her tears and quietly pinched his waist. Although Yi Qingyu stopped crying, she still looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze. Her pitiful expression made Yi Qinghan's heart ache. Alright, the three of you, give little Han some time. The important matter is more important. Elder Lu spoke up. He knew that Yi Qinghan had just attained the God tier and was still unfamiliar with the divine crystal and the God tier divine body. If he were to rush out to battle, his chances of success would be lowered. Elder Lu's words were indeed effective. Yi Qinghan smiled guiltily at the three girls, then turned to look at the sleeping Xiao Hei in the pavilion. With a doting expression, he waved his hand and said, "Xiao Hei, enter the beast battle space." Xiao Hei was not awake, but following Yi Qinghan's summons, its curled body slowly turned into a shadow in the pavilion and flew toward him. Then, it disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body. Although Xiao Hei was currently in a deep sleep, it had formed a soul contract with Yi Qinghan. Controlling beasts was an active skill for Yi Qinghan, but for Xiao Hei, it was a passive skill and was not affected. After summoning Xiao Hei back, Yi Qinghan didn't say anything else. He smiled at the crowd, then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Lord Jiu, what's going on? He has just become a heaven god, but he has a 50% chance of killing too? An 80% chance of protecting himself? Elder Lu fell silent and transmitted his voice to Lord Jiu. Lord Jiu shook his head slightly and transmitted his voice. Hee, Elder Lu, you've followed the Soul Emperor for so many years. If you don't know, how would I know? You know Lord Devour's temper. He rarely tells me anything about the immortal realm. Little Han is not a boastful person. Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? Moreover, it seems that he understands the will attack of a divine master very well. I'm so worried. Elder Lu brushed his sleeves and transmitted his voice to Lord Jiu. Worry flashed in Lord Jiu's eyes, and he transmitted his voice. Forget it. Don't disturb him. Everything will come to an end tomorrow. Huh? Xiao Hei has become a god? This little dog is even faster than me. Yi Qinghan called Xiao Hei back. Through the spiritual connection between them, he discovered that Xiao Hei's body was surging with divine power and his divine crystal was standing upright. He had become a god. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and relieved. Yi Qinghan's current strength was very strange. His body had just become an immortal, and his battle chi had just turned into divine power. However, the strength of his soul had already reached the third tier of the heaven god realm. Most importantly, his comprehension of the nomological laws had reached the divine general realm. Although Yi Qinghan wasn't clear about the tiers after becoming a god, he remembered it very clearly. Elder Lu had once said that in order to step into the divine general realm, one had to fuse 2 elementary mysteries or 1 intermediate mystery. As for the absolute domain, Yao Ji had said, this was the intermediate mystery. The strength of his soul was already very good, and Xiao Hei had become a god. His soul would definitely be very strong. The strength of their souls added together was enough to make the soul of any heaven god dizzy. The absolute domain could defend against Tu's will attacks, and the fusion technique could instantly kill him. Even though Tu was very powerful, he would still die if he was hit. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to think too much. Yi Qinghan began to familiarize himself with the miraculous uses of his divine body. Teleportation was very simple. It was a strengthened version of the form displacement transposition that he had mastered. Right now, he needed to familiarize himself with how to use divine crystals and divine power. Yi Tianlong's group, the divine level expert from the divine battle manor, and the island lord of the hidden island all felt very conflicted and complicated. Yu Shixue had come out with news that made their souls tremble. Yi Qinghan was breaking through to the divine general realm. They didn't know much about the divine general realm, but they knew that a divine general was stronger than a heaven god. A divine general could easily kill a heaven god, and of course, it was very possible that he could kill a demonic lord like Tu. The divine general realm. Did that mean that Yi Qinghan had become a god a long time ago? This kind of cultivation speed at such a young age caused them to be both happy and sad. On one hand, they hoped that a miracle would occur, and that Yi Qinghan would be able to save the Yi family and the continent. On the other hand, they were worried that Yi Qinghan was not Divine Master Tu's match. If he was killed, then the Yi family and the continent would be doomed forever. Buzz. The sky rippled and a shrill, cruel laugh rang out. Under the gazes of the hundreds of thousands of people outside of Purple Island, Divine Master Tu's red robes suddenly appeared in the sky. His shiny bald head was like a dazzling sun, and the strange tattoo on the back of his head was constantly moving. It was extremely awkward to look at. His eyes, one red and one black, glowed with a monstrous, man-eating light, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Celestial Master Tu looked down coldly at the experts of the 3 mansions and 1 island on the countless deserted islands, then threw his head back and laughed wildly. His savage and cruel laughter echoed in the sky above the Purple Island, in the gloomy faces of tens of thousands of experts, and in their eardrums. Very good, all of you are very obedient. I like obedient people. As long as you listen to me, I'll let you live. Remember, I'm the overlord of the Flame Dragon continent, the master of your life and death. No one can go against my will. Anyone who dares to go against me will die. Divine Master Tu's words echoed throughout the vicinity of Purple Island. This was the first time he had announced his position as the ruler of the Flame Dragon continent in front of all the experts of the continent, declaring his will to rule over the world. He had also given all the god-rank experts of the continent a fierce slap in the face. However, no one dared to reply, no one dared to make a fuss, and no one dared to step forward. The Saber Emperor and Spear Emperor closed their eyes. The Island Master of Hidden Island pressed down on the bamboo hat on his head, and Yu Shishui turned to look at the calm ocean. For thousands of years, the god-rank experts of the continent might have dared to make some sneaky moves behind the scenes. However, no one dared to challenge his dignity in front of him, because all those who did were dead. The current Divine Master Tu was not only much stronger than when he had first arrived on the Flame Dragon continent, but his personality had also become completely different. Who would dare to court death when faced with such a powerful madman? Divine Master Tu nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the surroundings were completely silent. He turned to look at the massacre god guards below. Kiki, very good. Where is that little bastard? Why hasn't he come out yet? Is he trying to test my patience? Send someone in to notify them. If he doesn't show up in an hour, I will kill half of the Yi family first. Chapter 457. As soon as Divine Lord Tu finished speaking, countless people's expressions changed. Tu was about to start killing again. Who knew how many of the 100,000 people present would survive today? Or would they all be wiped out? Yes, Divine Lord. The god-slaying guard cupped his hands respectfully towards the sky, then pointed at Yi Jian and said, God-slaying guard, go in and announce the news. Yi Jian's gloomy expression under his golden robe immediately turned bitter. Over the past few days, he had been under the mocking gazes of the Yi clan at all times, causing him to feel as if his entire body was being pricked by needles. Furthermore, Yi Tianlong and the elders of the Yi family had not even glanced at him, which made him feel even more bitter. He understood that the divine city was just using him and had never treated him as a divine guard. But could he do that? He could only endure and hope that he could one day become the Divine Lord. But now, the god-slaying guard wanted him to go in and announce the news? Wasn't letting him represent the divine city to announce the news clearly asking him to die? Yes, Divine Lord. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Jian felt Tu's cold gaze sweep over him. His entire body was enveloped in killing intent. He hurriedly laughed bitterly, cupped his hands towards the sky, and flew towards the Purple Island. As Yi Jian's figure disappeared into the Purple Island's barrier, the atmosphere outside became even more oppressive. Everyone's eyes were locked onto the Purple Island, waiting for Yi Qinghan to appear, waiting for what would happen next, and waiting for the unknown future. Yi Jian is here. Elder Lu had left a trace of his divine sense outside. When he saw Yi Jian running towards the valley, he laughed coldly. Madame Jiao and Yu Qingsheng also revealed looks of disdain. They had not known that Yi Jian had already betrayed the divine city. Now that Madame Jiao and Yu Shishui had arrived, they clearly understood that Yi Jian had already become the new god-slaying guard. Yi Jian? What is he doing here? When Yi Qinghan heard Elder Lu's voice, he opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. A smile appeared in his eyes as he stood up and asked, "Hee, it's probably on behalf of the divine city. They want you to leave." Elder Lu smiled coldly and quickly recounted Yi Jian's situation to Yi Qinghan. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan seriously and asked, "Little Han, are you confident? If you really don't have the confidence, don't go out. A real man must know when to yield and when to stand tall. The winner takes all. Only the winner can be king." "It's Little Han. Are you sure? If you really can't do it, just drag it out. Milord will be back soon," Lord Jiao said with concern. "Brother, Qing Han, Little Han." Yi Qingyu and the others did not try to persuade Yi Qinghan. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Qinghan affectionately, expressing their determination. All 3 of them knew Yi Qinghan's temperament. Yi Qinghan would definitely go out. They could only silently pray for him behind his back, or die with him. "Trust me. I will definitely return safely. How could this tiny flame dragon continent be the final destination of my campaign? Wait for me." Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly flickered with a strange light. He swept his gaze across the field and smiled brilliantly. With a wave of his hand, the black slaughter god saber appeared in his hand. With a loud laugh, he disappeared from the carefree pavilion. Yu Qingsheng and the others looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Without another word, they followed behind Yi Qinghan and disappeared from the carefree pavilion. A metal rod appeared in Elder Lu's hand. He looked at Lord Jiao, and the 2 of them disappeared from the carefree pavilion. "Qinghan, I finally found you. Hurry up and go out. The Divine Master is going to kill Father and the others." Yi Jian had already taken off his golden robe and was carefully running through the forest. However, he saw a young man wearing a black warrior's suit and holding a black, strange-looking long saber in his hand, striding towards him. Who else could it be but Yi Qinghan? His eyes narrowed abruptly, and an ecstatic expression appeared on his face as he rushed forward and shouted excitedly. Swish! Hover! Yi Jian realized that Yi Qinghan's expression did not change at all. Yi Qinghan stabbed the saber in his hand into the ground and suddenly dashed towards him. His speed was as fast as lightning, frighteningly fast. Before he could react, a hand had grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Cough! "Qinghan, are you crazy? I am your uncle, let go of me." Yi Jian was shocked. He held Yi Qinghan's hand tightly but did not resist. He had seen Yi Qinghan's speed just now. It was definitely much faster than him. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's hand that was holding his neck emitted a cold, killing intent. He knew that if he dared to move, Yi Qinghan would definitely crush his neck. "Shut up. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will kill you now. Also, don't resist. I'm already a god. Killing you is a piece of cake. God-slayer guard." Yi Qinghan's face was expressionless. He looked at Yi Jian coldly and spoke rudely. Then, he carried Yi Jian and rushed out of the Purple Island. God-slayer guard? God? Yi Jian felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. His entire body was icy cold, and his heart was filled with despair. It seemed like he was going to die today. He secretly regretted it. If he had known that he would die sooner or later, he would never have betrayed them. Even if he died now, his name would go down in history. Drip, drip. Time passed slowly. The atmosphere outside the Purple Island grew heavier, and the red glow in Tu's eyes grew colder. Why isn't he out yet? Could it be that Yi Jian was killed by the demonic beasts? The Godslayer guard shook his big nose and sighed to the Godslayer guard beside him. Who knows? Why don't we ask the Divine Master to send a God expert in? The Godslayer guard looked at Divine Master Tu, who was in the sky, and said softly. Although the 2 of them spoke softly, it was obvious that they were talking to Divine Master Tuesday. They were afraid that Tu would get angry and kill the members of the Yi family. If that happened, it would be difficult if Yi Qinghan didn't come out. TSK, there's no need. In the sky, Tu laughed. A red glow flashed in his eyes as he stared at the light barrier on the purple island. He revealed a cruel smile and sneered, "Little B***" starred, "You finally dare to come out?" He came out? The 100,000 people present were all shocked. Their eyes lit up as they looked in the direction that Tu was staring at. The purple glow on the light barrier flashed slightly, and a figure slowly appeared from the light barrier. This figure came out upside down, and his body was floating in midair. Then, everyone realized that this person was actually Yi Jian. As Yi Jian's body appeared, a slender hand holding onto Yi Jian's neck appeared. Then, a thin and weak figure slowly walked out from the purple light barrier. His handsome face was filled with a warm smile. "Hello, everyone. So many people. It's just that we haven't seen each other for a few years. There's no need to make such a big scene to welcome me. I'm ashamed. As soon as Yi Qinghan came out, he looked around with the night sword in his hand and revealed a brilliant smile. He waved his hand and said apologetically, "Let's go." His appearance was very flattered. He was like a wanderer who had been away for a few years, but now, the whole village had come to welcome him. After saying that, he didn't care about the stunned crowd. Instead, he suddenly raised Yi Jian in front of him. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and his indifferent voice resounded outside the purple island. "Yi Jian, do you know that if you die, you will die a miserable death? Today, on behalf of the Yi family, I announce that you are a traitor and will be sentenced to death." Kacha! An incomparably crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Yi Jian wanted to say something, but he found that he couldn't say anything. His eyes were wide open, and his head drooped to one side. His body also slowly became soft. Then he slowly slid down from Yi Qinghan's hand and collapsed on the beach. Silence. The entire crowd was silent. Even the sea breeze near the purple island seemed to have stopped blowing at this moment. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was standing on the beach with a warm smile after killing Yi Jian, like a big boy next door, everyone's eyes widened. Looking at Yi Jian, who had collapsed on the ground with his eyeballs popped out and could not be more dead, everyone's mouths twitched, swallowed their saliva, and blinked their eyes. Even Master God Tu's mouth twitched slightly. He stared at Yi Qinghan with great interest, as if he had found a new toy. Yi Qinghan had come out, but he had chosen an incomparably fierce way to make his entrance. Chapter 458. Is this little B** starred crazy? The god-slaying guards and the god-slaying guards exchanged a look. They could see the confusion and shock in each other's eyes. They suspected that Yi Qinghan had gone crazy. How could he dare to do such a thing? He did not understand. What was going on? How could he be so arrogant? He dared to kill the god-slaying guards so easily in front of Master Divine Slayer and the elites of the continent? After killing them, he still smiled as if nothing had happened? If he was not crazy, then what was? Young Master Han is indeed young Master Han. He's 2F** King Fierce. Hua Chao and Feng Zi wiped the sweat from their palms and swallowed. Yi Qinghan seemed to be getting more and more daring. He dared to kill a saint-level elite in front of Master Divine Slayer and tens of thousands of elites? This is a real man. Long Sainan's eyes flashed with a hint of intoxication, and tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change at all. Under such circumstances, he actually dared to kill people like this. Moreover, he still had such a brilliant smile on his face. Despicable man. I hope you don't die today. I'm still waiting for you to lick my toes. Looking at the gentle smile on Yi Qinghan's face, Yin Ling Er's emotions were extremely complicated. All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. It's over. Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishue glanced at each other, a trace of despair in their eyes. The Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, the Elder of the Shui clan, and the Island Lord of Hidden Island also looked slightly bitter. Wasn't he going to break through to the Divine General tier? Why did it seem like he had just broken through to the Divine General tier? One had just broken through to the Divine General tier, while the other was at the peak of the Heavenly God tier and had a terrifying Lord's intent attack. There was no need to look to know that the result would be tragic. TSK. You have guts, I like men with guts. Since Yi Qinghan had appeared, Master God too hadn't spoken a word. Even when Yi Qinghan had killed Yi Jian, he didn't do anything. Instead, he was laughing heartily. He stared at Yi Qinghan's body like a hungry wolf. He smiled wickedly and said, "Originally, I wanted to tear you into minced meat, but now, I've changed my mind. As long as you hand over the divine sword and the spatial god artifact, and play with me for 10 years, I'll let you and the Yi family go. How about it?" As soon as Divine Master Tu said that, countless people present had goosebumps all over their bodies, and they felt their bodies tremble. The rumor was true. After the Golden Horn clan had raped the Divine Master Tu, his personality had changed greatly. Not only did he like to rape and kill young girls, but he also liked young men. Now, he even said it in front of everyone. It seemed that his schizophrenia was not light. Many people understood, but no one dared to say anything. They tried their best to restrain themselves, not daring to show any special expression on their faces. However, a clear sound of spitting suddenly arose in the field, startling everyone. They all turned to look. They wanted to see who dared to make such a sound at such a critical moment. The voice came from the direction of Purple Island. It was Yi Qinghan. On the beach of Purple Island, there was a camel's saliva. At this moment, it was sparkling and translucent under the sunlight. Yi Qinghan spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva as if he had swallowed a disgusting fly. Then he raised his middle finger and pointed it at the Divine Master Tu-yi in the sky. He scolded angrily, "You damn homo, go and die. If you want to play, go play with your father." Swoosh! As soon as Yi Qinghan finished his words, the field was filled with gasps. Everyone's face was ashen. Many people started to operate their combat energy, monster power, and brute force secretly, ready to face Master God Tu's anger. You've got guts. You've got guts. I like it. Master God Tu suddenly laughed crazily, his body shaking in the sky. His red robe danced in the wind, and his bald head was shining dazzlingly. After a while, he stopped laughing. However, he was not enraged like everyone expected. Instead, he squinted and said with a smile, "Young man, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Aren't you afraid that I will kill your entire clan? Aren't you afraid that I will kill everyone down there?" Master God Tu's reaction shocked everyone. Master God Tu wasn't angry? He didn't attack? However, what Yi Qinghan said next almost made their hearts jump out of their chests. "I kill him. Do it. If you don't, you're my king grandson." Yi Qinghan lifted his head and looked at Master God Tu contemptuously. He waved his middle finger in midair with a disdainful expression. He moved his finger and pointed it at Master God Tuesday. "If you dare touch anyone down there, I promise you'll regret it. Why don't you try? How dare you threaten me?" Master God Tu's face turned cold. His black and red eyes suddenly emitted a blood-red glow. Then, a wave of coldness began to spread around Zidao Island, enveloping the 100,000 people below. At this moment, the 100,000 people present felt as if they had been stripped naked and thrown into a pile of snow. A bone-chilling coldness rose in every muscle and every bone in their bodies. Yi Qinghan did not reply. He only smirked coldly and continued to point his middle finger at Master God Tuesday. The disdain in his eyes intensified as he glared at Master God Tuesday. The air in the area froze completely at this moment. Everyone could feel their hearts pounding. It was beating faster and faster, as if their hearts were about to explode. All right. Young man, you've won. State your terms." Just as the crowd was about to suffocate from the oppressive aura in the area, Tu suddenly laughed and spoke. As soon as he spoke, the chill in the area disappeared without a trace. It was as if the snow had melted and the warm sunlight shone down. A cool and humid sea breeze blew over, drying the sweat on the backs of countless people. Although the cold sweat on their backs had been dried, the experts present were still sweating profusely. What was going on? Master God Tu had given in? He had actually given in to Yi Qinghan, a young man who had just attained God grade? Today's situation had really blinded them and subverted their common sense. Everyone was confused. "My terms are simple. Let them go. Have a fair fight with you. Also, you have to swear on the honor of 180 generations of your ancestors that if I lose, you're not allowed to kill anyone on this continent. Let them go? A fair fight? Not allowed to kill anyone? Yi Qinghan's words reverberated in the sky above Purple Island. His gentle and magnetic voice was like a spring breeze that made everyone's eyes light up. Countless pairs of eyes locked onto Yi Qinghan and Master God Toost. I can agree to your terms, but if you dare to destroy the spatial artifact, I'll make the Fire Dragon continent bleed. When Divine Master Tu-yi heard Yi Qinghan's conditions, he agreed readily and laughed heartily. Yi Qinghan's terms were not terms to him at all. He only wanted the divine sword and the spatial artifact. He had given in just now because Yi Qinghan had refined the spatial artifact and clearly knew how to control the explosion of the spatial artifact. Once the spatial artifact exploded, the parallel space inside would shatter, and everything inside would enter the spatial turbulence. By then, even a celestial emperor wouldn't be able to find them. Now, Yi Qinghan was offering to have a fair fight with him? Of course he was overjoyed. As for whether Yi Qinghan would go back on his word and explode the spatial artifact before he died, he wasn't worried at all. Because even if the people below let them go, where could they run to? I, double-eyed dark nether race butcher, swear on the honor of 180 generations of my ancestors to the celestial emperor that as long as Yi Qinghan doesn't explode the spatial artifact and have a fair fight with me, I won't hurt anyone on the Fire Dragon continent. Master God Tu was very straightforward. He knelt down on one knee and swore to the celestial emperor. This was the most solemn oath in the divine realm. After swearing, Master God Tu looked down with a smile and said, "Those below, listen up. You're very lucky. You won't have to die. All of you who scram. What are you waiting for? Still not leaving? Waiting to eat?" Yi Qinghan looked coldly at the people on the deserted island in the north and shouted angrily. Then he pulled out the Slaughter God blade and used his divine power to spit out a green blade wave that was more than 10 meters long. He slowly rose into the sky and pointed the blade at Master God Tuesday. He laughed and said, "I heard that you are very powerful, Baldy. Today, I want to see if you are really more powerful than your mother." Chapter 459. Little Han, hurry up and leave. Think of a way to the immortal realm and come back to avenge us after you've successfully cultivated. This is an order. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my grandson even if I die. Just as Yi Qinghan soared into the sky, a figure also soared into the sky from a deserted island in the north. At the same time, a voice transmission sounded out in Yi Qinghan's ear. It was Yi Tianlong's voice. Crap! Yi Qinghan was stunned. He understood what Yi Tianlong was trying to do. Yi Tianlong was trying to copy Yi Ruoshui and tell him to run for his life. His expression changed, and he yelled as he teleported away. "Divine Master, don't do anything. I'll take care of this." Yi Tianlong had just sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan when his body suddenly burst into white flames. He glanced guiltily at Yu Shishui and was just about to teleport away when he suddenly saw a purple light flash in front of him. He immediately fainted. Heavenly Dragon! Yu Shishui reacted as soon as Yi Tianlong soared into the sky. He had already teleported over, only half a step slower than Yi Qinghan. Yu Shishui smiled in relief when she saw Yi Qinghan appear and Yi Tianlong suddenly faint in his arms. Then, she suddenly thought of something and looked up at Yi Qinghan, opening her mouth to say something. "Take him away. Trust me." Yi Qinghan tossed Yi Tianlong to Yu Shishui, then turned around and swept his gaze across the deserted island in the north. His gaze swept across the faces of the tens of thousands of people on the deserted island, and he suddenly grinned. "What are you all standing around for? I'm waiting to treat you to a meal. All of you, get out of here." He had clearly used his divine power to amplify the last sentence. His voice was like a bolt from the blue. It rang in everyone's ears and made their eardrums hurt. Countless demonic beasts and barbarians on the hidden island were jolted awake. Their faces lit up with joy as they quickly soared into the sky and flew towards the hidden island. The countless experts of the House of Ares also rose into the air after a moment of shock. Tens of thousands of experts blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they soared into the sky in a majestic manner. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if hundreds of millions of seabirds on an island were suddenly startled and flew into the sky, covering the sky of the nearby sea. It was a frightening dark mass. Young clan leader, Master Han, Yi Qinghan, Yi Qinghan, Yi Qingyo, Yi Baihu, and the other members of the Yi family hesitated. Feng Zihua, Long Sinan, and the elders of the Yu family also hesitated. They all looked at Yi Qinghan with complicated expressions and shouted, "You guys go back first. Go to the moon tower and set up 10,000 tables. Wait for me to come back and get drunk for 3 days." Yi Qinghan smiled and looked at the familiar faces. He waved his hand with a resolute expression. His eyes shone with confidence. His casual words made everyone feel refreshed. "Let's go," Yu Shishui said weakly as she looked at Yi Qinghan's resolute expression. Then, she teleported away with Yi Tianlong. "Let's go." Yi Qingyo gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and roared angrily. He glared at the members of the Yi family and soared into the sky. Moments later, the dense crowd of nearly 100,000 people outside the Purple Island had all left. Even the people from the Divine City had all left. Of course, many people did not go very far. Instead, they watched from a few dozen kilometers away. They watched this earth-shattering battle, or rather, they were waiting for the fall of the absolute #1 genius in the history of the continent. Of course, a few people still held on to a sliver of hope that a miracle would happen. "Kiki, Brat, do you think we can start now?" Divine Master 2 was in a very good mood. He wore a smile on his face, and his temper was also relatively good. He only asked politely after everyone had left. "Oh, I still have one last question." Yi Qinghan pursed his lips. Although he had become a god long ago and looked like a teenager, he was already in his 30s. Being called a brat still made him feel uncomfortable. He shrugged his shoulders and wiped the slaughter god blade gently. Suddenly, he raised his head and grinned. "Did the Golden Horn Divine Race really rape your A*S? Before Divine Master 2 could get angry, the slaughter god blade in Yi Qinghan's hands suddenly surged, and his body disappeared. Immediately after, a beautiful purple light lit up where Master God 2 was standing. Yi Qinghan immediately released his body fusion battle technique. After that, the slaughter god blade brought along a blade wave that was more than 10 meters long as it smashed towards Master God Tuesday. Yi Qinghan had actually taken the initiative to launch a sneak attack. Of course, Tu wasn't a fool. He was very clear that Yi Qinghan had a combined combat technique that could make experts of the same level feel dizzy. The moment Yi Qinghan's body disappeared, Tu had already instant shifted. Yi Qinghan's blade smashed into the air. The surging divine power caused the entire space to tremble, and ear-piercing whistling sounds could be heard. Fire Dragon Howl. Divine Master 2 instant shifted, and his body suddenly ignited with blazing flames. His hands quickly formed seals, and a giant fire dragon emerged from his body. It roared and whizzed towards Yi Qinghan's body at lightning speed. "This damn Baldy is so vigilant," Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. He thought that he had opened up the scar in Divine Master 2's heart, and he would definitely be enraged, allowing his sneak attack to succeed. He didn't expect Tu to react so quickly. However, Tu had lived for tens of thousands of years and had experienced countless battles. He was definitely not a fool since he was still alive. Spatial fluctuations could be felt. Feeling the intense energy behind him, Yi Qinghan didn't even turn his head as he instant shifted forward. Boom! The enraged fire dragon lost its target and charged towards the hundreds of ships on the sea below. The massive energy caused a huge explosion, and at least half of the hundreds of ships were instantly turned into sawdust. The moment the blazing fire dragon touched the seawater was instantly evaporated, and a cloud of mist that was tens of meters in diameter rose. Along with the sawdust, the sky above Purple Island turned dusky. Night Emperor's 7 styles: sky-splitting / earth-splitting stance, wind-chasing / Yi Qinghan's eyes darted around, and he had an idea. He used a strange footwork in the air, and the slaughter god blade in his hand locked onto Tu's direction. Instantly, he slashed out countless blades, and countless blade waves left his body, forming countless green crescent blade auras that covered the sky and surrounded Tu from all directions. At the same time, his soul spirit trembled, and he used the profound mysteries of spatial fluctuations to sense every trace of spatial fluctuations in all directions. From there, he determined the direction and location of Divine Master Tu's instant shift. Spatial lock. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and his body trembled. A ripple-like spatial fluctuation was released from his body, and it shot towards the sky on the left at lightning speed. Wherever the ripple-like fluctuation passed, the space shook. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's body instant shifted towards the direction where Divine Master Tu appeared on the left. TSK, spatial lock? Fire Dragon Energy Flame. Divine Master Tu teleported over, and he immediately sensed the abnormality in the surrounding space. A mocking smile appeared on his face, and a fiery red light was released from his body. He waved his hands quickly, and the dark red flames on his body turned into countless small fire dragons that shot out in all directions. It was an indiscriminate attack that covered an area. Damn it! Yi Qinghan had just teleported out, and he did not have time to release his spiritual confusion. Instead, he saw the sky full of fire dragons whizzing in all directions, and their speed was frightening. His chest was suddenly hit by a fire dragon, and he was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His soul spirit was so scared that it almost left his body. He did not have time to think, nor did he care about the injuries on his body. Using the momentum of flying backward, he teleported away again. TSK, young man, you are not my match. Divine Master Tu did not chase after him immediately. Instead, he reached out and touched his big bald head, blinked at Yi Qinghan, and his red and black eyes were full of power. He smiled and said, "Why don't you consider playing with me for 10 years? I can spare your life." Chapter 460. It's over. In the sky above the East Sea, the high god experts of the continent stood in the air. Their divine senses were locked onto the two figures on the Purple Island. They had clearly seen the battle between Divine Master Tu and Yi Qinghan. Now, when they saw Yi Qinghan vomiting blood and being sent flying, their faces were as gloomy as the sky before a thunderstorm. The difference was too big. One had just entered the god grade, while the other was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Even if Divine Master Tu didn't use his lord's intent, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be his match. Just like Yi Qinghan's spatial lock, his divine power was too weak, and Divine Master Tu could easily break it with a wave of his hand. The two weren't on the same level. So what if Yi Qinghan had combined with his body? He couldn't even get close to him. Furthermore, everyone was worried that even if Divine Master Tu was hit, it might not be effective. After all, Divine Master Tu's cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. And it shouldn't be forgotten that Divine Master Tu was a genius of the two-pupiled netherworld race who had awakened a secret soul technique. His soul was definitely extremely powerful. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Tianlong had woken up long ago. At this moment, his mind was a mess. He knew that he would die if he went over, but if he didn't go over, could he just watch as Yi Qinghan was killed? Tianlong, calm down. Yu Shishue stood next to Yi Tianlong, her face as cold as ice. She used her divine power to grab Yi Tianlong's arm and send him a message. She was afraid that Yi Tianlong would teleport over and die in vain. Lord Devour, please come back quickly. The hidden island master looked at the sky and prayed inwardly. In this situation, only Lord Devour could come back from the divine world and save Yi Qinghan. Ha, I'll accompany you for 10 years. Yi Qinghan wiped the blood from his mouth. He circulated the divine power in his body, cooperating with the soul ring to heal his injuries. Although the divine crystal could heal any injury, it consumed a lot of divine power. He had just entered the god grade, and his divine power was still far from Divine Master Tu's. He didn't dare waste divine power. At the same time, he continued to stall for time. You take and I attack? Jejia. Of course it was me attacking and you receiving. A young man's chrysanthemum is my favorite. Divine Lord Tu watched as Yi Qinghan recovered, but he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he teased him leisurely. In his opinion, this was like a game between a cat and a mouse. No matter how strong the mouse was, could it not escape the claws of the cat? If I give you the divine sword and the spatial ring, will you let me go? We don't have any enmity between us. There's no need to make our relationship so stiff. Yi Qinghan tried his best to suppress the disgust in his heart. Discussing this topic with such a perverted person made him feel like he had swallowed dozens of flies. He quickly changed the topic and continued stalling for time to heal his body. Hee, of course not. Our enmity is too great. Do you know that because you stole my divine sword from the god-slaying mountain, those evil Golden Horn clan members? If you didn't steal my divine sword, I would have returned to the god realm long ago. Or I would have obtained the precious treasure of the Soul Emperor and become much stronger. It's all because of you. It's all because of you, you hateful little bastard. You stole my divine sword. Therefore you have to pay the price. You have to. And that hateful old woman. One day, I will make her moan under my crotch. As for the Golden Horn clan, I will exterminate them. None of them will survive. Otherwise, I won't be able to calm down. The scar in my heart will never heal. You don't know how painful my life has been all these years. Yi Qinghan's question triggered the pain in Divine Lord Tu's heart, which made Divine Lord Tu completely crazy. He laughed, cried, gnashed his teeth, and cursed. The muscles on his face were all twisted, making him look extremely ferocious. He was like a woman cursing in the street. Good chance. A light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He didn't care about his injuries that hadn't healed yet. He teleported again. However, as soon as he appeared, he saw a snow-white giant axe smashing down on his head. He was so scared that he teleported again. Little bastard, you want to sneak up on me again? Your teleportation speed is too slow. Divine Lord Tu suddenly stopped cursing and grinned. The meteorite battle axe in his hand glowed coldly as he looked at the embarrassed Yi Qinghan in the distance disdainfully. Yi Qinghan groaned inwardly, but he still snorted disdainfully. Then come and kill me. Divine Lord Tu didn't use his will. He didn't dare to use his absolute territory first. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill Yi Qinghan in one strike, Divine Lord Tu would be on guard. As you wish. Divine Lord Tu put away his meteorite battle axe and spread his hands. Surging flames gathered in his palms, forming a dark green fireball. Tu revealed a sinister smile. He tossed the fireball into the air and shouted, "I'll let you see my elementary fire profound fusion, purple lotus explosive flames." Bang! The dark cyan fireball suddenly exploded in the air, turning into small purple fireballs that filled the sky. They flickered in the air without any pattern. Countless fireballs emitted blazing flames, burning the entire sky. The air was like boiling water, unexpectedly rolling up. The moisture in the humid air was instantly evaporated, and the air above the purple island was filled with water vapor. *CK. An indescribable sense of danger arose in Yi Qinghan's heart. Not good. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a trace of fear. His entire body flashed, and his divine senses spread out in all directions. He sensed the ripples in the air and constantly teleported away. Yi Qinghan had just become a deity, so his divine power wasn't very strong. The distance he could teleport was very small. Under the detection of spatial fluctuations, he teleported 3 times before he managed to narrowly avoid the purple fireballs that filled the sky and left the area where the fireballs were attacking. Swish! Divine Lord Tu's figure silently appeared in front of him. His eyes revealed a trace of playfulness. Then, he started to congeal fireballs in his hands, preparing to release the purple lotus explosive flames again. Wait! Yi Qinghan saw the playfulness in Tu's eyes and understood his strategy. Tu was very clear that he had the body fusion technique, so he definitely wouldn't be able to get close to him instantly. It was obvious that Tu was relying on his abundant god power to continuously attack until his god power was depleted. Damn it, the older the ginger, the spicier. I realized that a fight between gods is boring. You teleport here, I teleport back. We can't even finish it in a few days. How about this? You don't have much time, and I have to rush back to eat. Why don't we teleport? Just fight like this? Life and death are up to fate. The earlier we die, the earlier we can reincarnate. How about that? Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and decided to take the risk. After hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Tu's smile widened. He retracted the flames in his hands and replied readily, "Hee, come on as you wish. You want to die early? I'll grant you your wish." Tu wasn't worried that Yi Qinghan would have any tricks up his sleeves. He believed that in the face of absolute power, all plots and schemes were useless. Not teleporting? That was exactly what he wanted. Then, Divine Lord Tu suddenly spread his hands toward the sky. The weather changed instantly, and the red flames around his body were retracted, replaced by a golden radiance. Under the illumination of the golden radiance, Divine Lord Tu's big red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. He stood proudly like an invincible god of war. Divine Lord Tu had started to attack with his lord's will. Sensing the abnormality, the gods in the sky above the East Sea closed their eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlong's wrinkled face contorted. Once Divine Lord Tu used his will, Yi Qinghan had no hope at all. "Come on." Yi Qinghan's eyes glowed brightly. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His body turned into a swimming dragon and shot toward Tu.